Do 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 do. Let's check that microphone. Let's see if that thing's on. It should be coming through. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Whoop, there it is. There it is. What's up, my friends? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We need a little background. Just a little bit of background while I take care of some business here. And then I'll get started. And it's gonna be awesome. It'll be awesome. Everything about tonight will be awesome. You don't believe me? You don't believe me? Let's start with some awesome background music. Sub-countable, how are you? Just getting my shit together, getting it all together. Just getting it together for an awesome stream. I feel a little weird because I missed a day last week out of the 4 that I wanted to be here. And then I missed a day this week already. But I won't miss tonight, tomorrow night, or the next night. I'm doing the rounds. I'm making sure that everything is on in different places. One of the problems that I have with Mondays is because I don't stream over the weekends. So much stuff gets backed up, and there's so much to look at, so much to sift through and decide what's the most important thing. But I guess it's better to have a problem that, oh, I've got too much stuff that I think is important versus I don't know what I'm going to talk about tonight. Gee, what am I going to talk about? How am I going to stream for 4 or 5 hours? There's just not enough going on in the world. I tell you what, there are people like that, though. I know people like that. They don't know enough about what's going on in the world. They know some football scores. Talk about the game for a couple hours, and then you know what I've had on my mind, Sub? What I've had on my mind for days now is that duck song. That fucking duck song. You know the one. Duck walked up to a lemonade stand and he said to the man running the stand, "Hey, got any grapes?" God damn. I'm sorry. I just thinking about that makes me laugh. Anyway, I think we're about to start. I think we need to do I read some marks. I'm sure we need to do I read some marks. Just because I think it's the greatest song ever written. Maybe it's a tribute to the greatest song that was ever written. I don't know. But this piano has got to go. Has got to go. It has got to go. Uh-oh. There we go.
Yes?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? I'm reading some Karl Marx.
Oh, say it ain't so.
O-M-G. I thought I just wanted to pass good grades for all I cared.
Oh, this gets me in the mood.
My college made me take this class. More stuff for me to ignore.
Get you in the mood right here.
Then I found out that his theories weren't so bad. Labor and class combat.
What a very clever man. I read some Marx and I liked it.
A friend of the proletariat. I read some Marx just to try it. I hope Adam Smith don't mind it.
Nail your beak to a wall, kid.
It felt so wrong, it felt so right. Men of the working class unite. I read some Marx and I liked it. I liked it. There is a specter hanging o'er the face of Europe.
'Tis communism and was more than a social hiccup.
A time will come soon when the masses rise as one to carve out their place in the brand new
Poetry to come.
I read some Marx and I liked it.
This is a proper way to start a stream, I think.
I read some Marx just to try it. I hope Adam Smith don't mind it. It felt so wrong, it felt so right. Men of the working class unite. I read
Got any
some
nails?
Marx and I liked it. I liked it.
Marx is a name, he's working for you. The bourgeoisie, they just ain't your crew. Alienation is bad.
Commodification is not a good fad. Capitalists are greedy, you see. A shorter work day now,
That's what we need. I'm reading some Marx and I'm liking it.
Rise up now, proletariat.
Got any grapes?
I read some Marx and I liked it. The friend of the proletariat. I read some Marx just to try it. I hope Adam Smith don't mind it. It felt so wrong, it felt so right. Men of the working class unite. I read some Marx and I
Nice.
liked it. I liked it.
Good times had by all. I tell you what. I dig it. I dig it. I can dig it. You can dig it. She can dig it. They can dig it. Can you dig it? I can dig it, baby. I've had a nice 4 days off. How have you been? Have you been enjoying the news of the day? Have you been enjoying the shit show that is early 2021? Happy New Year, everyone. If I haven't seen you in the last, 18 days, 19 days? Holy shit. It's the 19th. Tomorrow is 45's last day. Holy shit. What are we going to do? We going to have a party? We going to have a party about that? Hey, Jojix. How are you? Duck walks into the bar and he asks, got any grapes? The bartender says no, and if you ask again, I'll nail your beak to the wall. The next day, the duck comes back and says, got any nails? The bartender says no, and the duck says, got any grapes? What are my thoughts on the inauguration? So I haven't been paying any attention to what's going on. I kind of when I scroll through my Boomer Book, my Facebook feed, I see that there's evidently 20,000 flags and it's all big brouhaha, and there's a shit ton of army men, little green army men, You know, I used to get them in the plastic bag. I used to get like 100 of them for 99 cents. But they never showed you the ones like that were missing arms and legs. You had to take anyway, not going to go there. But, you know, you're little coming out of the Vietnam War or, you know, growing up during the Vietnam War. Buy all the little army men, do your little army thing because you're 10 or 9 or 7 or whatever. They were all shiny and plastic, but they weren't so shiny when they got back. They didn't show us those little army men. Anyway, so I'm seeing pictures like just as I scroll, and I see pictures of like all of these uniformed cats just like laying out next to each other on their, you know, they're resting. They don't have any place to sit. Right? So they're laying on the floor, just piled like right next to each other, real tight. Not a masking fucking sight. I don't know. It's. I'm going to be watching all day. I don't think I'm going to stream it. I have an event. I actually have an event I need to go to. I'm supposed to go to. I do. I have an event I'm supposed to go to. I don't like going outside into super spreader events or anything even close to it. I have done quite well for this last year. I have not gotten sick. Mrs. Bear has the first of 2 shots, and I'm really happy about that. I was gonna look. I'm looking through the Discord. I can't remember where I put it. I've got so many things. Like I've been loading up the Discord with all these things that I'll never get to on stream because I don't know. Loading the Discord up with all sorts of things that I think are important. But anyway, we've got an event here in New York City with I guess the best way, excuse me, let me do it like this. The best way is for me to go to the Facebook page for Workers World and look at the event. But if you're in New York, you can come to Times Square to the Red Steps. It's kind of a touristy place, right? Times Square to the Red Steps. And the theme is no holiday for Biden, no honeymoon for Biden. That's the theme. It's an event coming up. Thursday we're gonna have a webinar on it. Thursday webinar on the 21st. What can workers expect? But the thing on Wednesday, see, I should have all this, like, I don't know. And part of me says I should have all this lined up and I should spend 2 hours, you know, putting things in order. But I'd rather just, you know, answer your question. And for some reason I can't find it right now. I'll find it later. It's on my Facebook page. That's where, let me go there. See, I'm already derailed. I had some things on my mind, but I need to look at events. Here we go. Events. I'll find it. So my thoughts is I don't think Big Ed Smith. House music all night long. Pinko in the chant. What's Pinko in the chant? Oh my God. Pinko in the chant. I remember BJ and the Bear. Hold on a second. What am I calling? No. What did they say? No honeymoon. Yeah. No honeymoon. Day of action. Is this it? Nope, that's not it. No honeymoon for Biden. All right, I'm completely losing my mind here. This is not the way to start a stream. No honeymoon for Biden. Here it is. God, I am just a little not quite ready to get my shit together, have it all together. We're not quite here. All right, so here's the deal. This is what we're doing on Wednesday. I don't think I'm going to be going because I'm not I just don't. I don't do outside right now. I have way too many comorbidities and too many health problems to be doing this. Um, I only go into the office, into the Solidarity Center on Tuesdays to do my paper bit because nobody else is around in the smaller part of the office, and I can stay safe. But fight fascism by staying in the streets. No honeymoon for Biden. New York Times Square, New York, on the red steps. Here's the full flyer. Can we see this on the screen? Yeah, we can. Fight fascism by staying in the streets. Inauguration, workers' assembly. So I've told you about the workers' assemblies that we've started here in the Southern Workers' Assemblies down south. Workers' assemblies is another word for Soviets. Anyway, so we've been having some workers' assembly. It's here technically. It's workers assembly against racism, WAR. And we've had a few meetings. I played some of this footage. This is Inauguration Day workers' assembly. Usually they're on a Saturday or a Sunday, but this one's obviously going to be on Wednesday. 5 p.m. Times Square at the Red Steps. No honeymoon for Biden. Workers' demands from day one. Workers' demands from day one. Workers Assembly against racism. And if you want to follow this group on Twitter, it's at Shutdown Racism. At Shutdown Racism. If you want to get involved, you want to know more about it, there's the flyer. You can duck go that stuff. A duck walked up to a lemonade stand and he asked the man running the stand, "Hey, got any grapes?" So this is going on tomorrow. There's a bunch of different groups involved. It's not just Workers World. Let's look at the hosts. I know one of them is a Call to Action, Puerto Rican group. Yeah, you're going to be out in D.C., Dagda? Nice. You're going to be in D.C.? I'm looking for the co-sponsors, like the more button on this. Oh, here it is. Fight on January 20th. Biden will be the new president. The nightmare racist president will be replaced by a career racist president, Biden. A career racist in Biden. So we're going to have a nightmare racist president, Trump, replaced by a career racist named Biden. So it might seem like electing Biden is a blow against fascism, the fascism that Trump encourages. But Joe Biden has based his entire career on giving, they said caving, but I would say giving into, selling out to, being in service of the forces now making our lives miserable. Racists and the 1%. Wow, that sounds like a TV show. Racists and the 1%. Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Check your local listings. Yeah, troops doing their thing. Are they wearing masks, Dagda? Are they wearing masks? Or are they just... I saw pictures of them like laying around inside all on top of each other. Not on top, but, all huddled. It didn't look very healthy. The best path for beating back fascism, as well as stopping evictions and getting COVID relief, is for essential workers, and that's, everyone in the working class, to fight for our demands. We're not waiting for a new president to fight. We're not waiting for a new president to fight for, community control, to organize the rollout of the vaccine. Guaranteed permanent income for all, including excluded workers. You know what those are, right? Guaranteed permanent income for all. Probably another name for that, isn't there? stopping attacks against and oppression of LGBTQ plus workers, stopping police from terrorizing black and brown people, Medicare for all. We're in a pandemic. Canceling rent, not just like rent suspension for a while, but canceling rent, stopping all evictions. These are some pretty, I think these are reasonable demands, personally. Stopping deportations and stopping the racist detention of migrant workers. Here, how's that for a demand? I don't think that's, too far out there. Free incarcerated workers and free all political prisoners. Boom. All right, so a lot of the troops are wearing masks. That's good. That's good to know. That's good to know. Are you going out tomorrow, Dagda? Like I say, we're co-sponsors of this event. There's like 10 or 15 different groups. Are you going with any particular group that you probably don't want to say? I mean, I'm out as a communist, and it's quite clear who I'm with, and my groups, and my Facebook page is public, so it's not like I'd be giving anything away to the FBI if I said, hey, I'm a communist and I'm in Workers' World. Fuck you. I mean, no need to antagonize them. But I do have some advice. Let me get off of this. I will come back to that later. In my Discord. Let's go to this. Let's go to this look. In my Discord, under Workers' World, do we have the advice on what to do if the FBI comes to your house or calls you or hits you up at work? Do we have that somewhere? Rebellion and resistance. This is one of the issues with I don't know where to put everything and in what order. And so things end up all over the place. And then when I want to find them, just, right now, boom, I want to find it. It's hard to remember where I put it. But the short of it is you don't have to talk to the FBI. They have been going out and they have been contacting people. They have been talking to people, trying to talk to people. You don't have to talk to them. You just don't. I mean, they'll lie to you and they'll do all sorts of things to try to get you to, believe their bullshit. To try to get you. Oh, here it is. It's under the announcements. I put it in the announcements. There's a resource called If an Agent Knocks. So in my announcements section of my Discord, you do not have to open the door. If they do talk to you, remember these phrases, my friends. The phrases are things like, oh, do you have a warrant? May I see it? And remember, just because it's a warrant doesn't mean it's a warrant that's valid and for them to make you talk to them. You still don't have to talk to them. You can go with them. If they have a valid warrant and they're going to arrest you, hey, well, don't say anything, but get your lawyer. Because, there's all sorts of warrants, different types of warrants, and a lot of times they'll just hold up a piece of paper, right? They don't generally come after the veteran organizers, because the veteran organizers know better, but they do come after spouses and friends and newer organizers to see if they can rattle them and shake them. So, do you have a warrant? May I see it? I have nothing to say. My lawyer will be contacting you. I'm going to remain silent. I'll talk to you. I'd like to talk to my lawyer. I like this one. I do not recall. I do not recall. If you receive a knock, notify your community as soon as it's possible. Sharing your experience in your local organizing threads. Not on Facebook. but your local organizing threads can help connect you to support, advice, legal aid, and it also notifies the community members that the feds are afoot. Commonly, when there is one knock, there's going to be a string of them telling your story to your community helps others to be able to tell theirs and seek support, and could enable y'all to band together in a collective defense. Speaking of collective defense, I have some video that I want to show of the PSL, whose community organizers have been targeted and picked up by the feds, and they're facing 25 to 40 years. And I've mentioned them on the show. PSL is a Marxist-Leninist cadre organization, much like the one I'm in, Workers' World. In fact, they were a split from Workers' World about 20 years ago. So here's a few resources. I'm going to put these in the chat. If you don't happen to be in my Oh, I see. We have too many tabs open. I have to get rid of a couple of these tabs. When I have too many tabs, the damn thing does not. I just got this little old computer that just doesn't want to fight. There we go. Let's try that. Did you get that? There you go. There's one. And then a motherboard guide to avoiding state surveillance. Like, you could spend a lot of time, not tonight, but if you're going out, at least take a look at these. Take a look at these. Bookmark them for later. Get some key points, some bullet points, so to speak. See what I did there? Bullet points. And then Surveillance Self-Defense by Electronic Frontier Foundation. Here, let me grab this last one and drop it in here. I think anybody who's involved in organizing, protesting, etc., should have a working knowledge of these types of things. Weed and gambling. Do. Now, where was I? Oh, I was looking around in here. Let me while I'm here. Comrade Tony Murphy makes these. This is his style. It's a local comrade here, but this is one of his latest cartoons, political cartoons that came out. One of the oldest forms of political activity, I would say. Propaganda, spreading propaganda, is political cartoons. I love the old ones. Old political cartoons. You see them from the early 1900s, turn of the century. The rats leaving the ship. I like it. Lessons from Charlottesville. Oh, my friends. My friends. I should probably have Nate on to talk about this, but there's an article that's in Workers' World. In fact, I think I'm gonna take us there right now. Side trip. Could spend 2 hours just on this alone, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to hit some highlights, because who knows what's going to happen tomorrow in Washington D.C. I think it's going to be no problems. I mean, with all the soldiers and everything that's out there, but there's probably going to be some bullshit going down here and there around this country. I would encourage everyone to I'm not going to read this, but I want to put this out here over at workers.org. I'll get the link. Just a little housekeeping here. I may come back to this later, but particularly if Nate shows up, but I doubt he'll come by tonight. You remember Charlottesville was about 3 years ago. It's just, blood, you will not replace us, blood and soil and all that bullshit, right? Unite the Right rally. So we heard these fascist fucks were doing this, and everybody on the left was like, well, you don't get to do this unchallenged. So people from all over the country got on buses, got in their cars, carpooled, hitchhiked, found ways to get to Charlottesville, and made sure the little Nazi fucks couldn't have their rally that day. Unfortunately, it ended with one of the little Nazi fucks plowing his car through a bunch of righteous lefties and killing anti-racist activist Heather Heyer. So there's some lessons for that. Lesson 1, and I won't belabor the point, but lesson 1 is literally cops and Klan go hand in hand. Cops and Klan go hand in hand. Cops and Klan go hand in hand. The cops stand down while the Klan fights and beats up the left. Now, we saw on the 6th, the Klan, the right, the Nazis, the white supremacists, weren't beating up the left. They were going into Congress with guns. And the original, Capitol cops let them in. And I don't, I've already talked about what I think happened there, but the FBI is scooping these people up left and right now. A lot of them are in a lot of trouble. So lesson 1, the cops and Klan go hand in hand. Lesson 2, the working class is not the base of fascism. Those people in Charlottesville and the people at the Capitol the other day, these are not working class folks for the most part. They are petty bourgeois, petite bourgeois. They are the tire store owner, the restaurant, the bar owner, the small business owner. They're not the bourgeoisie, but they're not the working class. They own some means of production, theirs, and they employ workers, but they're doing okay. But they're afraid that they're not going to do okay because, well, the bourgeoisie is kicking them down. And so, of course, their way of life seems threatened. And instead of, looking up at the ruling class and saying, that's the reason our way of life is being threatened, they're looking down at the black and the brown and saying, you're the reason our way of life is being threatened. So there's lesson 2. The working class is not the base of fascism. The common stereotype of white supremacists is a dirt poor white worker, usually from a rural area. That's the common stereotype, but it's just not true. It's immediately clear the fascists were coming from a different social strata. The majority had substantial disposable income, enough to buy expensive uniforms, tactical equipment, guns, and vehicles to travel from across the country to the rally. Hell, on October 6th, the one woman that got arrested, she came in a private jet with her homies for a little insurrection. Jesus Christ. Oh, the white privilege. Anyway, lesson 3, workers and oppressed people need to respond independently. No elected politicians, no sections of the Democratic Party, none of those showed up in Charlottesville to oppose the far right. Let me say that again. Nobody from the Democratic Party showed up in Charlottesville. Nobody. No elected politicians showed up in Charlottesville.
Workers and oppressed people need to respond together, but independent of these other structures. The people who did show up, yeah, various left political forces, Marxists, anarchists, social democrats, black activists, and unaffiliated workers. Dun, dun, dun. Lesson 4. Oh, I like this one. This is the good one. This is my friends. This is a good one. Lesson 4. The fascists are not invincible. A lot of people, you look at them, they're all tough guy, and they're all tough guyed out with all their tough guy stuff. They got all their tough guy tactical stuff, and you heckle them, you show up in numbers, they lose their shit, you run them out of town. We've seen it happen. Lesson 5. Oh, what is this one? Lesson 5. Seize the moment. Charlottesville provided an opportunity to speak about the prevalency of white supremacy in a country founded on the genocide of indigenous peoples and the enslavement of Africans. One could show the connections, for example, between open white supremacy and the more veiled white supremacy of a liberal politician rezoning a black neighborhood for gentrification. You could draw those lines for people. Seize the moment. Carpe moment. Right? Carpe diem, seize the day. Carpe pax, seize the peace. Carpe something, seize the moment. Maybe somebody could look that up. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, Comrade Nate wrote this the other day, and it's at workers.org. In periods of crisis, people are more open to new ways of thinking. We are in a period of crisis right now. This is why so many people are open to left, socialist, anarchist, and communist ideas. The opportunity to win people to revolutionary ideas is greater now than ever before in these United Snakes of America. Well, maybe not more than in the 30s. But revolutionaries must seize it. We must deepen our roots in the working class, deep organizing, workers' assemblies, encouraging working and oppressed people to defeat the fascist movement, and ultimately, the capitalist system itself. Nice. If you're not familiar with this newspaper, right? I highly recommend it. I highly recommend it. And if you just walked in and you're wondering which one, oh, here, let me put it in the chat again. Anyway, welcome everybody. Let me get back on this. Hang on a second. I had a fantastic 2 days off the internet. One of those days, I was on the couch for like 8 hours. It was glorious. It was glorious. Pulled the curtains, made it dark, brought some snacks, settled in with Mrs. Bear, did a whole season of The Expanse. Oh, The Expanse. What else did we do? We did, a bunch of Lower Decks. Oh my God. Star Trek Lower Decks. Lower Decks, y'all. Lower Decks. Animated Star Trek. It's more Star Trekky than Star Trek. It's so good. It's so good. Here, let's go back here for a second. Let's go back to the Discord and let's look at not art, not memes. Let's look at Workers World. I bet there's a Martin Luther King thing in here. Because we just had Martin Luther King Day, right? Where is it? Did I put it in general? See, I don't know where I put it because it's not a meme. It's not a meme. It's just a badass graphic. You know, trying to up our graphics game and our online social media game. Reclaim the radical heritage of Martin Luther King Jr. The quote is, "We know through painful experience that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed." 1963. Nice. Nice. I remember when I was little. I remember when I was thinking, what's that song? I remember. Da 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 da. Crazy. Do you remember that? I remember that. What a great song. Here's what I wanted to show us.
And he opened his drawer.
Oh, stop. Go back here. Here we go. Check this out. Let's watch this for a minute. I've been talking too long. Speaking of Martin Luther King, like, this is the magic. Speaking of Martin Luther King, and speaking of Star Trek, wouldn't it be cool if there was some intersectionality? If there was some space where Martin Luther King could meet Star Trek? That'd be kind of cool, I think. Here.
That I didn't know I had.
Yeah.
That was in the mail room. That they offered me a contract. I also was offered.
She was offered a contract.
A role, a play to do that was Broadway bound. And I was going to leave the show and take that.
She was going to leave Star Trek to go to Broadway.
Good role. Forget what the heck it was now. And
this interview is like 3 years old. Yeah. Hey, Carpe.
So I went in and told Gene that I was going to, when the season was up, I was going to leave. And Gene says, you can't do that.
Gene Roddenberry, you can't leave. I got to turn her up.
Yes, I can.
I got an offer on Broadway.
Don't you understand what I'm trying to achieve here? I said, Gene, you've been wonderful. And I really thank you for this opportunity. But my life is theater, musical theater, and I'm getting offers for all kinds of wonderful things where I want to be.
And I'm on this little cheesy show called Star Trek.
He was sitting behind his desk, and he looked up at me, and he said, and I handed him my resignation that I'd written out. And he took it. I finally laid it on the desk, and he looked at it, and he said, take the weekend, Michelle, because that's how I know it was either Thursday or Friday. And he said, and think about it. And if you feel the same way the beginning of next week, if you still feel that way, think about this. It's more than you think it is.
It's more than,
just think about it.
The communications officer.
And if you still want to go on by Monday morning, I'll give you my blessing.
What year
go with my blessings.
What year was the first Star Trek season?
He took the resignation, stuck it in his desk drawer.
3, 4, 5,
and
6.
I said, thanks, Gene, and I skipped out of there. Whew, that went better than I thought. And as fate would have it, I've always used this way because I believe in fate. I believe it was fated. I was to be a celebrity guest at some fundraising thing in Beverly Hills.
Yeah, 66 sounds about right. 3
I
seasons, right?
It was an NAACP fundraiser, but it might not have been.
6, 7, and 8?
I think it was.
Feels about right. Thank you, Carpe.
And so I went to do this on that Saturday
Carpe,
night.
what is?
And I had just been taken to
seize
the
the
dais
moment. Seize the moment.
Sat down.
What is that?
When the organizer came over and said, Miss Nichols, how are you? And blah, blah, blah. And he said, listen, there's someone here who said he is your biggest fan.
Biggest
And he's
fan?
looking chirpy, you know.
I've heard that before.
And he said, and he's desperate to meet you. He really wants to meet you. So I said, certainly. And I stand up and turn, and I'm thinking,
Hello, from Maine. Thank you for the
Star
follow.
Trek fan. He said, it's Star Trek fan. I'm looking for a young man who's a Star Trek fan.
She's looking for a Star Trek fan.
I turn, and instead of fan, there's this face the world knows
Joe Jigs, thank you.
with this beautiful smile on it. And I remember thinking, whoever that fan is going to have to wait because Dr. King, Dr. Martin Luther King, my leader, is walking toward me, not 10 feet away, with a
Star Trek's going to have to wait.
beautiful smile on his
Dr.
face.
King is coming with a smile.
And then this man says, yes, Miss Nichols, I am that fan. I am your best fan,
Oh
your
my God.
greatest fan.
Oh, my God.
And my family are your greatest fans. As a matter of fact,
She does a good
this is
King.
the only show on television that my wife, Coretta, and I will allow our little children to watch, to stay up and watch,
How about that?
because it's on past their bedtime.
How about that?
And I said,
Yeah.
which was all that I was able to say. My mouth just opened and closed. He said, we admire you greatly, you know. And he said some more things, and the manner in which you've created this role has dignity and so forth. And he said, you know, and before he said, I said, Dr. King, thank you so much. And then I got the courage to say, and I really am going to miss my co-stars. And he said, what do you mean? Dead serious. What are you talking about? I said, well, I've had an off. He said, you cannot. And I said, well, I'm going to leave Star Trek because I'm going to say have an offer to star in I never got that far. I said, well, I'm leaving Star Trek. He said, you cannot. You cannot. And I felt like that little boy Willis. What you talking about, Dr. King?
Imagine being told by
But you
Martin
know
Luther
I
King
didn't
Jr.,
say
you can't leave Star
that, no.
Trek.
But
It's too important.
I was taken aback, and I didn't say anything. I just looked at him. He said, don't you understand what this man has achieved, is achieving or something? And I thought, deja vu all over again. I just looked at him. He said, for the first time on television, we will be seen as we should be seen every day, as intelligent, quality, beautiful people who can sing, dance, but who can go into space, who can be lawyers, who can be teachers, who can be professors, who are in this day, and yet you don't see it on television until now. And he went on, so many of the things, perhaps some of the things he said, but I could say nothing. I just stood
Yeah,
there,
what are you going to say?
realizing every word that he was saying was the truth. And he said, if you leave, Michelle, Gene Roddenberry has opened a door
Gene has opened the door.
for the world to see us. If you leave, that door can be closed because you see, your role is not a black role.
Wow.
And it's not a female role.
Right.
He can fill it with anything, including
An alien.
an alien.
Shit. Nice.
And at that moment, the world tilted for me. And I knew then, I didn't want to know it because I was going to go through some more turmoil for the rest of the week.
Yeah.
And
Broadway was calling your name. Big
but
lights.
I knew
Big city.
that I was something else,
Nice.
that the world was not the same.
This is an amazing interview. I haven't seen it before. I knew where it was going, but I haven't seen the whole thing. Nichelle Nichols on Martin Luther King. She had, for those of you who just came in, there's going to be a lot of different topics tonight, but they're all going to be, topics related to the liberation struggle, to leftism, so to speak, socialism, the evils of capitalism, and the profound pleasures of socialism. But this is like a little 10-minute interview because we just had Martin Luther King Jr. Day, right? And I had just shown this graphic, Reclaim the Radical Heritage of MLK Jr. And Workers' World Party is the party that I'm in. So I'm a member here in New York City. Anyway, and I thought, you know what? Let's play this. Let's listen. She was gonna leave. So you just got here, right? She was gonna leave Star Trek after the first season because Star Trek didn't have a following. It was cheesy. Didn't have much money. Didn't have anything going for it. It was like 1966. She was getting called contracts for Broadway, and she was gonna go. And at an awards, some kind of ceremony, some kind of gala, Martin Luther King Jr. walked up to her and said, "Hey, I'm your biggest fan." And then when he found out she was going to leave, he was like, "Oh, no, you can't leave. You don't understand. Gene Roddenberry has opened the door. Your role didn't have to be a black woman. Your role could have been, anything but. Gene has opened the door. You have to stay. You have to represent." And so she's telling the story. It's almost over.
And that's all I could think of was Dr. King. Everything that he had said. The world sees us for the first time as we should be seen. And I remember being angry come Sunday.
I get that.
Or whatever. Why me? Why should I have to?
I can see that. I don't get it.
Whatever happened come Monday morning, I went to Gene, and I'm not sure to this day if I knew what I was going to say. He's sitting behind that same dang desk. And he had, whoever he was talking to had to leave because I went there first. And I said, "Gene," and I told him what happened. And I said, "If you still want me to stay, I'll stay. I have to." And he opened his drawer, and he looked up at me and said, "God bless Dr. Martin Luther King. Somebody knows where I'm coming from." And I said, "That's what he said." In my brain. And he took out my resignation, which was torn into 100 pieces, and handed me the pile. And we just stood there looking at each other.
Yeah.
And I finally said, "Thank you, Gene." And he said, "Thank you, Nichelle." And my life's never been the same since. And I've never looked back.
Nice.
I've never regretted it. Because I understood the universe had somehow, that universal mind had somehow put me there. And we have choices. Are we going to walk down this road, or are we going to walk down the other? and it was the right road for me.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, isn't it? What a holy cow. Holy cow. I just happened to find that. I've been on air in one form or another probably for, I don't know, a lot of MLK days. And I've seen a lot of posts and a lot of pictures and a lot of quotes. But yeah, that's wild, isn't it? And that's been out for like 3 or 4 years. I've never seen it before. Yeah, you wonder if Gene and Martin conspired behind the scenes. Yeah, I mean, it could be. He could have called. I mean, if Gene knew that Martin and his family were watching, right? Then he may have played that, he may have made a call or something. But even if he didn't know, and that was 100% the way it went down, that really that was the only program, because I don't know, I was young, I was like 4 or 5, so I we had black and white TV, we had, like, I don't remember Star Trek even being on. I remember like The Wonderful World of Disney, and I remember Bewitched, and a couple of things that were black and white, the original Darren Stevens, but when I was small. But it wasn't until maybe middle school that I became aware of Star Trek. And it really wasn't until high school, 9th grade, 10th grade, that I started watching it. I was like, fuck. It was in reruns by then. And I was like, wow, this is really good stuff. Now I understood why some of the nerdier kids in school wore Star Trek stuff, T-shirts and things. And I was like, oh, I get it. And then Star Wars came out. We forgot about Star Trek until 1980. Now I'm watching Discovery and Lower Decks. But anyway, that was anyway. So yeah, what's the topic tonight? The topic is all over the place, but it's all left, right? I consider that a left topic because it shows you art that can move people, art that can affect a generation. It can show you that somebody, or even a small group of somebodies with a correct vision, can punch above their pay grade. Gene Roddenberry and whoever was around him that helped get this show, get the pilot done, and help get it picked up for the first year, put her out there. There was no cash. There was no money. There was no capitalism. I'll straight up say Star Trek is communist. Socialist. Socialist. I like to say it's communist, but it's socialist. Some of the Star Trek series feel still imperialist as fuck, right? But I don't want to go through them all. Yeah, it's a great story. It's a great story. It's a great story, and I'm sticking to it. That story makes me feel so good. That story makes me feel so good. I don't even want the Lennon and the pink. I want something a little simpler. That story makes me feel good. That's a nice story. And yes, Kirk was problematic with his toxic masculinity. Yes, there are issues with this one and that one, and some of them really sucked. But the whole universe opened up. And as a kid, watching that, and then watching the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and then watching kids watch them, and then watching grandkids watch them, the ideas that are behind all of these, it's not just good and evil. It's not black hat, white hat. because that's the trope that's been around forever on TV. Cowboys and Indians without any exploration of why they're clashing, right? Settler colonialism, coming to kill you, to take your land. Not cool. So Star Trek was one of those, probably the first thing that I remember that kind of had that vibe that wasn't just black and white, wagon train, or, all these really bad 50s and 60s kind of black and white bullshit, trash. But that's what that's what white America wanted, right? And so when you work in sci-fi, you can explore all sorts of things in sci-fi that you could never explore in regular, real day, real time media. The censors, oh my God, even in the 60s, Dick Van Dyke Show, they couldn't have their bed together. They had like separate twin beds. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, I don't want to go off on a thing about that. The Boomer talks about how it was back in the day, but there's a lot of stuff that people take for granted. There were some groundbreaking TV shows. All in the Family, The Jeffersons, Good Times. Very, very different than what was offered in the 60s and the 70s, or in the 60s and the 50s. By the 70s, we got some color barrier stuff. Some, we got some breaking downs of, we have our first gay character on TV showed up. Billy Crystal played the grandson on an adult comedy called Soap. It wasn't a soap opera, but it was called Soap. And Billy Crystal was the grandson. I forgot his character's name. But these kind of things started happening, and now, just like, right, as problematic as media is today, it's not nearly as closed off and problematic as it used to be, right? Hey, Junk Lord, how are you? Star Trek and its real life history is amazing. It was saved by a coalition of female fans, really. Lucille Ball and MLK Jr. Then a few years after it got canceled, anyway, the white men decided they liked it, so its popularity took off in syndication. Junk Lord, were you here when I just played the Nichelle Nichols? Were you here for that? The Nichelle Nichols telling how she was going to leave Star Trek, and MLK walked up to her and said, "You can't leave." Oh my God, what a great, yeah. And All the Family was groundbreaking. Everybody thought, Archie Bunker, working class hero. No, he was the hard hat Republican. He was the backwards worker, the working class guy that was full of backwards thinking and incorrect thoughts and incorrect behavior. And it took Meathead and his daughter and Edith, right? You're here for House 3. Battlestar Galactica. Dagda. Here's a story. So Ronald D. Moore was a writer, like starting season 3 of The Next Generation. So hey, Nuke Exploder, how are you? Good to have you here. So Ronald D. Moore, you can wiki him. So he's writing for Next Generation. He gets really good. He eventually becomes the senior writer. Then Ronald D. Moore goes on and he does more Star Trek. Then he goes on and he does the whole reboot of Battlestar Galactica. The reboot, right? Oh, that was his show. And then he went on. I saw his name pop up when I was watching, what the fuck was that? I was watching Lower Decks. His name popped up. Like, he's like all over that universe. And he and his wife together do Outlander. She does all the costumes for Outlander. And I got to drive him for a week. I was a limo driver, professional, kind of high end. You know, I had billionaires. I had fucking that guy that just declared bankruptcy. What's his fucking name? Wayne LaPierre from the NRA. That motherfucker. What a piece of shit that guy is. So Wayne LaPierre was one of our clients, and I drove him many times. But anyway, Ronald D. Moore, I drove him for a week. It was like at your service, morning, all day, into the night. Took his wife off, like when he was doing the junket thing. It was some awards show or something, and she was doing something with the Macy's window with Outlander. Anyway, and they were going to parties and doing. So I wasn't going to let another driver in on that. I didn't care how tired I was. I slept in the fucking car, and I kept driving out. I took care of him, and his wife is a house head, a house music head. His wife is a house music head. She was one of the e-girls back in the day, right? She was like, right. So I'm playing my house mixes and we're talking about shit. Not when Ron was, right? But anyway, it was a great week and I made really good money. Unlike the one day with Wayne LaPierre and the NRA going to the Clinton debate. Oh, what a fucking nightmare. Anyway, no, we don't do autographs. In the high end thing, sometimes you don't even acknowledge that you know who they are, right? I mean, you have to acknowledge Elton John if you pick up Elton John, right? You just Mr. John or Sir, Sir Elton. Like, you know, you can't say I don't know who you are, Brad Pitt. Right? But, you know, if you're watching the 100, do you know the 100 and you're watching that and then not Juan Haida, but the person that plays the mother on the 100, they killed her off in like season 27. I don't know, season 5. Can't remember her name. They love it if you know who they are. She was great. Anyway, most of them are great. Anyway, what am I doing? Story time. Jesus Christ. We're here to talk about politics and lefty left stuff. Fucking story time. I like story time. Story time's a lot of fun. All right. You know what we need? I know exactly what we need. We need this song. All right, we need to take a break. I've been talking a lot. Nichelle Nichols was talking. We need to take a break. I need to get my shit together, and I think this will be fun.
Duck story.
Yeah, this will be fun.
A duck walked up
To
a
a lemonade
store,
stand.
and he said to
There
the
we
woman,
go. There we
run
go.
in the store. Hey, got any grapes?
Sing along if you know the
The
words.
woman said, no, it's a corner store. I mean, grapes aren't really what we're known for. We've got some grape drinks. The duck said, they kinda stink. Then he waddled away, waddle,
Bum,
waddle,
bum.
till the
The
very
Duck
next
Song
day.
2.
Bum, bum, bum,
Duck
bum,
Song
bum,
2.
bum. When the duck walked up to the corner store, and he said to the woman, run in the store. Hey, got any grapes?
Of course, Morty.
The woman said, oh, it's you again, duck. I already told you, you're out of luck. We've got some grape gum. The duck said, I'll take none. Then he waddled away, waddle,
Bump,
waddle. Then he waddled away,
Waddle, waddle.
Then he waddled away,
Waddle, waddle.
Till the very next day.
Bum, 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 bada, bum.
When the duck walked up to the corner store, and he said to the woman, run in the store. Hey, got any grapes? The woman said, look, I'm trying not to shout, but please either buy something or get out. We don't sell fruit. The duck said, I'm kinda cute. Then he waddled away, waddle,
What?
waddle.
I've
Then
never
he
heard that
waddled
before.
away, waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
Yeah.
Till the very next day.
Bum, 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 bum. I don't know how song
When
2
the
goes.
duck walked
I don't know how
up
this
to the
goes.
corner store, and he said to the woman, run in the store. Hey, got any grapes? The woman said, "That's it. The next time you ask for grapes, I'm gonna tape you to the wall with this duct tape.
Duct
Do I
tape.
make myself
Duct
clear?"
tape.
The duck said, "Yes, dear." Then he waddled away,
Subcountable.
waddle, waddle.
Do you remember your
Then he
joke from
waddled
earlier?
away, waddle, waddle, waddle.
You're gonna nail
Then
your
he
beak to the
waddled
wall?
away, waddle, waddle, till the very next
one is
day.
duct tape.
Bum, bum,
Duct
bum,
tape.
bum, ba-dum. When the duck walked up to the corner store, and he said to the woman running the store, "Hey, bum, 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 got any grape chapstick?"
What?
Got any grape chapstick?
The fuck is that?
Actually, we do. But you don't have any money, do you? Do you think you could? Do you think you could? Do you think you could?
Could what?
Put it on my bill. Then he
No!
waddled away, waddle, waddle. Then
Put
he
it on my
waddled
bill.
away, waddle, waddle, waddle.
Put it on my bill. Put it on my bill. Welcome to the stream. I think we're going to do a lot of serious things tonight. And then in between... Uh-oh.
Ba-dum. A duck walked up to a lemonade stand, and he said to the man
What?
running the stand, "Hey, bum, bum,
It's a
bum,
mystery.
got any grapes?"
It's a mystery.
The man said, "No, we just sell lemonade, but it's cold and it's fresh and it's all homemade. Can I get you a glass?" The duck said, "I'll pass."
I'll pass.
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
I love this.
Till the very next day.
Bum, 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 bum.
When the duck walked up to the lemonade stand, and he
Who do you
said
think
to
it
the
is?
man
Who do you think it
running the
is?
stand, "Hey,
Chat,
bum, bum,
who is
bum, got any grapes?"
Who is it?
The man said, "No, like I said yesterday.
Who is it?
We just sell lemonade."
I want to
Okay?
hear.
Why not give it
Put
a
it
try?
in the chat.
The
Who
duck
is
said,
it?
"Goodbye." Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle. Then he
Specimen
waddled
room.
away, waddle, waddle. Till the very next day.
Bum, 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 bada, bum.
When the duck walked up to the lemonade stand, and he said to the man running the stand,
Hey!
Bum, 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 got any grapes?
The
man
duck is
said, "Look,
sus.
this is getting old. I mean, lemonade's all we've ever sold. Why not give it a go?" The duck said, "How about no?"
How about... Oh, shit. I gotta see that again. Hold on. Hold on. No.
Sold. Why not give it a go? The duck said, "How about no?"
The man has been defeated. Subscribe, or you will end up like him. Jesus Christ. Jose Santiago, how are you? I gave you a direct message in the Discord, and I put something in the Discord that the CPUSA is doing. How about that? Among Us, but it's the duck song. This shit came out in November of last year. Never trust the man. Wow, that's right. Never trust the man. Junklord, you're on it. Had you seen this before? Never trust the man. Wow. Oh yeah, I'm in a nice mood. I really did not like missing. I missed one day last week, and then I missed one day already this week. I missed Monday, but I had a extremely long day from very early, like 6 in the morning. I was up on like 3 hours, 4 hours of sleep, and I went all day, and I had stuff, and anyway, I just couldn't get it together to come and stream Monday. In fact, I couldn't even get it together to put out a message that I won't be here yesterday. So I apologize for that, everybody, if you were looking. But hopefully you found somebody else that was doing great. Speaking of leftists on stream, have you seen this cowboy? This cowboy communist or something? Wears a cowboy hat and a bandana. I was in that stream for a while tonight while I was getting ready for mine. It's like, yeah, nice. Comrade Cowboy. I don't know. What does anybody know his name? But yeah, never trust the man. Never trust the man. Yeah, no pardon for Assange. Like that would have been really bizarre and inconsistent. had Trump done that. Right? Oh, Little Pearl was on last night? Nice. Little Pearl has a nice vibe. Excuse me. The nose thing again. Let some air in here. Little Pearl has a nice vibe. This will be, I have to open this piece of cardboard so we can. There we go. I'll let it in. Oh, thank you, Dogda. Thank you. Yeah, you know what's funny is I find different people and I'm like, wow, I really like that and I like that, or I enjoyed that time. But then when I look and I know that I have limited time, I'm like, well, I could go to the knowns, or I could go to the unknowns, or I could go to the right. And so it's hard. It's hard to sometimes. I mean, there are people that I really enjoy, but I don't have that much. I don't have that much time to sit and watch other streams. I listen to Conrad Ketty. I listen to Silver. I listen to Carpe. But like sitting down and watching, I listen to Amy. I listen to but sitting down in a chair or watching, I have a harder time doing that because I've got just enough stuff. Okay, yeah. So Jose. So what I was talking about, everybody, in the Discord, I messaged Jose, but then also I put in the Discord, maybe under general or something, that there are some online Marxist classes that the CPUSA, Communist Party USA, is doing. Okay, and I put them in there, out of respect for you and your organization, Jose. But I wasn't going to broadcast them myself. But you go to the classes, they're half good in your opinion, but they're not really that radical. Wow, that's interesting. Could you make them more radical, Jose? Could you participate in them and steer them more radical? I mean, that's an opportunity, right? Maybe. You know what? I saw Lectin on like Saturday morning. One of the days I got up early because of family stuff we had to do. And when I was having coffee and looking, and Lectin was reading some radical text, and like 12 viewers or something at like 9 in the morning on a Saturday. I'm like, who's on at 9 in the morning on a Saturday? Like, fuck, not me. I want to go to bed at 9 in the morning on a Saturday. But yeah, nice. All right, what else is going on? Let's see. I don't think I missed anything in chat. Oh, Doug, about the autographs. The thing is, yeah, when you do the high-end stuff, part of the reason they overpay for the service, they totally overpay for the service, is because we're signed to contracts that says we're not going to take pictures, we're not going to record them, we're not going to ask for autographs. We're not going to do any of that. We're not even really going to talk to them unless they talk to us first. And luckily, a lot of them would talk to us. Apparently, Lectin is better about getting to bed at a reasonable time. It is hard to get to bed at a reasonable time. And what is reasonable? It's a 24-hour world. 24-hour world. I'm just saying. And a duck walked up to the lemonade stand, and he said to the man running the stand, "Hey,
I was listening
got
to some
any
of your album.
grapes?"
Bum, bum, bum.
That's not going to happen again.
I was listening to some of
All right,
your
here we go.
album.
Here we go. I have been interested in this person's show. This person has been putting out a lot. I don't know her name. Her name could be Faith. Her name could be something else. Somebody in the chat will know. But the program on YouTube is called Bad Faith. We always like everybody to come in good faith, right? But the program that she runs is called Bad Faith. So I'm thinking, I don't know. I don't know why. But a lot of times there are people that I'm not all that interested in listening to that are on her show. And then sometimes Look at there. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Little boots. Little booty boots. Let me, there we go. Let me fix that. So Boots Riley is on Bad Faith. Brianna Joy Gray. Brianna Joy Gray. All right. I have heard that full name before. Any idea why it's called Bad Faith? I mean, I'm just curious. Anyway, so I wanted to check this out because I'm a fan of Boots. 5 million ways to kill a CEO. The Coup. So many good songs. Like if I had my way, if copyright wasn't a thing, I would play the fuck out of The Coup here on stream. If Boots had his way and he said, "Oh, what? You got 20 people in your chat room? Play all you want." If he had his way, he would tell Twitch, "Yeah, it's revolutionary music. Revolutionary, let him play it." But the laws don't work that way. She wanted to call it Good Faith, but her co-host preferred to call it Bad Faith. All right. Sub, I believe you. I do believe you. Count those subs. Count those subs. I saw the thing. Thank you for the thing, Sub Countable. Thank you for the thing. Appreciate that. The thing that happened again this month. Thank you for the thing.
I was listening to some of your album, Kill My Landlord.
Kill My Landlord.
And the message, it's very explicit.
Oh, get the fuck out. The other is a host from Chapo Trap House. Just the name Trap House. Okay, I get it now.
About Communist Manifesto. We get all these questions all the time from folks saying, well, what should I read? What's the theory background I should have? And in a lot of ways, you really lay out, I don't want to say in like breadcrumbs because it's more forward than that. You're very explicit about kind of the methodology of how
it's not
to
bread tube. He's a communist.
Achieve change in a way that I feel like is really inspiring. I think you make a good point that people feel lost and alienated because even if they have a sense that the world could and should be better, these broad concepts like revolution are sometimes difficult to pin down and are easy to parody by folks who think the whole thing is pie in the sky and ridiculous anyway. So I'm curious about you specifically. Could you back up a little and tell us a bit about your origin story and how you came to be a 15-year-old who was engaged in social movements in depth at such a young age?
Nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, the story I always tell is that when I was 14, first I was at a barbecue, and a youth organizer was like, "Hey, we do a bunch of stuff. We're gonna come by your house and blah blah blah," And I was like, "When are you coming by?" They said, "Oh yeah, Saturday at noon." And I was like, "Yeah, sure, be there." And I totally planned to not be there, right? Because it sounded boring. It sounded like something I do not want to do, and I forgot that they were coming, and so I was there, and the dude, I was 14. He showed up in front of my house with a van that was packed full of 14-year-old girls, and I was like,
"What?
Okay, I'll come." But really, he said, "Okay, do you want to go to the beach?" And I was like, "Yeah, that sound, you want to go to the beach with the van full of girls." And so, I mean, you're 14, you're thinking about maybe music and definitely sex, right? Like that's what is on people's minds, like, or even just
or
companionship,
Star Trek,
friendship,
thinking about Star Trek,
and so I got in the van, but in the one and a half,
get in the van, kid.
And once I started getting in the van, he said, "We're going to go to the beach, but first we're going to stop and support the Watsonville cannery workers strike."
Can I just say, like, if you're 14 and you're watching and somebody wants you to get in a van because there might be sex, don't. Just don't. This is a different special circumstances There's context here.
And I was like, okay. And in the van, he said, we're going to go to the beach, but first we're going to stop and support the Watsonville cannery workers strike.
Nice.
And I was like, okay. And on the way there, these obviously now women, these girls, and I say that because I know who they are, and but they were talking about things I had no idea about.
Yeah.
Right? They had just current events that I knew were being talked about on the news that I just was always shutting off. I didn't. I
14.
didn't
Who's
feel
watching
like
the
I could,
news?
understand it. But they were like not only talking about them, but debating them, but at the same time talking about music and things like that. And they just seemed like they understood all of this. And what I know now is they understood all of this because they felt like there was something they could do about it. Like, you're a young teenager. Sometimes you feel like there's nothing that can be done. I don't want to know about that. Whatever. Yeah. All this noise is going to happen. People are going to be mad or excited about something, and it's going to change tomorrow. But they had, because of being involved in this organization, had this idea that they could do something about it. And I went from, like, in the course of a few hours, from like, wanting to hang out with them to wanting to be them.
Oh, wow.
Right? And wanting to understand
wanting to
what
hang
was
out to
going
wanting
on
to
and
be them.
able to just talk about these things.
That's dope.
And because it seemed like there's a sense of there's a sense of understanding who you are when you understand those things. So that attracted me to that. Got involved in we would go and support the Watsonville cannery workers strike. And this was not as involved in what I'd be as connected as what I would be involved in later, because this was just us passing out flyers and helping out and things like that. But I was then invited to be part of the summer, the Delano and McFarland Summer Project.
Got to start somewhere, right?
The organizing of the Anti-Racist Farm Workers Union.
Nice.
And with that,
hey, Mango.
It was so by this time it was summertime, and I had turned 15.
We're talking about communism and how fucking good it is, and compared with everything. This is Boots Riley being interviewed. Boots is a communist and a hell of a musician. It's a little 10-minute interview.
And with that was the situation I just talked about. But we'd go there and we'd stay there for 2 months at a time. And every morning, like talking about 3 in the morning, when the organizers who lived there and were going to going off to work in the fields, when they got up, they'd leave a list. Here are the things that this person has to do today. Here are the things that person has to do today. And on your list might be organize the caravan route.
Wow.
Right?
Organize.
Or it might be
organize. Keyword.
It might be.
So he went from being a 14-year-old. He went from being a 14-year-old that was thinking about music and girls, and said he wanted to go to the beach. Hey, Quibbles over coffee. Thank you for the follow. He went from a 14-year-old that was interested in girls and music, and said, "Yeah, I'll go to the beach." They take him to the strike, to the cannery strike. Get him to pass out flyers. How great is that? Pass out flyers. Redbeard. Welcome, Redbeard. And now he's going from a, teenage activist, and now he's going to start helping to organize. What a great story. I love this story. I'm glad I decided to listen to it.
Organize, make the schedule for the rally that's
and by the way, I don't watch what I'm playing. Like, I don't watch what I'm playing before I play them here. I'll preview a little bit and go, yeah, I think my instincts say this is going to be a good thing. Like 1 out of every 30 turns out to be some shit, and I'm like, turn it off. But this is pretty good.
Because every day there's a rally, you know, like, and that rally is on the back of a flatbed truck that pulls up to the field, and the organizers who've been working all day getting folks, trying to get folks excited about being in the union or
Join the
joining
union.
the strike, they come out of the fields, and that rally has to be ready. So who's going to speak? What are they going to say?
Yep.
You know, do you know Spanish?
Right.
Okay, here, what can you learn? All those
Interpreters.
sorts of things.
Do we have do we have 2 mics? And do we have cables the right length? That's one of the things that I do. Do we have enough power? Do we have gas in the generator? Or does the lithium ion battery, is that going to last long enough? We're going to get the coverage we need. Who's doing video? Blah, 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 right? Now, I haven't done these things in a while because COVID and my heart condition and bullshit, right? But that's kind of my thing here in my branch is one of the skill sets I have. Everybody's got a skill set, and this is why I say, if you've been in this, you know, I say join a anti-communist, excuse me, an anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, anti-racist, communist organization. It doesn't have to be communist. I'd like it to be, but join an anti-capitalist organization. Be an activist. Go from collectivist to activist to organizer to revolutionary. Just like there's a path, and like one builds on the other. You can't just be an organizer if you haven't done the other stuff, if you haven't done the work and you don't understand how these things get done. Anyway.
And it might even be plays, because at that time, it was the 80s, so still the legend of Teatro Campesino, who had been around, a theater group that had been around during Cesar Chavez days. That was very much a part of things. So
thank you,
it might be, you got to write a play, right? I mean, by tonight, by noon, whatever, that lasts for 3 minutes and says this. And so a lot of bad plays, a lot of things like that. And so, you know, it might, you know, there was a lot of trial by fire, and you know, that so and then just also witnessing the meetings that they'd have, because they'd be having meetings with these towns weren't that big, right?
Being in the meetings,
population 3,000,
watching
people,
how people do things,
you know,
what works, what doesn't work.
Delano was big, McFarland, Wasco, all these places, and they'd be having these meetings where people were actually, like, just average everyday people, not only debating whether they should join the union and whether a strike would work, but is the strike, is that risk worth it for the chance of changing the whole system? So they weren't just talking about the direct needs. They were talking about that, but they were discussing, folks were thinking about their own life and their own power and ability to change things here and now in relationship to changing the world. And so that quickly, you know, made me feel like I could be part of something that went on for that
nice,
what, you know, made me part of history. And so
something bigger than yourself.
I joined, and that's
so I'm hearing some interesting parallels.
And now he's making anti-capitalist messaging in movies, as well as revolutionary music, as well as going on interviews on the YouTubes with Dem Socks and Sock Dems. It's nice.
Parallels between your origin story and Barack Obama's.
Mango, I'll we'll get to that in a little bit. All your questions, just hold on to them. We'll have a little discussion after this, or just remember them so I don't have to scroll up.
Famously.
Yeah, he also started by getting in some guy's van.
No, you know, everyone's talking about his new book, right? I'm sorry, being
Hold on. Did he just make the van joke that I made like 10 minutes ago?
glib, obviously, but he said he started reading, you know, he picked up Marx to impress a long-legged socialist in school.
Yeah, the ethereal bisexual.
The ethereal bisexual. But in all seriousness, I think that kind of
Boots
experience
looks like, who is the fuck
so
is this guy?
detached
That was funny.
from most American. I mean, to the extent that we had a more prosperous, labor class and more prosperous union
Hey, Koba,
environment
how are you?
in the 1970s, that's
Good to
obviously
see you,
been
Koba.
devastated since then. And I remember, I said this in a recent episode, that I really regret having not taken labor law in law school, as someone who thought of herself as like relatively socially conscious.
What?
It didn't even occur to me
She didn't take
that
labor
having
law?
greater knowledge of that particular issue area was so fundamental to the broader progressive struggles that I would be interested in later years. And one of the things about Sorry to Bother You that was so interesting,
that movie kicks,
was the centrality of that kind of organizing effort in the workplace that was really offered up as an important a plot point and as important a force for driving the action in the film, as the Keith Stanfield's character's individual genius and success, and that kind of meritocracy story that is usually what you see in these kind of rags to riches tales, right?
What a horrible the meritocracy
it was competing
story.
with this other story about how the entire workplace could achieve if they were able to unionize and band together.
So Mango, this is perfect right here. What would the incentive be to work harder and move up the ranks in a company? Please answer this. So you should see this movie, Sorry to Bother You. Boots Riley wrote and directed it. And Brianna just referenced this. I'm going to back it up. So you can listen to this and you can kind of put it together. And then you can look at that movie, Sorry to Bother You. And you can get the lesson yourself, because there's a whole movie about this sort of thing.
Kind of meritocracy story that is usually what you see in these kind of rags to riches tales, right? It was competing with this other story about how the entire workplace could achieve if they were able to unionize and band together. And I think a lot of people watching that movie probably saw a model for achievement and broader change that you frankly don't really ever see.
Oh, he didn't get to answer that. All right, so that was a cutout. So my guess is, here's what, she puts out a lot of content. So my guess is the show is probably an hour and a half or something, and then she cuts out 10 or 11 minute interviews. I've never seen her before. I mean, I've seen her face, and I've seen the thumbnails. Okay, Bad Faith with Brianna Joy Gray. But I think this is the first actual, Bad Faith episode. Oh, it's called Sorry to Bother You. Came out a couple years ago. Boots Riley, the person that she was interviewing. And so, wow. So a lot of times I don't look at her stuff, because the people she's having on are like, well, they're not people that I would watch. They're a little too Democrat, liberal, Soc Dem Soc, and I'm more where Boots is. I'm more, I'm a communist, so I don't tend to go back in the other direction and watch stuff that is to my right. Yeah, to my right. I don't do that. But I'm glad I did that, because I'm glad she had Boots on. And this is one of those reasons I don't shit on people because they're not as left as me. It's a horrible, horrible thing that some people do. Oh, you're not a proper socialist. You're not a proper anarchist. Okay, I might take a dig at somebody because I think they're being dishonest. Totally dishonest. I'll dig out on them for that. But I'm not going to dig on or drag somebody. I'm not going to drag somebody because they're not left enough yet. Like, nobody comes to politics fully formed. Everybody's got questions, and I'm still moving and learning, right? So, yeah. And if you haven't listened to The Coup, oh my God, The Coup, You can get it for free on YouTube. Like, the coup is the bomb. Don't trust the liberals. They will betray you. Fucking Picard. Jean-Luc Picard as Lenin. Or was he young Marx? No, he was Lenin in that, wasn't he? It was Jenny. Yeah, so it was Marx. He played young Marx. I don't know if it was young Marx, but anyway. Yeah, that movie was hella good. What was I looking for? I was looking for he was Lenin? Oh, okay. All right. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna play I was thinking about 5 Million Ways to Kill a CEO and some of the coup music that is so good, but we can't really do that because of copyright. However, a friend of the program and follower of this show has a little song along those same lines, and it goes like this. Rock and roll, baby. Modest proposal. See ya. Thank you for coming. Just a fucking consumer. Just a fucking consumer. Just a fucking consumer. Down. Nice. Total Massacre. Captain No Fun. Damn. Just buried. Yeah, fucking consumer. One more. Friend of the show. Fascists are fragile, my friends. When you talk to every mascot, you storm the Capitol. Nothing scares you like dissenting. The fear is taking hold. You're such a tough guy. Mango, thank you. Thank you for the follow. You're such a tough girl on the liberals. Think you shit your pants. Gun girl. Fascists are fragile. Fascists and racist. Fascists are fragile. Fascists are fragile. Oh. Oh, sub. Brianna was doing Force the Vote. Nice. Hey, Mango, thanks for coming. You don't have to be a communist by any stretch. I'm glad you were you hung out for a while. Keep coming back. It works if you work it. Keep coming back. It works if you work it. Good night, Mango. Devil. So true. So true, Devil. Welcome. Good night, Mango. Mango Jewel Pod. I like that name. Fascists are fragile. So this is a brand new one from Father Fury. You can find Father Fury in my chat room sometimes, or you can find Father Fury on the interwebs. I'm doing good, Devil. Just having a nice stream. Ooh, AMSR. need a mint. I need a mint for my breath. See? Mints. Safe spaces. AMSR. Fascists are fragile. There you go, Father Fury. For friend of the show, Fascists are fragile. You know, if it sounds a little bit familiar, it's because the other song that I like to play, the other song that I love to play when I am here by Father Fury is 6 Feet Deep and Waiting for You. Listen up, you Nazi fucks. Oh, he doesn't cuss. He just says, listen up, you Nazis. You can have your own beliefs. You can have your platform too. 6 Feet Deep and Waiting for You. It's kind of a thing. It's kind of a cool song. I would highly recommend that song to everyone. So anyway, this is what I wanted to do here. We're gonna pause it.
Hey guys.
Here we go. I want to pause it right here. I want to come back on the big screen. On the big screen. On the big screen. Hi. There was a question about the bear. You want to know the story about the bear? It's story time. I'll make it brief because I've told it before recently. The bear, I did not know this bear 7 years ago. This bear has been in this household for 20-something years, maybe 30 years. This bear is a product of an artist with a chainsaw. And he's about, I don't know, 3.5. I got him on a pedestal. So this is about 4 feet up. I got him on a pedestal. This bear belonged to Mrs. Bear. But we didn't call her Mrs. Bear before. She has a different name. But now we call her Mrs. Bear. And this bear belonged to her, and when she moved into this apartment, she put it in the front. And so when you come in, you can throw your coat, your scarf, your hat, like whatever. Like throw your shit all over the bear's face. And this bear's got little bear hands, you know. And when I was in the other corner, and I used to have Frida Kahlo painting over looking at me, judging Frida. Judgy Frida. Are you communist enough? Are you good enough? And it kind of I love judging Frida or judgy Frida, but it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure for a new streamer, especially a boomer adjacent streamer. So judgy Frida is still over there. And I brought we don't know this bear's name. We don't know this bear's gender. It's never been, what's the word? What's the word? Anthropomorphized. Anthropomorphic? Is that the word? So this bear has never been anthropomorphized. So nobody says, oh, she is this, or, you know how people do that with their cars, their boats. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what this bear is. But my name's A Bear, like 3 bears, 2 bears, 1 bear. Hey, bear. Hey, bear. Hey, bear, come here. I thought I told you to take the trash out. Smack. Right? That kind of shit. So, hey, bear, come here. I just scored. Yeah. Look at this. I got all of I got State and Revolution. Oh, I got What Is to Be Done. Oh, yeah. Hey, bear, look at this. I got Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Now, I know you've read I know you've had the manifesto, and I know you've had Das Kapital, right? But have you had these? That's some dope right there. You need that. Come on, bear. Hey, bear. So, Iced Morty. You thought the comrade named Ted from Thursdays would make a great guest. Yeah, Ted is great. Teddy. You can follow him on Twitter. I think is it Ted for Stack? I think it's Ted. I think it's At Ted for Stack. Oh, this could be Chairman Bear. I guess we could sub. We can let this juice flow for a while, and we can name the bear. Yeah, Teddy's great. You know his mother joined the party after Teddy joined. Yeah, Teddy's actually been on the stream a couple of times. He may have been the first person I had on stream. Then I've had Nate and then Ted and Marinda together because they work on the prisoner solidarity. One of the things you might want to know about Ted is he works on the prison solidarity committee for Workers World, and works, lives, and plays in Philadelphia. And so when the Fash show up at Philadelphia, Ted and the comrades and, friends and allies get together and run the Proud Boys out of town, shut down their shit. 12 douchebags show up on their side and 300, 500 on our side. So they can't have their rally. Oh, sorry. You suck, fascists. No safe space for fascists and racists. So yeah, Teddy will come back on. And here's one thing. Like, because I'm in the party doesn't mean people are like banging down my doors to come on the Twitch. Like, some will come on. Sarah came on the other day. We talked for 3.5 hours. If you have not seen the VOD, the video on demand, it'll disappear soon because it's coming up on 2 weeks. However, I highlighted 3.5 hours of me and Sarah talking about COVID, capitalism, China, and the coup. CCCC. COVID, capitalism, China, and the coup. And it was because there's a brand new book out called Capitalism on a Ventilator. Hang on. Brand new book. It's going to be reversed for you, I'm sure, right? The thing's reversed? No doubt. Here, let me see if I can fix that. I am so getting better at this. Look at that. Oh, who's a good bear? Who's a good bear? Do you see how quickly I did that? Like, I'm getting so good at this. Capitalism on a Ventilator. It's like 51 essays and stories. All about the impact of COVID-19 in China and the United States. It's an anthology of social justice activists, not just communists, but, social justice activists discussing global choice, cooperation versus competition. Shall we do a challenge? Shall we do a challenge? Section 1, Section 2. Okay. All right. There's 6 sections. No, 6 sections. Can I get a number? Can I get a number between 1 and 6? 1 and 6. Can I get a number in the chat? Between 1 and 6. Keyboard warriors, it's your chance to influence the show. Carl is happy. All right, 4. We're going section 4. Skoya Clark. Thank you for the follow. All right, so we're going section 4. All right, section 4. Next, now that we're in section 4, I need 1, 2, 3. Is that 3 or 4? Give me a number between 1 and 4. 1 and 4. 1 and 4. After extropian, that's what I see on my key. Between 1 and 4. We're going section 4, number 3. So section 4, number 1, yellow caking an epidemic. 2 is Jamu Baraka, the emperor has no clothes. 3, is that what we're doing? We're doing 3, verbal harassment, shunning the physical assaults by Cynthia Choi and Manshusha P. Kulkamar. This is one I have not read. Also, Not a Riot by Monica. I see section 4. So here's the thing. It's now that we're in section 4, we did 3. So that's 1, 2, 3. Olivia Idris. You can look that up for a minute. Olivia Idris, Idris, page 232. I want to share with you something from page 232, and it appears to only be 2 pages long. Can we do that? Will that be fun? So this book, just for context, Capitalism on a Ventilator, the Impact of COVID-19 in China and the United States. You can't see the small print because of the bright lights. And my camera is literally just an old iPhone. So. All right. I don't know how this is going to go. I'm going to try it. We'll see. June 18th, 2020. All right. Mid-June. Stop AAPI Hate, the leading aggregator of incidents against Asian Americans during the pandemic, has compiled a new report examining the rise in hate incidents against Asian Americans and the anti-Chinese rhetoric by political leaders. You might have noticed a couple of Asian students on campuses have been murdered in racist attacks just in the last couple of weeks. This was written last June. Quote, "We have seen time and time again how dangerous it is when leaders scapegoat for political gains and use inflammatory rhetoric to stir up both interpersonal violence and racist policies. As we've seen throughout American history, from the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, facts, to Japanese American wartime incarceration, World War II, and most recently, immigration bans. Through all of that, Asians have been targeted with such vehement hate," end quote. This is Dr. Russell Jung, chair of the Asian American Studies, San Francisco State University. Last week, Stop AAPI Hate, that's a group, reported that as of May 13th, incidents of anti-Asian American discrimination documented across the United States approached 1,900 since the start of the coronavirus pandemic. So this was likely written in the time when Trump was on TV always talking about the China virus, the Wuhan virus, and Time and Newsweek, and everybody was calling it the China virus, and the Chinese have to pay for hurting our economy. And it's such trash. Untrue, racist, trash. And it incites violence against Asian Americans. Of those incidents, approximately 502 incidents specifically mentioned the terms China or Chinese during the incidents of discrimination. Some of those incidents were murders, by the way. According to the report, it appears that there was a spike of incidents reported to the website after President Trump, repeatedly employed the term. See, I got way ahead of this article, didn't I? Repeatedly employed the term China virus. There are a number of variables that could explain this correlation, nonetheless. Stop AAPI Hate contends that the presidents and the Republican parties anti-Chinese rhetoric have entrenched racism and xenophobia in the public's perception of the coronavirus pandemic. Recent news reports have drawn the conclusion that the president and other political leaders are stirring up anti-Chinese sentiment as a means to distract from both their handling of the coronavirus pandemic and the nationwide protests against deeply entrenched racism and violence against Black Americans in law enforcement. Put that together in your heads, my friends. Stirring up the racism against China also stirs up the racism against Black and brown people here in this country. Here's a quote. Looks like it's from Cynthia Choi, executive director for a group called Chinese for Affirmative Action. We condemn the racist, insightful, and violent rhetoric coming from the president and political leaders at the very top who radicalize tragedies to score political points and distract from their own mishandling of the pandemic. This rhetoric continues to devastate and harm communities of color in America. In turn, and that's a quote from Cynthia Choi. In turn, the president is currently pouring money into campaign ads against China. On April 17th, GOP sent a memo. They sent a memo to campaigns stating a couple of things, 3 things. 1, the memo from the president. The GOP sent a memo to campaigns. China caused the virus by covering it up. Lie. Democrats are soft on China. Lie. Republicans will push for sanctions on China for its role in spreading the virus. Lie. They'll push for sanctions, but it didn't have a role in spreading it. They stopped it. 5,000 dead in a country of, 1.4 billion. We have 400,000 dead in a country of 320 million. This is why books like this are so important. This is why subject matter like this is so important. Anyway, sorry. Other government leaders are picking up Trump's racist language, right? Trump puts it out there, and all the little Trumpers, the Trumpentariat, the butt trumpets, Secretary of State Pompeo, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, I don't want to go through. I don't want to go through. There's a list of dickwads here. They've all used similar language. Senator Fuckface, Senator this, that, whatever. China is to blame for this pandemic and the death of thousands of Americans. This is what was going on last summer. Now, my organization, Workers' World, and all the left organizations that we work with and collude with, are in coalition with, are in solidarity with, we could see what was going on. And our hair was on fire, and we're writing, we're putting out, we're doing the best we could to get the word out there so people wouldn't just watch MSNBC and go MSNBC or China or CNN and go, China bad, right? We're trying. Most significantly, last month, the president introduced a ban limiting Chinese students in the United States, raising concerns from a number of Asian American leaders. In its report on the 502 incidents of discrimination and harassment with a clear link to anti-Chinese sentiment, Stop AAPI Hate noted that the following trends emerged. Do we know what the following trends might have been? I don't know. Virulent virulent animosity towards Chinese, with 37.5% of these cases laced with profanity and verbal taunts, scapegoating of China for the spread of COVID-19, 31.7% of the perpetrators blaming China or Chinese people as the source of the disease. Anti-immigrant nationalism of the assailants as they demand that Asian Americans go back to China, or they view China as the enemy. Like, how are you gonna view China as the enemy if you have any brains? 20%, 20.3%. China's the enemy. Get the fuck out of here. Parroting the term Chinese virus to imply the implicit association between COVID-19 and China. 17.5%. Sub or Trouble. Could you take care of our not friend? Could you take care of our not friend permanently? While I finish the last paragraph here. Orientalists and racist depictions of China and Chinese people as dirty, diseased, and holding strange dietary habits. 12%. Yes, there's 1.4 billion Chinese, my friends. 1.4 billion. And here in the United States, 12.6% think and hold racist and Orientalist depictions of China and Chinese people as dirty, diseased, and holding strange dietary habits. So bizarre. I mean, it's sick, but hey. Quote, President Trump continues to utilize white supremacists and nationalist views as a means of scapegoating his failures for political gain. Unless we hold him accountable, the discrimination and harassment against Asian Americans will become deeply entrenched, will cause unimaginable harm and suffering, and take decades to unwind. And that's a fact, Jack. And that's the end of this essay out of this book. Manjusha P. Kulkarni, Executive Director of Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council. The book is called Capitalism on a Ventilator. You can DuckDuckGo, you can search for it and you can find it. Really good reading. 51 essays from social justice folks on the left. 51 different ones. It's cool. It's cool. You should read this book. It's really good. It's really good. Did somebody take care of? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Dog, you know, how do they deal with it, right? Most Chinese, they don't watch US TV, right? They don't watch our news programs. Most of the people in China are just going about their business. They're enjoying the fact that, 850 million of them have been raised out of abject poverty in the last 10, 12 years. They're enjoying the fact that their lifespan has doubled in the last, 15, 20 years. Maybe 30 years. I don't know. Their lifespan used to be like 37. Now it's like 74. Right? I mean, the numbers, I don't know. I'm not, but it's doubled since the revolution. So anyway, these things are, like when I say, oh, I'm a communist, well, what does that mean? Part of that, part of what that means is that you learn and you read and you support and give solidarity to people who are doing important work that is anti-racist, anti-capitalist, and anti-imperialist. And so, like, I don't know, there's like 50 authors in this book. I only know, like, personally, like if I walked into Times Square tomorrow there'd only be like 15, 20 of them that we would look at each other and go, oh, I know that person. I know their name. I know what organization they're with. Then there'd be another 15 or 20 be like, that person's in the movement, but I don't know who that is. And then there'd be another 15 that I'm like, I don't know who that is. And I haven't even been around that long. I'm a newcomer, really. I'm a newcomer to this. Relatively speaking. Relatively speaking. All right. Is it time? Let's go to China, shall we? Let's do this. This is going to be great. Let's go to China. One of my favorite YouTubers that I don't think gets any play. I don't think this cat gets any play on Twitch on left Twitch. But this cat should get more play. Some are better than others. I like the funnier ones, not the serious ones. The funny ones are serious. But then sometimes he has a serious podcast. I like the lighthearted videos that get the job done and tell you and convey to you what's up. So let me hit the CCs and let me hit this and let's do this thing, right?
Guys,
new moves.
I'm in communist China, still in Guangzhou, and I'm taking the subway to see the fake zombie doctor.
Fake zombies.
I need to get a sick note for my job. Anyways, you can see here, there's still thousands upon thousands of reanimated corpses, all with the purpose of fooling foreigners like me.
Yeah.
That China is...
That's not even a real subway station. You can tell because it's clean and it's orderly. You can tell. I live in New York City. I know what the fuck the subway looks like. This is like, nah, this can't be real.
Back to normal. But we all know that's not true. We all know that's a CCP lie because Western media has clearly said that all the numbers coming out of China are fake.
Well, if Western media said it, it must be true, right? Oh, United Action. Hi, I'm a communist. So this is like definitely pro communist channel. This guy is being satirical. He lives in China. He literally lives in Beijing. And he's a Chinese Canadian, but he's been living in Beijing and he's been vlogging and debunking all this shit. And this video is a hoot. His channel is called New Moves, NUMUVES, and he does not get enough play on the left on Twitch because much of the left is paralyzed by stupid shit in their brain that makes them think China is bad. It's so weird. So yeah, this is what's going on here. Look, scary music makes it more truer. Scary music makes it more truer. This is why I love this guy. I love this guy. Fake news from the Western media.
So there's no way that only 80,000 people got the virus in China.
100%
There's no
pro-China,
way that only about
Furiosa.
4,000 people died. There's no way. Because, I mean, the most brilliant leader in the world, Donald Trump, he managed the COVID crisis better than anyone.
Hold on. I got to do this again.
There's no way that only about 4,000 people died. There's no way.
China had 4,000 people or 5,000 people die, right? There's no way, man. There's no way. Because why?
Because, I mean, the most brilliant leader in the world, Donald Trump, he managed the COVID crisis better than anyone. He literally said it would magically go away.
It's going to disappear. One day it's like a miracle. It will disappear.
But it didn't. It killed 300,000 people in America.
400,000 now. And it's going to be way more by next year.
So if it killed 300,000 people in America, the greatest country in the world, then it must have killed at least 5 billion people in China. Am I right?
27
I
billion.
mean, I think that's just logical
27.
sense.
47
China
billion.
has reported a total of 95,851 coronavirus cases in a country of 1.4 billion people. In stark contrast, more than 19 million Americans have caught the virus, about 200 times China's count. 4,781, that's China's reported COVID-19 death toll, a tiny fraction of the more than 341,000 coronavirus deaths in the U.S.
Anyways, I'm gonna get on the subway with zombies right now.
They're all
pretty
actors,
weird, guys.
crisis actors.
Yeah, I have a little cough. Hope it's not COVID. I'm gonna go.
I just want to say, I live in New York City. When I get on the subway, like 90% have their nose and their mouth covered, and have for months. But there's always a couple people who don't. And if they don't have a mask, people are saying something. But if it's just on their nose, people move away. Especially there's this weird thing. You don't want to start trouble because there's a lot of difficulties in New York City on the subway. And not everybody feels safe, unlike in China. But that's a different discussion.
Doctor. Guys, I find it really,
I would totally
really
live
weird
there.
that China's still operating its subways, even though basically 80% of the population here is dead. They're still putting on appearances by operating all their subways. And look at all these reanimated corpses.
Insane. They got the technology from the DPRK from North Korea. They got the technology to reanimate all the people that were executed. And weren't seen for weeks, that were executed, and then it made Time and Newsweek and Yahoo News, and you hear, and then they show up again, these leaders from the DPRK, and so they have reanimation technology. They got it from aliens, I think, because they couldn't do it themselves, and now they've given it to the Chinese. That's what's going on. It's not technology. It's necromancy. Koba, thank you. Thank you for that. I really appreciate the correction. I do sit corrected. Thank you.
And they're like pretending to look at their phones, and what's this guy doing? Pretending to shop?
Pretending
to watch movies. He's watching a zombie movie about a man picking up a phone. That must be, wow.
Oh, he doesn't want
Communism.
Communism. Oh, I want that sample. Communism.
Zombie movie industry to appeal the zombies. I think that's what it is. So it's really complicated here. It's really, really developed. And we might be seeing a divided world, maybe a world where, like in the West, where it's all free, normal people, and then in the East, it's all zombies. So this might be the beginning of a global shift of human development, evolution, maybe. So here I am, guys, reporting straight from the ground from communist China right now.
Yeah.
On the ground reports for you guys.
On the ground reports.
So here you can see the subway line's quite complicated. And they're still running all these lines, even though the majority of people in China are either dead or on respirators or buried alive.
There's a long history of...
For the record, in New York City, they've cut back on service a lot of places, particularly in the poor neighborhoods where, we need it. And they're talking about laying off like 7,000 MTA workers. Profits and stuff.
Medical intelligence, it's called in the United States. They look at everything from satellites that could show you smoke coming from crematoriums. They have human sources in and outside China. They have intercepted signals intelligences where they could get a sense of the real numbers of incidences
Right.
and deaths in China and what that means for the rest of the world.
Yeah, here's a picture of a building right next to a major highway. It's a concentration camp full of Uyghurs. Right off the 8-lane highway in a major city center. Just yeah, okay.
You could see the CCP is still operating all of its systems. It's actually...
Did you notice he says CCP, not CPC? Anyway, just saying.
It's really kind of amazing when you think about it. that they're able to do this, it must require a lot of AI technology.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of people watching my videos have said that AI technology was most likely stolen from the U.S.
Yeah,
so
stolen from the
they're
U.S.
using the stolen AI technology
Absolutely.
from America and just using it here,
Because, you know,
guys, in Guangzhou.
they're Asian, so they couldn't possibly have, you know, done it themselves or made a business deal to have it after 10 or 20 years of allowing U.S. companies to super exploit their workers. I don't know, just a thing.
With China. So there you go, guys. I'm just showing
I need
you
more
water.
water.
So there you go. I'm around here right now, and one of the busiest stations. And watch, yeah. So this is one of the busiest stations, guys. And right now we're about to witness the largest zombie subway crossing in the world. Look at this. Look at this, guys. You are witnessing a zombie commune right now. These are all
zombie
these are all
commune.
reanimated corpses using AI technology to make them activate. You see, they're on their phones right now, and they're using phones to connect to their cerebral chips implanted into their reanimated brains.
Look how clean. I'm sorry, like he's doing his thing, but I'm looking at this. They look how fucking clean this place is. And it's in English. Look at the sign. It's in Chinese, and then underneath it's in English. Something square. Do you notice that? Like, can you imagine the subway system in I don't know, Washington D.C. or New York City or the BART out on the West Coast? Can you imagine having English and then Chinese? Oh my God.
So it's very complicated, guys. Remember, these are not real human beings. These are all reanimated corpses. These people have all died from COVID-19. Okay, even that pretty girl right there. Yeah.
Yeah, United Action.
And I don't know why they're
absolutely
wearing the masks. They're just.
I just want to highlight what you just said. United Action. You went to China 15 years ago. So much transportation infrastructure, public amenities. And that was 15 years ago, right? Night and day to problems in big cities in the United States. Even with their big problems, it is definitely an illustration of the possibilities under socialism or whatever you want to label it. Because a lot of people say, well, it's capitalism, you know, but they say it's like there's that whole discussion. I am willing to say it's what the Chinese people say it is, socialism with Chinese characteristics. So here we go.
Just pretending to be normal people that are afraid of the virus. It's very brilliant, guys. It's absolutely.
Well, you have reasons for that. Furiosa. Yeah. I've been to Quebec. Ontario.
It's brilliant. They're not fooling me. They are not fooling me at all. Because I watch the Western media. I watch
Western media.
Sky News in Australia. YN in India. Indian news is the most truthful news in the world, actually. The Indian news is amazing. I mean, they've just been pumping out truth 24/7.
Pumping out truth.
Tracking the outbreak of the coronavirus across the world, we've brought you ground
Pumping out
reports from
truth
Wuhan.
24/7.
But now the focus is on one
Western-funded, inspired Indian media.
question: is the coronavirus a biological weapon? The question has been doing the rounds for a while now. It's been on our radars as well. The claim is that
I see what you're
coronavirus
saying,
is a weapon
Furiosa.
made by China and that the virus leaked out of a laboratory. Let's begin with the claim. Its origins. British newspaper.
I didn't mean any
the
insult.
Daily Mail was among the first to report this story. There's a lab in Wuhan, according to reports, which is close to the animal
Fucking
market.
India
The
for the
newspaper
win.
Suggested the virus could have leaked from there. At the center of all these claims is the Wuhan National Biosafety Laboratory. It's a level 4
Yeah, Jose,
lab. It was
I'm
built
with
to
that
study
too.
diseases like Ebola and SARS. It conducts research on.
So we can
deadly
laugh at
viruses.
this kind of stuff. We can laugh at this kind of stuff, but this is going on all over the world. This right-wing trash, lying propaganda by the media. It's unfucking believable. And the more people, I think a lot of people, particularly younger people, get it. Maybe not to the degree that it's happening, but the more left you go, the more you see it. And then older people, they still have a certain trust in, CNN and MSNBC, CBS, what I would call the legacy media. A lot of older people still have a trust in the legacy media. It's sad. I mean, they used to think that, like, when I was young, the adults that were running the world, Al Gore and his wife, they're getting all over the music and saying, "Oh, this music's going to make you a mass murderer if you listen to death metal or whatever, or rock and roll, right? It's going to make you this, it's going to make you that." But what's happened is they've all turned into 80-year-olds that watch fucking Fox and CNN. They can't read the New York Times anymore, but they can watch TV, and they watch all this shit, and it has turned their feeble brains to mush, and they see enemies everywhere, and they don't understand that it's their own system, their own economic system, their own political and socio-economic system, right? They don't get it, that it's capitalism that's killing them and making them afraid and making them, like, literally stupid. Oh no, but the kids were all going to turn into horrible people for listening to Judas Priest. We're all going to turn into horrible people for listening to, Alice Cooper. We're all going to like, really? We can't tell the difference between a video game and, like, Jesus Christ. But now they're all fucking watching the legacy TV. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, PBS. They're watching all that shit, Fox, and they think it's real. And it's turned their brains to mush. Like, I'm not that far removed from those people. I am boomer adjacent as fuck.
And it's barely 32 kilometers from the Hunan seafood market.
It's a truth factory in India right now. That's what it is. Because they have reports of like COVID coming out from labs and all this stuff, and they have amazing journalists over there. Okay, we're now arriving at one of the busiest stations, Zhujiang Xinjiang.
Oh my God, extropiant. Kids these days with their rock and rolls and hippity hop. I know that phrase. I don't know. Where is that? Like, is that like Golden Girls or some shit? That shit's funny.
And it used to be a place with a lot of foreigners, and the American embassy is here. God bless America. So we're gonna see a very busy
not a
station
nose
right
in
now.
sight. Not a
But
nose
no, this
in
is
sight.
after COVID, so it's gonna be all fake, guys. Don't be fooled.
Not a nose
Don't be
in
fooled. Even
sight.
if you see a foreigner here, don't be fooled by that, guys. Don't let the CCP pull the zombie over your eyes, okay? This is literally the land of the commuting dead.
Hey, here's the thing. You notice what you don't see? You don't see a bunch of people laid out sleeping with shopping bags, shopping carts and bags. You don't see people passed out on the platforms. You know what you don't see? You don't see a lot of elderly people. Why? Oh, it's commuter time. Elderly people aren't fucking working because you don't have to work. In this country, you don't work till you fucking fall over and die.
I mean, I gotta be
For your-
quiet, because if these zombies can smell that I have living flesh, they might come and bite me. So I gotta be really careful, guys.
You gotta be
I gotta
careful.
be really careful. And I'm trying to whisper right now, so I'm sorry if I'm not speaking loud. I don't want to arouse the zombies.
Don't arouse the zombies.
Some of them are fast runners, right? You know, some of them you can see, they actually look like they're breathing. So
Where are all the elderly people during the commute?
I don't know. I think the AI technology has made them look. They even have fake subway attendants over here, and
Attendants, not cops with guns. In New York City, there's fucking cops with machine guns and shit. With machine guns. Oh, by the way, Furiosa, I don't want to derail this. So all of what you just said has been addressed 10, 20, 50 times in this stream over the last year. And I'm willing to have those discussions, but just not right now. Right? Like, just not right now. But good faith, all of that you said. Yeah. I would recommend Furiosa. Write it down. Go and look at it right. Don't look at it right now, but bookmark it. My conversation. Go when you come to my channel, look for the highlights. Click on all highlights and hit the filter, all highlights, and look for the one that is me and Sarah Flounders talking about this book. She edited this book. It's a 3.5 hour conversation. So rather than a question here and a question there, seriously, watch that, listen to it, and then come back. Because I've covered that. These are very basic questions, and that's good, but I need to get through this. So I hope you understand that. And I just want to respect your question, but I also need to keep control of the flow, if that makes sense.
Guys, bringing you live on the ground reports. This is the zombie apocalypse starting here in Guangzhou, China. This is where it started. So if this footage is found on my dead corpse, just know that new moves on January 4th, 2021, I'm the one that discovered it, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be famous, but if I am famous, give me the credit. New moves, January 4th, 2021.
He spells it different. N-U-M-U. N-U-M. He spells it differently, but it's new moves.
A hero. I mean, I'm just trying to bring you guys the news, all right?
Today, we're talking to Global's Sam Cooper. He's been following this closely, and we're going to talk to him about why China would do this.
Give this guy a follow
consequences
on YouTube. Give him a follow.
Out that they have been lying about the extent of the outbreak there.
Do it.
But China, where
Give
the
him a
virus
follow.
was first detected, now seems to be containing it rather
N-U-M-U-V-E-S
well, with the
on
caveat
YouTube
that
and Facebook.
Experts question the reliability of that country's data. Experts question the reliability of that country's data.
Drunk.
Then growing by 3.2% and another 4.9% in the following quarters, according to Chinese data. That's some question. According to Chinese data, that's some question.
I love this.
And the world watched as it spread very quickly through Wuhan, and then as China took extreme measures like mandatory quarantines and travel bans and surveillance to contain the outbreak. And it seemed like these measures were working while the number of cases around the world kept going up.
Yeah.
Last month, there was a lot of optimism that China had gotten through the worst of it. But over the last couple of weeks, there have been a lot of reports that suggest that we may not actually have a full picture of what's been happening in China. That they've been downplaying the severity of the outbreak there since the beginning.
Do tell us.
And that they've actively been suppressing information that makes them look bad.
Oh my God. Oh, look at that. I love this. At the end. Oh man, I missed it. Hang on a second. Damn it. At the end, somebody asked, somebody earlier, hold on, let me fix this. So earlier, during the video, somebody came in and said, well, is this satire? What is this, right? And so I stopped it and said, it is. It's right? Totalitarian lockdown. Yes. The people are just so upset about being pulled out of poverty. Everybody's just so upset about having, free healthcare. Everybody's just so upset. God, it's pretty unbelievable. And here's the thing, like I'm sarcastic and I'm spicy. Am I spicy? Spicy? I do that. And it's not because, I'm smarter than you and I know things you don't know because I'm smarter. It's literally because I spend time in leftist organizations doing leftist work, activism, and organizing. And I'm a communist. So I have connections and people and resources I have access and understanding that, if you're just like somebody on Twitch cruising around politics because, oh, yeah, what do you think about Trump? Like, if that's, well, of course I'm going to look like who the fuck, who's this guy? What does he know? But I'm literally a communist. So, and I spend my life and all my free time doing communist stuff. Literally. I'm a communist and I do communist stuff. And part of that is learning about the different situations all around the world, vis-a-vis imperialism, oppressor nations, oppressed nations, things like that. So, when I come across a young man like this, or anybody, when I come across somebody in the media, YouTube or Facebook or TikTok or Instagram, when I come across somebody who's telling the truth, I want to lift them up. I want to offer them out. This is the red corner. This is the red corner, the communist red, not the GOP red, right? Literally, this is a corner in my room. This is the red corner. And this corner is literally at the left pole. Depends on which way you're looking. This corner is at the left pole of the Twitchesphere. There's some good company over here on the left pole. Silver L, Comrade Kenny. Yeah. There's some good company over here. I found a couple others as well. Right? So I'm just saying, if you're interested in what's come to the left corner. You don't have to agree, but here's what you can't do. You can't just like shitpost and argue, right? Because nobody's doing that tonight, which I really appreciate that. The people that are come here and they're like, yeah, I'm not really sure. I don't get it, right? It's okay. Like, geez, it took me a long time. It's just like, so this is kind of a debate-free zone where I just offer you stuff that I think is true and try to explain why I believe it's true and give some insights or opinions or, this and that, right? Dagda to Furiosa. The only reason China is, I want to say in quotes, state capitalist, was to open up the rest of the world and invest in new technology in China. Open up the rest of the world to investing in China to exploit their labor, bring in technology, and after a certain amount of time, that technology would be transferred to the Chinese. That was the deal. Let me get through the rest of this. New technology in China so that they have the growth to compete with other nations like they used to like they used to with a D. Yeah. So yeah, the short story is correct there, right there. So China needed to go from a backwards, semi-feudal peasant situation. And they needed the capital investments. They needed investments. They needed technology. And Deng made a deal. It wasn't just Deng. It was the whole party. Deng was the leader of the party for reasons, literally elected. He's the best we got. Hey, right? I mean, and he's like, okay, we'll make a deal. You can come in and you can build these factories. You can do this and this. We'll make sure you get the workers. And after a certain amount of time, that technology that you bring, that's ours. But hey, it's 10 years, 20 years, whatever the contract was. So this bullshit about, China's stealing technology is such crap. It's like, please, not even worth discussing. But that's what's going on. And the new Silk Road is the Belt and Road Initiative. And instead of the empire, the United Snakes and its allies, super exploiting the rest of the world through the IMF and the World Bank with a gun, with the US and NATO military guns to their heads, China's like, hey, we'll come in, we'll build build these roads, this infrastructure, this dam? What do you need? What do you need to do business with us? The belt and the road. The belt is maritime water. The road is the road on land, right? Belt and road. And it's a worldwide trading map. It's incredible. Should look at it sometime. And it's being demonized as if it's some bad thing. Like, I don't know, what was the interstate highway system in the United States in the 50s under Eisenhower? Was that demonized by Europe? Oh my God. They're building an interstate highway system. No, it was good for us. It was good for us. It was good for everybody. I don't know. It's like, this is a global interstate highway system. It's just a way to trade. Oh, you all about free trade? Well, let's trade freely, without guns to people's heads, without really bad terms from the IMF, without really bad terms from the World Bank, without the shakedown, without the gunboats, without the violence. Let's just do business, right? Like, let's just do business. Jose, you're going to do a Twitch channel. Nice. I can talk to you off camera sometime about that, just offline. Like, look, I'm just learning this stuff. Oh. Guess what? I'm a slow learner. Do you know what today is? True story. Today is my 1 year, yesterday actually, because now we're after midnight. My 1 year anniversary on Twitch. My 1 year anniversary on Twitch. I was interested in Twitch, and I knew that the COVID was coming. I saw it. Think about this. What is this, January 18th, 19th? I saw COVID in China. I went to a bunch of meetings and reports from, Chinese nationals because, I'm a communist. So I was like in a room with people who are giving presentations. In fact, one of the people that was giving a presentation co-edited this book. Did I mention this book? Capitalism on a Ventilator? Yeah. Soo-Hin Lee? Just saying. So I'm running sound. I mean, it was an International Action Center event. It wasn't a Workers' World event. And I'm like, that sounds really interesting. And so I asked Sarah, would you like some help running the sound? She's like, oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. So I came down, and he's giving this whole presentation, and we had a Q&A, and we're talking about it, and there's like 27 people in the room, 30. Okay, story time. Like 20 or 30 people in the room. And he's giving this presentation, and we're like, fuck. And it's going to hit the United States. This is early, like 1 year ago. Actually, it was in December. So I started looking at Twitch because I thought, well, if we're in a lockdown, what am I going to do? What can I do? Anyway, I don't want to give all the details. But I swear to you, this is true story. That got me to come to Twitch and started looking around. I'm like, there's nobody at the left pole. There's no Marxists here. There's no Marxist-Leninists. There's not even any trots here. There's no communist here. I'm like, okay. Let me try this. Now, I had no idea how Twitch worked. I didn't even know what Discord was. Barely knew what Twitch was. And my very first Twitch was about an incarcerated worker, a political political prisoner. I gotta ask, I did not look. Treble Damages, are you here? Oh, my very first Twitch. I almost want to cry. Hang on. All right. I don't know how I want to do this. Yeah. Announcements, maybe? Somewhere I put an announcement about my very first Twitch. All right. I don't want to do this. I'm just going to tell you about it. I'm not going to try to find the the video. Delbert, Africa. Political prisoner from Move, Philadelphia. 41 years in prison. 41 years in prison. Delbert, Africa, was being released for crime he did not commit. The Philadelphia Police Department totally just racist as fuck, ugly as fuck, wrong as fuck, fucked as fuck. I don't want to get into the story, but if you know anything about Move, MOVE, Move. So Delbert survived the attack. They threw him in prison 41 years. And he got out this time last year, about 2 days ago, or 1 day ago, last year. And my comrade Joe Piety in Philadelphia, longtime member of Workers' World, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, anti-racist. Joe was at the homecoming for Delbert. It was kind of like all the friends and family gather, and it was kind of a press conference-y thing, and Pam Africa was there, the Minister of Confrontation. But Pam didn't have her phone. Her phone wasn't juiced. She sees Joe. She's like, "Give me your phone. I'm going to live stream this." So Pam, this is a great story, and it's true. So Pam decides that she's going to live stream everybody that's in the reception area. I think it was was it a library? No, it was a bookstore. Anyway, wherever they were, it was and she's live streaming. She's looking at everybody, saying, "Hey, Delbert's coming home," and it's great. She's holding it. She's talking, and then Delbert comes down the street. Everybody runs out the street, right? And it was beautiful, but because Joe, his phone was live streaming, I'm like sitting at home and I scroll up on Facebook. I'm like, "Oh, look at this. Delbert's coming home." So I had been looking at Facebook, or I'd been looking at Twitch, and I was like, "Well, there's a mobile app for Twitch." I had not even been to the desktop yet. I'm like, "Let me fire up the mobile app and let me share screen." So I went on Twitch on my account that I had made, but nothing. I didn't have a Discord. I didn't have anything. It was just I made an account with a passcode. So I dialed into my account on a passcode 1 year ago today, and I live streamed Joe's phone being held by Pam Africa, and it was the most intense and beautiful thing. And I think the intensity of that and the immediacy, that's the other word. The immediacy. Yeah, I got goosebumps. So my whole body has goosebumps. The immediacy of that is what drew me to Twitch. And I'm like, I just live streamed Delbert Africa coming home after 41 years on Twitch because I saw a Facebook live stream from Joe that was being done with Joe's phone, being handled and narrated by Pam Africa. So that's how I became interested in Twitch. Really interested. And when I looked around in the political section, nobody was doing anything like this. So that's why I'm here, my friends. So if you want to give a follow, yeah, I'm going to play the duck song. I'm going to play silly stuff. I'm going to play punk rock. Yeah, Dorian, hey. Hey, babe, how are you? Yeah, it was 1 year ago yesterday. Now it's the 19th. If you look in my, if you go on a different browser tab and you go back as far as you can go on highlights, you'll find the original of Delbert Africa coming home. Now, Delbert passed before he made it a year out of prison, but he spent 41 years. 41. Oh, Marks, please. Marks, please, right? Can we get some happy dancing? Can we get some happy dancing with Marks? Oh, I bet I could. I bet I can find it. Oh, I bet I can find it. Now that should give Marks the little dancer, but I feel like this is so heavy, right? Like I'm kind of going through my mindset about all of this at the time. So it's a year ago. It's a year ago. And Delbert came home. Anyway, and so he passed this year. But he came out. And I saved it. So, is this guy full of shit? Sometimes, you know what? Oh, sometimes I might slur my words. Sometimes I might misspeak. Sometimes I don't really quite know 100%. Is that, I think it is, but I'm not sure. But I promise you 100% of the time, I'm genuine and I'm serious. And if you'd like to support the causes that I support, you can support me. Or you can at least tell somebody, support, like throw $5, whatever. Or tell people to come to my stream, right? Yeah, rest in power. Rest in power. And we're gonna do the 8-bit Marks dance. Happy streamiversary. It's my streamiversary. It's my streamiversary. Oh man. So that story, man, that's just like, oh God. Marks, please. PLS. Marks PLS. Marks PLS. Yeah, I don't like that one. I don't like that one. I love that one. Oh my God, that's the best. Oh my God. Quality. Quality. Marks, please. You have to have better TV, better Twitch TV. Better Twitch TV, the extension. I don't like that one. That's like minor keys and backwards. That's weird. Oh, you couldn't get it to loop? Oh, sorry. Dorian, thank you for trying. I don't like that one at all. Do not like that one. Do not like that one. No. Oh, I like this. Can we listen to this? It's less than 2 minutes. It's less than 2 minutes. All right. So I've got more interesting content to come. And yes, if you're a regular, you're going to see some repeats. And you'll see them, a few nights in a row, a couple of weeks in a row, and I'll give them a rest. And I think within a year, I could have a whole folder, right? And I could hit the right thing once I figure out how to use what do they call that thing? A macro thing? I can figure it out. Just right now, I can't quite figure it out. So I'm doing the best I can. So comrades, let's rally, and the last fight shall we make. So there's so many different versions, but it's the final conflict, or I like comrades come to rally, but race, 'tis the final conflict. They showed the orchestra in the beginning. Why are they up in the ditch? Yes, it's called a pit. It's pretty normal. Oh my God.
Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice.
What?
You don't.
You don't?
You have no choice.
You have no
You
choice?
have owners. They own you.
They own me?
They own everything. They
Say
own
that
all
so.
the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want.
What do they want?
Well, we know what they want.
What do they want?
More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want.
What?
They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
That's
against their interest. That's right.
Get the fuck out of here.
They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table to figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago.
No.
They don't want that.
No.
You know what they want? They
What?
want obedient workers.
Get the fuck out.
Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money.
Say it ain't
They want your fucking retirement money.
No.
They want it back.
That
so
can't
they
be
can
true.
Give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street.
That can't be
you know
true.
Something? They'll get it. They'll get it.
No, they won't get it.
Because they own this fucking place. It's a big club.
No.
And you ain't in it.
Well, that's true. That's true. It's a big club.
You and I are not in the big club.
We're not in the big club.
By the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged.
No.
And nobody seems to notice.
Nobody seems to care.
Good, honest, hardworking people. White collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hardworking people.
Good, honest, hardworking
These
people.
are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck
They
about
don't give a...
that.
Oh, fuck
They don't
me.
give a
What
fuck
happened
about you.
here?
They don't give a fuck about you.
Every time I do that.
They don't care about you.
They don't
at
care
all.
about you.
At all. At all. It's called the American Dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
My apologies. I was trying to set something up. I'm still a little boomer.
More interesting videos like this one.
I'm still a little boomer, and so when I duck out of Chrome, because this was on Chrome on YouTube, George Carlin, right? I played George Carlin audio. I played that 1,000 times in my lifetime. Yeah, 600. I played it because it's so true. Played it on every radio show I've ever done, which is only one prior to this. And it was on the internet and nobody listened. Well, that's not quite true. But I always play it. But I found this animate, like the anime thing. That animate version, it's fucking dope. I'm sorry you couldn't see the whole thing. My apologies. But that's part of my boomer shit, right? It's part of my boomer shit. But you know, part of being a boomer or boomer adjacent is you can recognize shit that needs to be heard. You can recognize talent. You can recognize shit for what it is. And this right here, even though the original song I'm not such a fan of, this right here, straight fucking fire. Straight fucking fire. A year in review. We didn't start the fire. I don't even think it's a parody. It's just different words to the old Billy Joel song, We Didn't Start the Fire. This is have you been paying attention to the news this year? This. 2020 bingo. We need a 2021 bingo. Welcome to my stream. My name is Pinko the Bear. I am here for hours and hours, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights.
Harry, Meghan, World War III, protest for democracy, Mr. Peanut, Trump impeachment, cheering on a show. Wildfires, Liam Miggs at UK with the formal Brexit, Kobe Bryant, Billie Eilish, WH show.
There we go. Let me get myself in the right place.
Super Bowl, Chiefs won, Buttigieg, Nancy's done, Trump won, impeachment fight, Oscar wins for Parasite, Roger Stone and Weinstein go to jail guilty, birds of prey and Sonic movie, COVID spreading worldwide.
Oh, I gotta get rid of the CC. They got their own CC.
COVID-19 lock it down, we're in a pandemic now, toilet paper, sanitizer, did you just cough? Homeschool, market fall, now I'm in a Zoom call, shut down, canceled, we all got laid off.
Wow.
TikTok, cans clean, Tom Nook made me quarantine, Joe Exotic travel ban, got 1200 Disneyland, Mojo, UFO, drinking bleach, oh no, mask your nose, distance woes, Kim Jong-un a no-show.
But they got the necromancy in the DPRK. Murder hornets.
Babies, rain on me, hydroxychloroquine, BLM, say her name, racial justice reclaim, stop with the homicide, protesting for what is right.
It's my life right here.
Insurrection, turf war, space rocket, locust swarm, monuments brought down, theaters are a ghost town.
Yeah.
YouTube, K-pop stands, ruining Trump's rally plans.
K-pop stands. Oh God, this is so like if you don't know the original song, this might not be that funny, but if you know the original song, Jesus Christ. Ow!
Camel film, no plan, gotta make an OnlyFans, Dems, now I'm Biden, goodbye Chadwick Boseman.
Sorry.
WAP is in my cranium, cake is causing mania, Kanye, Philbin, give me more Battinson, folklore, BTS, take another COVID test, all these people passed away, I don't know what else to say. We didn't stop the virus, yeah, the cases doubled and we were in trouble.
Jesus Christ.
We didn't stop the virus, there was deep division, we just wouldn't listen. Postal cut, Twitter hack, Willy Wonka, Wildcat, heat wave, Rittenhouse, Tucker, you can shut your mouth. Lebanon, Bryce Hall, California fire.
Wow.
Cottage core, asteroid screaming right into the void.
Oh.
750, yeah, right. Amy Comey Barrett fight.
Bass as fuck.
Fostered, Red is the imposter. Fall guys, RBG, Zendaya and AOC. Trump is getting pushy. Gotta got that pussy. We didn't stop the virus.
Oh my God, this is the shit.
We didn't stop the virus.
the sad thing is if you're too young to know the original song that she's parodying.
LA wins, Quibi down. Donald Trump is COVID now. Moon's wet, big rich. Johnny Depp, big stretch. Voting early, alcohol, jerking on a Zoom call. Rudy in reporter's bed. There's a fly on Pence's head. Mail-in ballots, count the days. Steve Kornacki needs a raise. Flipping states, landscapes, thrown out court case. Winning Pennsylvania, RVP is Kamala. Biden won the voting war. Trump won't get another ball. 2020's finally over. Trump is not conceding, but he will be leaving. 2020's finally over. It will soon be gone, but it sure went on and on and on and on and on and on.
Jesus Christ.
We didn't stop the virus.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Vaccines emerging, but these cases surging. We didn't stop the virus. Families may unravel, but you shouldn't travel. 2020's finally over.
Oh, the monolith, yeah. That's some Burning Man shit right there.
2020's finally over.
Wow.
We have finally lost it, and I'm just exhausted.
And I'm just exhausted. Oh. Look at this. I normally don't play the ads afterwards, but that shit was so dope. So dope. So dope. 20. Oh, should we look at the 2019 in review? I don't know. Oh my God, no, I don't want to do that. Wow.
Right now we're gonna get.
No, Jimmy, we're not. Sorry, dude. Sorry. Jesus fucking Christ, man. How about that? So if you don't know, if that didn't like move you, it's probably because you don't know the original Billy Joel song, "We Didn't Start the Fire." It came out like, I don't know, mid 80s. After his real career was over. No. Anyway, that was just dope as fuck in my book. But anyway. The monolith, my theory on the monolith is that was, well, Burning Man was canceled. So somebody with an art project who was thinking about bringing it to Burning Man decided to do a global art project. I've heard some people try to say it's Banksy, but that's not his style. Just not his style. That's more of a Burning Man artist style. I should know. I've been there for 10 years in a row. I don't go anymore. Health concerns. Plus, for the money I spend that I don't have because I can't work because of my heart and operations and entire life. Yeah, I can't go anymore. I'm done. I'm still a big fan of art, though. I love art. Art is the bomb. Art is the bomb diggity. Let's look at my Discord. Let's do this. Welcome. If you just walked in, welcome. Bugs Cuddle. You came at a based time. Just saying. Let's look. So earlier in my Discord, we were talking about don't talk to the feds, don't talk to cops, and I gave a bunch of suggestions about, what to say, what not to say if the feds knock on your door. Right? Do you remember that? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. If you don't, I'm gonna drop it in the chat room. This is a double time thing. I see it didn't take. Yeah, I can't do it that way. It's way too long. So you come to the announcements. Come to the announcements section. Come to the announcements section in my Discord. And you will find stuff like this. It's important. If you're an activist, if you're an organizer, it's important to know how to act, what to do, what to say, It really is. Yeah. Oh, you can like, oh, you're cheering that they're shaking down the right wing. Okay. You're happy that Trump is knocked off of the Twitter. Okay. They're going to do it to you, and then they're going to do it to us. They're going to do it to you, and then they're going to do it to us. We really, really have to just kind of not go there. Oh, I got a thing I want to watch. I have not been able to do this. I was off for a couple days, right? A couple of things I want to watch. I have to pee, though. I have to pee, damn it. I have to pee. So we're going to start with James from the internet. If you don't know James from the internet, yeah, you're going to know him here in a second. We're going to do James, and then we're going to do, if I'm not back in time, I will be. I've got a few things for you. If we want to chat after James, I will see activity in chat. I'm good with stopping and chatting. But not during a thing. When a thing is going, don't ask off-topic questions. Talk to each other, off-topic, all you want. But if you're talking to me, don't ask me to stop the thing that we're on to talk about something else. So we're going to listen to James. I'm going to pee. And I got some things lined up that I think are pretty good. Mellow greetings, everyone. I just want to set this up, make sure I get it right. Oh, jeez. Mellow greetings, everyone. There he is. Ready? Here comes James. I'll leave myself up here in the upper right. Don't go away. This is great. I got to pee.
Mellow greetings, everybody. My name is James. I am from the internet. Today we are going to be talking about Congressional Representative Lauren Boebert. Now, if you don't know who she is, that's okay. You're going to. I'm going to get you up to
This is amazing.
All of the fun that is Lauren Boebert, and then
all of the fun that is Lauren Boebert.
To you why she might be the most important person in the United States government today.
Yeah,
that's her. And if you're asking yourself,
horrifying piece of shit.
Why is a congressional representative walking around with a pitcher of iced tea and a Glock in the middle of whatever?
God, he's funny.
Some sort of country diner. Well, I'm
some
going
sort.
to explain that as well.
I bet you can,
I'd
James.
paint a picture, and out of all the photos out there of her, this was the most accurate depiction. Now, Boebert is one of 13.
I gotta pee, but y'all handle this. It's gonna be great.
Who are women and members of the GOP. The majority of them
I gotta get water too.
Like Boebert, in so much that they are very, very fringe. Many of them are QAnon adherents, and almost all of them, much like Boebert, look like they could actually be a host on Fox News. Consider them sort of the anti-squad. They are the conservatives' answer to Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. Yeah, they're like the dirty baker's dozen. Only they all have guns, they all love pipelines, and they all think women should shut up and stay in the kitchen, even though they're women who are serving as representatives in Congress. But I digress. Let us take a little bit of a dive into Lauren Boebert, explain to you who she is, and why you should really know more about her, all right? Here we go. Lauren Boebert vowed to shake things up in Congress. She's delivered in her first week. The high school dropout with a history of minor run-ins with the law used her first tumultuous week in office to cement her far-right and extremist credentials while also setting off a widespread war of criticism. This article is from the Colorado Sun, and it is her hometown newspaper. As she barnstormed across the 3rd Congressional District last year with a pistol on her hip and a steady stream of Democrat-aimed insults rolling off her tongue, Lauren Boebert promised to make a big, loud splash in the nation's capital if voters sent her to Congress. Colorado's newest U.S. representative has delivered on that in spades, and in just 1 week. Since she was sworn in on January 3rd, Boebert has been the focus of more ink and airtime than she ever racked up at Shooter's Grill, her rifle restaurant, where she first took her star turn in the media for serving burgers and fries with a holstered gun and having all her waitresses do the same. And now that picture from the beginning makes a little more sense. Again, I really want to paint an accurate picture of just who this woman is before I drop the 2-ton anvil of reality on you. After her first week in office, she's already facing a roar of criticism that includes calls and petitions for her resignation, her expulsion from Congress, and her prosecution for alleged sedition connected to the riots at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Anti-Boebert letters to the editor have been piling up in newspapers across her district. Letter writers have called her a nut job, a national security risk, a disgrace, a domestic terrorist, and the most embarrassing thing to ever happen to Colorado. If any of you have ever lived in Colorado or are familiar with Colorado, damn. So I think it's fair to say that a wide swath of her constituency is already having buyer's remorse, and they're stuck with her until 2022. Well, maybe. Protests have occurred at all of her Colorado offices. On Twitter, the hashtag #ResignBoebert has gone viral as opponents call for her immediate resignation, along with that of her fellow Colorado Republican U.S. Rep, Doug Lamborn, for, quote, helping to incite last week's deadly violence. Across the district she represents, where her constituents are struggling with the burdens of the pandemic and with perennial issues related to land and water, residents either want to give a brand new Congresswoman a break and time to get her feet on the ground in D.C., or they want her expelled now because they view her as dangerous and worthless when it comes to representing their interests. I wonder which of these will pan out to be the more accurate view of her as we continue this video. The controversy began on Boebert's first day in office when she released a slick campaign fundraising video that starts with her holstering her Glock and then shows her striding down streets and alleys in Washington, D.C., a city that bans the open carrying of guns and requires concealed carry permits. The video came after she had vowed to carry her weapon in the halls of Congress and convinced a cadre of Republicans to push for a change allowing for that. This was day one. She came in as the gun candidate. I'm the gun girl. Pew, 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 pew. The only difference between her and Poopy Pants Gun Girl, well, other than the poopy pants, is the fact that she doesn't have a horrible Twitter account like Liberty Hangout. The morning before the mob attack, Boebert tweeted, "Today is 1776, referring to the American Revolution. Then she made her debut on the House floor with a shouted, hand-waving tirade about why she was voting to overturn the results of the presidential election and try to keep President Trump in office. She referred to her need to support her constituents who were in the crowd outside. Quote,
pew,
I
pew,
have constituents
pew.
outside this building right now. I promised my voters to be their voice." Again, once we're done with this video, you can holler at me and let me know if you believe she is actually being a voice for her constituents.
Yeah, maybe.
Also, side note, her constituency is not MAGA people. Her constituency
Exactly.
is all the people who live within the district in Colorado that she was elected to represent. Back to the action. During the siege on the Capitol, Boebert live tweeted that Pelosi had been removed from...
I'm sorry. Back to the action at hand. I just want to say this. I interrupted him. I know. I went and got a bottle of wine, and I went and got some water. I almost didn't watch this because I don't care about electoral politics, and I don't care about a lot of this stuff, right? But because he thought it was good enough and important enough to make it the one thing that he's responsible for, he's got one job: to do a 15-minute deal for Act.TV. That's his fucking job. And he decided to focus on her. I thought, you know what? I'll take a look at it. But I didn't know just how backwards. I mean, I know they're backwards. I just didn't know how horrible this situation. I mean, I know it's bad, but the way he frames it and the way he explains it, how did she even get elected? Well, let's watch. Unbelievable. And bless you, James, for this.
In the chamber, which some critics took to be a message to the mob. In the wake of the riot, Boebert issued a lengthy news release in which he defiantly asserted that Democrats and Hollywood elites, Robert De Niro, Madonna, and Johnny Depp, called for mob violence on other occasions, including during the BLM demonstrations this summer.
Johnny Depp, everybody.
Yes, when I think of people exhorting violence out in the street from an angry mob, I too think of
Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp.
Pew pew
The
pew
latest
pew.
controversial action in the week of snowballing controversy came when she refused to open her bag for Capitol Police.
Yes, James, but at least you've heard of Johnny Depp, right?
After it set off a metal detector Tuesday evening as she was attempting to enter the House chambers. Point of fact, if you're a congressional representative and you own
Right,
a licensed
Extropian.
firearm,
Right.
you are allowed to carry it with you on Capitol
Right.
grounds and in your office.
Reagan.
You are not, however, allowed to bring a firearm into the actual House chamber.
Say it ain't so,
That is
really?
exactly what she tried to do.
You can't go in the House chamber with it?
My liberty.
That's fucked up.
Now, perhaps the most important thing in this
That's
entire
fucked up.
article from the Colorado Sun is what happened when they reached out to many of Boebert's vocal fans and supporters to try to get a comment, and they were met with a stone wall because people are
A stone
laying
wall?
low.
Keep saying it so.
Especially right here, this one's going to become important in just a couple of minutes. Quote, Edward Wilkes, a friend and advisor of Boebert's who owns a gun shop near Boebert's Shooter's Grill, said he would
Shooter's
not comment
Grill.
because he didn't like how the Colorado Sun had characterized a group he belongs to in a past article. Wilkes is a member of the Oath Keepers, a paramilitary organization made up of current and former law enforcement officials and military veterans. The Southern Poverty Law Center listed as one of the largest radical anti-government groups in the country. Our constituency. This is the constituency that she is referring to.
Yes.
It appears that her ties to such groups like the Oath Keepers run deep. Wilkes and fellow Oath Keepers have come out in the past to serve as protection for Boebert during her campaign and reportedly were part of the crowd that turned into the mob storming the Capitol. No. Shut the front door.
Shut the
I'm
front
shocked.
door.
I'm not really
Shut the front door.
Boebert's mother, Sean Bentz, did not respond to a Facebook message asking for comment about her daughter's first week in office. Bentz, who's an
Shut
open
the
supporter
front
of
door.
QAnon on social media, went to Washington with her daughter for her swearing-in ceremony. She was pictured with her at that ceremony and mentioned that she'd gone on detailed tours of Capitol buildings with her daughter. She was staying with Boebert in her D.C. apartment that first week, according to her social media posts. More on the importance of that in just a second.
Jesus
When
Christ.
Boebert was confronted during her campaign about expressing support for QAnon in a recorded interview, she backed up the statement and said, "Oh no, that was more my mother's thing." Okay, so why exactly is Lauren Boebert so goddamn important in everything that's going on?
Why? Tell us.
Well,
Tell us.
originally, after the insurrectionists stormed the Capitol building, there was talk that Boebert had taken members of the Oath Keepers and other groups on a guided tour of the House the day before the insurrection.
Say it ain't so.
supposedly on a scouting mission. Well, it turns out somebody finally confirmed that shit happened, who wasn't just Boebert's crazy mother, who already said that her daughter gave her and other people guided tours of the House, even though Boebert has said the entire week she's been far too busy to do any such
Way
thing.
too busy.
Rep. Steve Cohen confirms that Lauren Boebert gave a large tour prior to the attack on the Capitol.
I want to ask you about something specific, because several of your colleagues have alleged that the rioters may have received inside help, including raising the prospect of tours conducted or with the okay of fellow sitting members of Congress. This is quite a charge to make. Have you seen any hard evidence to substantiate that allegation?
What is it? What is it? Come on now. Come
One
on.
thing that I've seen, Congressman Yarmouth refreshed my recollection yesterday.
Oh, you to refresh your recollection. Okay.
Congressman Boebert taking a group of people for a tour sometime after the 3rd and before the 6th. I don't remember the day we were walking in a tunnel. We saw her and commented that who she was, and she had a large group with her.
So there are now multiple representatives who have confirmed that Boebert took people on tours through the House, even though she denied having done it because she had no time, because she had just gotten sworn in. Was very
Well,
busy
she was busy.
in her first week.
She was busy.
doing busy congressional rep stuff.
She was really
like
busy.
Giving her mom tours.
Yeah,
Now, real
well,
quick,
it
before I tie
happens.
this all together with a pretty little bow, I want to do what Boebert and her ilk like to do while they're backing the blue and decrying everybody as a horrible criminal who are literally the reason and excuse why police need hundreds of billions of dollars a year and complete immunity from all prosecution around the country. Lauren Boebert is a full-on criminal.
No.
She is a violent
Full-on criminal?
She has been arrested
Say it ain't
more
so.
times than Joe Biden has been elected. And that dude's like 130. So now we know that Lauren Boebert is a violent thug with a criminal past who thinks that she should be able to bring her firearms into
Listen
the
to
very
that.
bowels
Listen
of
to that.
Congress where apparently
casing the
she
fucking
gave
joint.
tours to insurrectionists leading up to the insurrection.
Connect the
so
dots,
they could
James.
garner
Connect the dots.
information
My grandfather
as to
needs
the
to hear
layout of
this.
The building and where all
My
the
father
important
needs to hear
spots
this.
were. And members of the Oath Keepers have even confirmed that they have worked as security for Lauren Boebert, work with her in her community, and consider her a friend.
Christ.
So how does all of this tie together? Well, it turns out this morning, shit hit the fan.
No.
FBI moves on alleged members of extremist groups, Oath Keepers, and 3%ers. I wonder if we're going to see any old friends in here.
Let's look.
A heavy metal guitarist,
Shall we look?
leader of a Colorado paramilitary
Shall we look?
training group, and two
Who's in
self-styled
here?
militia members from
Who's-
Ohio
who's
have
in
been charged
here?
with taking part in the riot at the Capitol last
Tell me
week.
more. Tell
as
me
the
more.
FBI ratchets up its investigation into the role extremist groups played in storming the building. Also charged in a court filing made public Sunday, Robert Guesswine, 24,
Oh, this
of Cripple
motherfucker.
Creek, Colorado.
24 years old. This
Court
motherfucker.
papers say
This
that
motherfucker.
Guesswine is affiliated with an Oath Keepers related extremist group called the 3%ers, and that he assaulted federal officers outside the Capitol with bear spray and a baseball bat, encouraged other rioters as they broke a window of the Capitol building, entered, and then charged through the Capitol building.
Oh. Jose Santiago, West New York, CPUSA backup. From your lips to Lennon's ears. Just saying. Fuck yeah. Look, I don't, he's an anarchist. And his name on Twitch, his handle on Twitch is Pragmatic Anarchist. Pragmatic Anarchist. Everyone should follow Pragmatic Anarchist. I'm just saying. And I don't want to be divisive, but I love him, but I just think he ought to leave the pragmatic anarchist realm and come to the light. Come to the light. Come to the left corner, not only of the Twitchesphere, but come. We'll leave the light on for you. I don't want to be divisive. I just think he ought to be a communist. Says Panko the Bear. Oh, he's so good.
Do you smell that connection? Guesswine.
Wait a minute. He changed? Oh, he changed it? Well, that makes sense. I mean, really, he's James from the internet and has been for, how many years? But James from the one, internet is the one. I see. Nice. Thank you, Dorian. Appreciate that.
Runs a private paramilitary training group called the Woodland Wild Dogs.
Say it ain't so.
And a patch of that group is visible.
Listen to this shit, what he's throwing down right
here.
here. Watch this.
An FBI affidavit said. Guesswine gave a media interview in which he echoed anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, the affidavit said, and said his message to Congress was, quote, that they need to get the corrupt politicians out of office. Pelosi, the Clintons, every single one of them. Biden, Kamala. Yeah.
Pretty sure the Clintons have been out of office for a while.
Yeah, that's right. They're all Democrats. Because Democrats like to eat babies.
And Kamala's literally not in office yet till later today.
In the basement of Ping Pong Pizza in Washington, D.C.
Ping Pong
which,
Pizza.
by the way, doesn't actually have a basement.
Pizzagate.
Oath patches and logos
Pizzagate.
were prominently worn by a number of those in the mob that day. It's one of the largest self-described militia groups in the United States, claiming tens of thousands of members. We have previously covered them. They claim to have up to 30,000 members, all of whom are either former law enforcement or former military, all of whom have hundreds of hours of range time.
However, there are people on the left who have hundreds of hours of range time. They are so far left that you get your guns back.
The group's founders argued that current and former U.S. military and law enforcement members can adhere to their oath to defend the Constitution
Not my joke,
against
his.
all enemies, foreign and domestic, while refusing orders or even fighting to resist tyranny. Of course, they fail to mention who gets to be the arbiter of who the enemy is. Prosecutors have made it a Tier 1 top priority to determine whether there was an overarching command and control and whether there were organized teams that organized to breach the Capitol building to accomplish some type of a mission inside the Capitol.
Slima beans. Oh my God. Come Come for the GOP red. Stay for the communist red. Seriously. Come for the GOP red. Stay for the communist red. Nice.
I.e.
Oh,
kidnapping
is there a raid?
or executing
Oh shit.
Mike Pence.
What's going on? Oh, my friends. Da da da. Unelectable airwaves. Unelectable airwaves. Raiding in with 5 friends. Just at the right time. As James from the internet ends. That was a good song. I just made it up. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was pleasant and beautiful and dreamy. Oh, I can't hit the high notes. Oh, man. Oh, Modest, I thought you left. You told everybody you were leaving. Shout out to Unelectable Airwaves. Can we do oh, you did it. You can follow them at can we do it like this? Hold on. Can we do it like this? Like this and like that and like this, Santa. Like that and like this and like this, Anna. Let me go over here. Let me do that. Let me go like this. S-O Unelectable Airwaves. Does that work? Look at that. Unelectable Airwaves. They've been doing politics stream called Remote Viewing Pompeo's Dark Heart. Oh my God. You know, I clearly am not done with this, James, from the internet segment. There's just like a little bit, but that shit is funny. Remote viewing. Hold on. Remote viewing of Pompeo's Dark Heart. That's dope. Okay, James, take us home. Take us home, James.
And or Nancy Pelosi, but it may be weeks or months before the FBI settles on an answer to find out the actual motivations of some of the groups. Geiswein is recognizable in a YouTube video of the riot in which he appears to be assaulting officers, the FBI said. He's seen wearing a distinctive Army-style helmet marked with orange tape and patches.
Yeah, this fucking guy.
Vest,
this guy.
Goggles, and a black patterned backpack, the FBI said. Geiswein also was recorded watching a helmeted group break a Capitol window with a riot shield and 2x4 plank, climbing through the opening and helping others enter. Well, it turns out that our friend Geiswein, this is him right here, well, he is from Colorado. He's a friend of Lauren Boebert's. In fact, he likes to hang out at her bar.
At her fucking bar in Colorado.
With his other 3%er and Oath Keeper buddies. So yeah, while it may be weeks or
all with the white power, all with the white power sign and the 3%er signs. You see this? This is not okay, particularly when it's reversed. This is, I'm a racist, I'm a Nazi. This bullshit sign that you see, this is not a joke. These people want to kill us. It is not a joke, and they are not LARPing. Just saying. Not a joke and not LARPing.
even months.
And this person in Congress, these assholes are hanging out at her bar called Shooters, where she requires all of her waitresses to carry weapons on full display while they serve hamburgers and beer. I'm just saying. I think we can do better. I think we can do better.
everything gets confirmed by the FBI and they file the large-scale charges of organized insurrection, it appears that Lauren Boebert, in less than a week in office, has done, gone, and stepped in it. Now, I'm not saying that she aided and abetted insurrectionists. I'm just saying that the FBI most assuredly thinks that she has aided and abetted insurrectionists. Be curious to see how long it takes them to find out if that's actually a thing. All right, everybody, stay tuned. Biden's inauguration is tomorrow. Good Lord, no idea what's going to happen in the next 24 hours. So until then, keep your head on the swivel, keep your eye on the prize. My name is James. I'm from the internet, and I'm out.
Jesus Christ. So if you don't follow act.tv, James's part, that's the only part I am vouching for. Let's be clear. There's a lot of act.tv that's out there. I vouch for his part. 15 minutes a day, every day. He's also back on Twitch in his personal time. I vouch for that. I just wish he would quit being an anarchist and be a Marxist-Leninist. I know it's a wish. We can all dream, because he is such a good presenter and such a good, I don't know, he's so good in the shit that he does. I just wish he was a Marxist-Leninist and was on this tip. Just saying. I'm just saying. So I want to open this up. Hold on a second. I'm going to open this up. Bam. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Unelectable airwaves and friends. Thank you for coming in. By the way, I'm really close. Like, today's my 1-year anniversary on Twitch. My Twitch anniversary. 1 year and 1 day. I'm almost to 1,000 followers, which is actually totally meaningless, because 3/4 of those followers are hate followers, and half of those are just like one guy, one bot, like one guy who's like, you know. But still, the number looks good. 1,000 followers. I got like 47 followers. 36, 72, whatever it is, right? And we get like 15, 20, 25 people in here. Well, modest proposal, you deserve to be timed out sometimes, right? It's like, because like every stream is different, and every host has a different way they approach things. And so I don't like to, anyway, I don't, it doesn't matter. I've timed you out. That's okay. Like, here's the deal. If I time you out, that's all it is a timeout. It's not like, oh, don't ever come back here. Well, does anybody remember what a modest proposal actually is? Anybody? Anybody? Don't search it. Don't search it. Don't Google it. See, modest proposal? You made Carl pee in the pool. Carl, the follow otter? Carl just peed in the pool. See, Junk Lord, I knew you'd know what a modest proposal was. It reminds me of a Shel Silverstein song. Actually, it's a poem. Can I do a poem? Would you like a poem? I'll do a poem for you. I'll do a poem. There's a meeting. What do you call that? A intersectionality between eating babies, the modest proposal, and Shel Silverstein, and Pinko the bear, and his statue bear. all coming together. And this is what this is the beauty of life. Modest proposal. What are the elements? Modest proposal, Shel Silverstein, eating babies. There was a fourth piece of it. Anyway, here it goes. Ready? Someone ate the baby. It's rather sad to say. Someone ate the baby, so she won't be out to play. We'll give away her toys and clothes. We'll never have to wipe her nose. Dad says, well, that's the way it goes. Someone ate the baby. Someone ate the baby. It is absolutely clear. Someone ate the baby because the baby isn't here. What a frightful thing to do. The police haven't got a clue. I simply can't imagine who would go and eat the baby.
Hello, citizens of Autodale, and welcome to tonight's PSA.
Okay.
What is a model citizen?
Well, I'm home.
How was work today, honey?
It was a delight.
Well, families of Autodale, a model citizen is a providing father. A model citizen is a caring mother, all in service of a scrappy young boy or girl. A model child raised by a model family to become a model citizen of their own.
Nice. Everybody wants to be a model
Autodale
citizen.
is hardly automatic. You and your families are the gears that keep our engines turning and turning. And let us hope that this perfect cycle never ends.
Welcome to my stream, where I recite poetry and curate shit from the internet. On the left-hand side. On the left-hand side.
Mr. and Mrs. Robinson, daily check. How are we doing tonight? Well, work was a delight.
Oh, dinner was just wonderful.
And Junior's just been tucked in. Splendid.
Splendid.
Taking after his father, I'd hope. Seems everything's in order.
That's an English C-3PO.
So soon.
Wouldn't care to join my lovely lady for a dance, would you, Joe? One day, Mrs. Robinson. Not today. You disappointed the lady, Joe. Deepest apologies, Robinson family. But duty calls. It would seem the cycle never ends.
Bum, 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 bum. Dun,
And
dun,
when the time
dun.
comes, when your model child is grown up and is ready to start a model family of their own, a true model citizen knows that their duties are finished and their course is run.
I think it's time.
I was kind of hoping that the cycle would never end.
This is some Fallout shit. Quality entertainment. It's not what you came for, but it's what you need. Just saying.
I'm so proud of him.
We did good. You did indeed, Robinsons. true model citizens.
Fuck. Uh-oh.
Thank you, Joe. Deepest apologies, Robinsons. Duty calls.
No shit.
I'm afraid Autodale is hardly automatic. And your families
are what keep our engines turning and turning. Let us hope that this perfect cycle never ends.
Damn. Scouring the internet to curate content for you because you have better things to do. My name is Pinko the Bear. This is what I do all day. I look for shit that I want to talk about.
Hello, this is David. I hope you all enjoyed my return to Autodale. Special thanks to Ashley, Ryan Turpin, Devin V, Lizzie Lizard, Laird Ear, Ninja of Orthanc, Triskelios, Sam Milson, Cullen Kelly, Connor Hewitt, Viridian, Victoria, George Story, Guardian of Energy, and Brooke Watson.
I normally don't let the credits play, but I have a thing. I totally have a thing. I have a crush. I have a bear crush on art. People who do art that are really good at art. I fucking love it. I have more art coming the way. I have more art coming. I do. I have more art coming. I swear to God. See, now I'm going to have to move all those Lenins. See all that? I have to move all of that stuff. I have to move them all. I have to move them up here because why? Because no, that's in Spanish. That's in Spanish, yeah. I can leave them down here. Good. Here we go. I'm just going to leave them down here. Here we go. Boom. We're going to play it, baby. It's only 45. It's only 6 minutes long. We're going to play it. We're going to play it. We're going to play it. J Miles, what's going on, man? Yeah, you got to have imagination. I'm going to, random question? You have a random question? J Miles? Cannoli and grenades? Oh my God. Alcoholic anarchist is Dispish. How y'all doing? I don't know, man. How you doing? Welcome. We've been having fun. We've been talking serious stuff and having fun and doing some art in between the serious stuff. Serious stuff, art, fun, 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 serious stuff, art, 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 more farts, serious stuff. Farts are fun, serious stuff, art, farts. After the revolution, more fun and farts and less serious stuff. Just saying. Random question. How do you think Africa will fit into the world once it is modernized in X amount of years? I know it's pretty broad, but I'm guessing I'm referring to how it will fit in with the rest of the world and how other countries will enact with Africa. Actually, there's nothing at all random, weird, bad, or hold on a second. I was going to play this. Here's what I want to do instead. Let me bring you to my communist frame. Here we go. Ready? We're going to do this and go. Wait a minute. Hold on. Ready? I don't have any stingers. I don't have stingers. So I have to do them like verbally. Ready? I have a stinger. See, that was my stinger. It's a great question. How do I think Africa would fit into the world down the road? How will it fit into the rest of the world? And how other countries will interact with Africa? So, number one, it's very hard to predict the future, especially when you're making predictions. It's very hard to make this is the way it's supposed to go. It's very hard to make predictions, especially when you're talking about the future. Boom, boom, psh, right? Rim shot. But seriously, rather than ask how does Africa fit in to the world, because embedded in the world is embedded in that question is, I think, an understanding or a feeling that, or an assumption that the world means capitalist and imperialist. Capitalism, imperialism. How does Africa fit in the future under capitalism, imperialism? How does capitalism fit in the future? I think that's what is implied by your question. Before I go on, can I get a response? I know there's a little bit of a delay. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you mean? I really want to stay on this. J Miles. Everybody else, please hold on for a second. J Miles, seriously, this is a good question. And in your question, I feel like there's an embedded assumption that capitalism and imperialism will continue. And how does Africa fit into that? Is that correct? So I'm ignoring everything else that's been said. I'm waiting for J Miles to say something in the affirmative or negative, because I don't want to move on until I know exactly what you mean here. J Miles, come on. There can't be that long of a delay. All right, you're literally not there. Okay, great. So, thank you for your question, but since you're not willing to, interact, I'm probably just going to blow that off. If you're here, please address what I asked. Yeah, but you can't. Here's the thing. Don't come and ask a question and go AFK, right? I'm feeling that, Dorian. Yeah. All right. So I'm tired of this. I'm bored with this. So here's what I am gonna do. I'm just gonna go back up to the question, because I thought it was a really good question. Oh, Junk Lord, you fucking hit it. I had my own answer. Hey, random question. How do you think Africa will fit into the world once it's modernized in X amount of years? Question mark amount of years. I know it's a pretty broad question, but I'm referring to how it will fit in with the rest of the world and how other countries will interact with an entire continent called Africa, with a shitload of countries, 50, 80, I don't know. I don't even know. Junk Lord, Perth, the Lord of the Junk in Perth. The Lord of the Junk says, you know what? It won't become modernized very quickly if the United Snakes of America and AFRICOM, I would have capitalized AFRICOM personally, but I'm the grammar bear. Sorry, dude. If you're really a dude. It won't become modernized very quickly if the USA and AFRICOM have anything to say about it. And that's exactly true. Capitalism extracts That's what it does. It plunders, rapes, pillages, extracts at the point of a gun. Africa is not underdeveloped. It's like it's been over oppressed and over colonized and over raped, pillaged, and plundered. They're perfectly fine dealing with their own shit and building themselves up. It's just, people with bigger, badder, faster, stronger guns keep preventing that. So it's a weird question in that I think it kind of like, well, like if capitalism and imperialism keep going on, how is Africa going to be a player? Well, and my answer is capitalism and imperialism is done. Like seriously, here's my answer. And even though I know that this is my angry answer and I want to have the pink of the bear thing and blah, blah, let's do this. Hold on. Ready? This is my mellow look. It's my mellow look. Imperialism, capitalism and imperialism capitalism is at a dead end. Imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, and capitalism is at a dead end. Capitalism cannot resolve its contradictions. It can no longer move them around the globe. It has to resolve them. And because it can't do it around the globe, it's starting to resolve them here at home by, killing 400,000 workers that they don't need. Mostly black and brown and old. Because white supremacy is a key component of capitalism, imperialism. Huge component, especially when the United States is running things. So, they're killing off people here at home. That's you and me if you live here. I'm not happy about it. I'd like to change that. They've been killing people all over the world for hundreds of years. United States, well, Britain, colonized, settlers, Monroe Doctrine, American exceptionalism, right, and all that. The Philippines, gunboat diplomacy, up and down the rivers for 1,000 miles in China, opium wars, right? Like Jesus fucking Christ. Capitalism, imperialism has reached its fucking limit. It would be a joke if it wasn't so dangerous. Assholes like Donald Trump get elected to office. James from the internet just told us about a high school dropout with a criminal record this fucking long who owned and ran a restaurant where all the waitresses had to be strapped. Got elected to Congress from Aurora, Colorado. This is the world we live in. This person got elected to Congress and in her first week was pushing for armed insurrection against the government. This is how incredibly stupid this country is. And it's only gotten that way because the owners of this country need it to be that way in order to stay in control. This isn't going to last. Are you kidding me? Do you think we're going to have 8 years of Biden and then 8 years of Harris? Are you kidding me? Your lives will be long over before that shit happens. This shit is off the rails. And I'm literally on Twitch. The richest man in the world owns this platform. And I'm on Twitch telling you, You're all going to die if you don't get your shit together. Because they're going to kill you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck. They just let 400,000 people die of COVID. They'd rather blame China, the China virus. They'd rather do that than fucking fix it. Because profit is more important to the assholes that own and operate this country. Profit is more important than people. But here's what's not true about all of the people on this whole entire continent called Africa, which is like, I don't know, 5 times bigger than the United States. Most of those people don't give a fuck about profit in the way that the capitalists do. They want to fucking live. People in China, 1.4 billion people, they don't give a fuck about what the United States wants. They want to live. They don't want to be in poverty. They want health care. They want community. They want to live in peace. Peace, land, and bread. It's kind of a thing. It's kind of a thing. Well, Africa's underdeveloped. And like, yeah, because the capitalists from Europe and the United States keep plundering it. I mean, like, I don't want to be, oh, God. Like, part of me, I don't want to be a preacher. I don't want to be like, oh, that old fucker. That old boomer on Twitch. He's like going on and on about class struggle. But Jesus Christ, open your eyes. Open your eyes, people. Quit yapping. Start looking, listening, weighing. Weigh it. Look, listen, ask clarifying questions, and weigh it. I don't know how. It is astounding to me that anybody who's even got like even a basic public education, no matter how bad it is, in these United Snakes, can't be convinced to stop and smell the roses. You gotta count your every blessing every day. You're gonna find your way to heaven is a rough and rocky road. You gotta stop and smell the roses along the way. I apologize for the Mac Davis song. Nobody should have to hear that. Nobody should have to hear Pinko the Bear singing Mac Davis. I'm sorry. But this world is really fucked in so many ways. And capitalism is at its root. Exploitation, super exploitation. The mode of production called capitalism is the problem. It's not a corrupt politician. It's not corporate capitalism. It's not crony capitalism. It's not the communists. It's not the libs. It's the mode of production. It's the private ownership of the means of production. The means of production that allow us all to live, operate, breathe, eat, exist. We, human beings, human fucking beings, capitalism has commodified everything on this fucking planet that will allow itself to be commodified without an armed struggle. Capitalism's got to go. It's over. It's not over yet. It's over if you want it to be over. Join somebody. Exclamation point, join in the chat room, please. Oh, God. Anyway, look, I'm not saying I'm strictly sober tonight. My life is fucking difficult. Everything about my life is difficult. It's not the worst. Look, I have a microphone. I have a ring light and an old iPhone. You see the ring light? See that in my glasses? I haven't been able to solve that because things are limited. My life is not easy, but it's not the worst in the world. But if you're watching me, Jesus Christ, start thinking about how sucky your life is going to be if you don't get it together and start being an activist. Not saying you have to be a revolutionary. Be an activist. Start doing the right thing. And if you don't know what the right thing is to do, keep listening. And listen to other places that I recommend listening to. If I'm playing a video, I'm like, yeah, those people, listen to them. Listen to them. If I'm playing another, if I'm telling you to go to another streamer, go to them. Otherwise, we're all fucked and we're all going to die and all of our kids are going to die and this whole planet's going to die. And it's going to suck. Lexion Brie, thank you. Thank you for the follow. It's going to suck so hard when humanity gets fucked so hard because some assholes decided that the means of production belong in private hands and that the profit motive is more important than the motive to help human beings live, survive, and thrive. It's really that simple. I'm so just like, Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? I don't know. So right now I'm just angry. I'm angry. I need a palate cleanser. I need two things. I need a song. I need a song that'll make me happy. And I need animals, cute animals. So that's what we're going to do. A song and cute animals. Shall we do it? Let's do it. Here we go. A song and cute animals. Here we go. Potato pride, baby. Potato pride. Potato pride. I gotta turn it up. 생일상을 차려놓고 동네방네 청했다오 쫄깃쫄깃 감자떡에 농마국수 맛 좋은 꽈배기에 감자튀김 감자차라 하도 많아 서른을 재고서 덧갈렸어 감자자라 감자 찰떡 꿀맛이라 할머니들 괜찮은데 Oh, this is so beautiful.
감자여시 제일이에 많이 들고 장수하소 장수영감 감자술산 피우면서 하는 말이 우리 세상
Our world is so good.
하도 좋아
It's a great song. And I like his hat. Junk Lord, you're correct. Subcountable. if you feel like it. Treble, you're not here, but thank you, poor nickel. Thank you, poor nickel. I'm catching up with chat. The only thing you have to lose is your chains and your potatoes. Hey, Rad Progressive. Nice. Which side are you on? Rebel Diaz, exactly. Happy song, cute animals. Here's the happy song. Comrade Kenny, I did not see you here. I think I was born a socialist. I remember when I was a kid, I wanted to be a businessman, mind you. I really didn't know what they did other than wear suits and have briefcases. Nice. Oh my God. There you go. Potato Pride, man. The North Korean pop song. Like, oh, Kenny, I didn't know you popped in here. We mentioned you once or twice on Why Don't Asian Songs Rhyme? I think it's the translation. Yeah. Oh my God. I got really behind on chat. Been lurking, listening. Gonna take my pups out. Oh, I'm getting a dog. Kenny. I can't do another year of this inside without a dog. I can't do a year without a dog. But I let this play. I said, we need a pop song and then we need animals. This is the best. We're going to let it play. Look, my friends. Look at that. Look at that. Look. Modest proposal. Look at that. Oh, that's the best. Otters are the best. Oh my God. Otters and ice. Oh, they love ice. Ice, baby. Ice, baby. Yeah. Dorian. Go. Exclamation point. SO. Exclamation point. SO. And then space. The Comrade Kenny. No Twitch.tv. Exclamation point. There you go. Did that work? Why did that? Oh, it doesn't work for you. Do I have to make you a mod? Because I could do that. Wow. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, otters, please. I mean, like, otters are the best. Well, maybe it's elitism. Like, this is what makes me happy. When things are fucked up and shit, I want to look at otters.
Max, welcome to
CGTN. Oh, Max, welcome to CGTN. Do you know what that means? That means for 6 minutes and 54 seconds. My comrade, he's not in my party. He's not in a party. But somebody that I'm near and that I feel close to, who's like, oh yeah, I met that guy. I know him. Like, I know him better than he knows me. But Max has been interviewed on CGTN. Right? So this is Max Blumenthal of Gray Zone Project, also of the documentary on Gaza, the Israeli assault on Gaza. It's called Killing Gaza. You should watch it. Max Blumenthal, not a joke. Not a liar. Not a shill. Not a fake. And some of my good friends have said some shitty things about him, and they are so wrong. Max is right. He's coming on Chinese news for a 6-minute and 45-second interview. I have not seen this. But fuck it. We should watch it right now.
Dean.
Dehydrated rodent.
to be here.
Welcome.
Talking about Trump's and Pompeo's 4 years of anti-China policies.
Oh, I got to get something rid of that. I got to get rid of the.
Do you think drove
CC
the Trump administration's anti-China campaign in the past 4 years, which many people believe were frenetic, and which in effect constituted a new Cold War, a new scare?
I should mention to you that Mike Pompeo and Donald Trump and Matthew Pottinger whipping up instigating a new Cold War. And it fell on fertile soil domestically within the domestic right because unlike Russia, China is a socialist country. And so there is an ideological conflict there that a right-wing, ultra-capitalist administration can market to its domestic base. So the new Cold War with China actually served a domestic political action for Trump. But then you have the military, intelligence complex, Congress, the think tank complex in Washington, which is funded by the arms industry and foreign governments. And you have a wing of the U.S. intelligentsia, which is committed to this new Cold War. Mm-hmm. They actually have skin in the game. They profit when the U.S. has what they call a near-peer competitor, a powerful state which the U.S. needs to contain. Tons of money is pouring into their pockets as a result of the new Cold War with China. And it will continue to do so throughout the administration, which I think will amplify the narrative of humanitarian interventionism.
Oh, God, I hope not.
Hong Kong, Xinjiang, and Tibet in order to...
Yeah, we're gonna hear that a lot. And so if you're here in this room, you need to understand that the anti-China propaganda is coming on a bunch of different fronts. And I would invite everybody in the chat to be very careful about their discussions around the state of Israel and the Jewish people. Just be careful about that.
Tug at the heartstrings of suggestible coastal middle-class liberals and make them believe that this hostile U.S. Cold War to contain China actually has something to do with saving innocent people from dictatorial being.
Exactly.
Whether they want to sacrifice the survival of the world for a mad great power competition. That
great power being United States is the great power, and they don't want any competition, i.e., can we get in a nuclear war with China and still win?
Only benefits a small sector of their elite. But right now, unfortunately, reflection is not taking place within either party or their grassroots base.
And then talking about America's posture towards, Taiwan, Hong Kong, South China Sea, Xinjiang, and Tibet, how much of those policies and postures do you think were driven by ideals? A consistent American value system of liberty and freedom for all. And how much of those policies do you think were driven by American elites' intention on containing the rise of China and keeping American supremacy?
Both.
First of all, most Americans don't understand China's history.
They don't
know the history of 100 years of humiliation.
They
don't understand the history of being colonized.
They don't
understand the history of being consistently under siege.
They don't
understand why areas like Tibet, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and Taiwan are of such strategic importance to China.
They don't.
Because they don't understand how the United States, the UK, and their allies have tried to use those areas to balkanize China and to encircle it in order to force massive concessions, if not regime change in Beijing.
Jesus fucking Christ. Like those 4 or 5 sentences that Max just laid down, like I can't get any volume. The CGTN volume sucks. Yeah, like modest proposal, you need to shut the fuck up for a second. Like seriously. I don't think I have Subcountable or Treble are here, and neither is Carpe Pax. But modest proposal. Can you just chill in the chat room? Just Just chill, dude. Just do that. Whatever, I don't know, whatever you just chill. Watch this stuff and let's talk about what this stuff is. Just shut the fuck up. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. You've literally made me, this is what you've done. You've gotten enough of my attention that, you know what? I think I have a good idea. Let me find you. Let me find you. Not here, not there. Where should I find you? No, we don't want that. We want the low. We want that over there. So let me go to Chrome. Stop that. Let me go over here. Yeah, sometimes it's hard for me to moderate. It's like, I don't know, man. I got shit to do. And usually I'm like, people can handle this for me, and like, I don't want to be a jerk, but Modest, can you just like shut up for a while? Just shut up for a while. Just like be quiet. Nobody really cares. Your shit is just like weak. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, did I do that? Oh God. Now, like seriously, folks, like here's the deal. I'm pretty chill. I'm really am. I'm really pretty chill. But don't be an ass. Don't be an asshole. And if you're called out on being an asshole, go, you know what? I was being an asshole. You're right. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I'll do better. And it's really that's easy. Like I do stupid shit all the time. I do things that are not cool. I make mistakes. I do all sorts of things. Right? Like I promise you, I'm not the best communist in the world. I am not the example of the communist that you want to be. I'm not. I'm just a person who understands how fucked up capitalism is and understands socialism is the future, socialism or death. And I'm learning and moving in that direction. And as I learn things and know things, I'm trying to tell other people, and I'm constantly questioning what I learned. I was like, is this right? Is this right? Is it wrong? Right? That's all. But don't be a jerk. I'm not 12. Well, I act like I'm less than 12 sometimes, but not online, I don't think. Not online. Anyway, here we go.
CGTN.
Great to be here.
Talking about Trump's and Pompeo's 4 years of, anti-China policies, what institutions who do you think drove the Trump administration's anti-China campaign in the past 4 years, which many people believe were frenetic?
Rodent, thank you.
Which, in effect,
yeah,
constituted
it's hard.
a new
it's
Cold
hard,
War,
man.
a new Red Scare.
I'm not a
I should
pro
mention
here.
to you that Mike Pompeo and Donald Trump and Matthew Pottinger whipping up instigating a new Cold War. And it fell on fertile soil domestically within the domestic right because
yeah, it did.
Unlike Russia, China is a socialist country.
Exactly.
And so there is an ideological.
So Russia did not resonate with a lot of people because Russia's capitalist.
Conflict there that a right-wing, ultra-capitalist administration can market to its domestic base. So the new Cold War with China actually served a domestic political option for Trump. But then you have the military intelligence complex, Congress, the think tank complex in Washington, which is funded by the arms industry and foreign governments.
Don't forget the conversational industrial complex that keeps a bunch of fake conversations in these goalposts, left and right. Not real shit, but just, you know, bam, 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 bam. In conversational industrial complex. Fuck those people.
And you have a wing of the U.S. intelligentsia, which is committed to this new Cold War. Mm-hmm. They actually have skin in the game. They profit when the U.S. has what they call a near-peer competitor.
Near-peer.
A powerful state which the U.S. needs to contain. Tons of money.
I'm going to make it faster.
Into their pockets as a result of the new Cold War with China. And it will continue to do so throughout the administration, which I think will amplify the narrative of humanitarian interventionism focusing on Hong Kong, Xinjiang, and Tibet.
I think he's
in
true.
order to tug at the heartstrings of suggestible coastal middle-class liberals.
Suggestible coastal middle-class liberals. Raise your hand if you know any of those people.
And make them believe that this hostile U.S. Cold War to contain China.
The entirety of Boomer Book, Left Book, is that.
Actually has something to do with saving innocent people from dictatorial being, whether they want to sacrifice the survival of the world for a mad, great power competition that only benefits a small sector of their elite. But right now, unfortunately, reflection is not taking place within either party or their grassroots base.
Yeah,
and then
that's
talking
true.
about America's posture towards, Taiwan, Hong Kong, the South China Sea, Xinjiang, and Tibet. How much of those policies and
this is important shit right here
were driven by ideals? A consistent American value system of liberty and freedom for all. And how much of those policies do you think were driven by American elites?
Did we not see this already?
On containing the rise of China and keeping American supremacy.
First of all, most Americans don't understand China's history. Don't know the history of 100 years of humiliation.
Jesus Christ, what did I do? I'm sorry.
Being colonized. They don't understand the history.
We're watching this again because I got distracted by chat.
They don't understand why areas like Tibet, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and Taiwan are of such strategic importance to China, because they don't understand how the United States, the UK, and their allies have tried to use those areas to balkanize China and to encircle it.
That's where I stopped it.
Massive concessions, if not regime change in Beijing.
That's where I stopped it.
The U.S. is very threatened by the rise of a socialist party, which is able to produce the largest economy in the world at the commanding heights of its economy, and actually present a different model to U.S. monopoly capitalism.
An example of a different model.
And so the U.S. is guided by the cold, hard interests, the same ones that guided George Kennan's telegram calling for the containment of the Soviet Union.
Fuck that guy.
But the way that the hybrid war on China is marketed to the U.S. public is in terms of values that different sectors and demographics of the U.S. public can recognize. So to workers in the Rust Belt who support Trump, China's taking your jobs.
Yes.
Not the oligarchy decided to ship your jobs away instead of keeping them here. And to progressive, middle-class young people on the coasts, it's China is keeping millions of minorities in concentration.
Jesus Christ. This is such good analysis. Simple and pithy, my friends. Simple and pithy. We're going to back it up because if you're in here, yeah, you might have already gotten it, but not everybody did. I promise you. We're going to back it up and play it again.
So to workers in the Rust Belt who support Trump, China's taking your jobs. Not the oligarchy decided to ship your jobs away instead of keeping them here. And to progressive, middle-class young people on the coasts, it's China.
A bunch of white lefties on Twitch and Facebook and Twitter and TikTok and etc.
Is keeping millions of minorities in concentration, and it doesn't like the Dalai Lama, who's this great spiritual healer. No mention of the fact that he was a CIA asset.
Literally a CIA asset and perpetuator of feudalism.
No understanding of what the role of Tibet has been in that war on China.
Then do you think there has been, double standards when you hear about U.S. politicians' characterization of these quote-unquote domestic terrorists versus rioters in other regions such as Hong Kong?
Americans need to reflect on the fact that what took place at the U.S. Capitol, which they call a coup, insurrection, treason, horrendous mob.
Think about what you just saw on the 6th, and then think about what you've seen going on in Hong Kong. Just saying.
Is what the United States has encouraged in Hong Kong.
I've never seen this before. Gee, how did I know that?
Across Venezuela, in Nicaragua, in Syria, in Libya, anywhere the U.S. seeks regime change, it weaponizes right-wing fanatics and uses them, trains them, encourages them, cheers them on as they storm parliamentary buildings like they did in Hong Kong and deface the interior of the building, intimidate legislators. Yeah. I actually tweeted in the middle of this Capitol riot, as my hands were basically freezing, that it reminded me so much of what I witnessed in Maidan Square in Kiev, Ukraine.
Yeah, Ukraine.
All the right-wing seeking to storm the centers of
but
power.
They won.
The only thing missing is Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland handing out cookies to the riot.
War fucking criminal right there. Lower right, Victoria Nuland. This person still walking around free. This is a white supremacist piece of shit, Nazi-loving shitbag. Oh, sorry, she happens to be female. Fuck you, Victoria Nuland. Fuck you.
As she did.
Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't very polite. You know, I think she's problematic. We should probably investigate and write a book about Victoria Nuland.
In Maidan Square, or
Can we write a book or have a bunch of articles about, you know, he said, she said, I don't know. What do you think? Let's get more perspectives on Victoria Nuland. If you say that to me and you are in reach, I might punch you in the face in that video game called I Punch Shit Fucks in the Face for saying stupid shit to me about political realities that impact people's lives to the point where they live or die based on the stupid shit that these people do as representatives of the U.S. government. That's the name of the video game. And if you come near me, I will probably hit you in that video game. Victoria Nuland and friends.
Democratic Senator Chris Murphy, a major liberal from Connecticut, actually visiting Maidan Square and standing on stage next to a far-right member of the Social National Party cheering on the rioters.
I'm so angry hearing that.
Hypocrisy here.
Damn. Potato Pride, we did that already. Oh my God, what's next? We have to have this again. Disco Rat, it's like if it goes against your personal values are fucking wrong. Sorry. Like, whatever, man. Like, great. Disco Rat, don't come back. It's okay. Seriously, Disco Rat, take me off of your follow list. Don't come back. It's okay. And when the shit really starts, like, when the shit really starts going down and people start shooting at each other, literally, and you're in my town, you're going to be on the other side of the barricades. In that video game called, what's it called? The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. That's the name of the video game. So you'll be on the other side. I would be glad to play you in that game. Right? Because you're just fucking wrong. You're so wrong. Like, people will sing songs about you. The wrong man with the wrong plan. He's got the wrong shit in his head and it's stuck. the wrong man with the wrong plan. He was so wrong that it fucked him up. Seriously, that's your song, Disco Rat. Take away your follow, don't come back. Ah, God. Really? I respect what you're trying to achieve with the promotion of solidarity, but being pro-China goes against my personal values. Yeah, they just raised 850 million people out of poverty. Fuck off. Personally, I have quite a lot of first and second-hand experiences with China, and in no shape or form can I support the Chinese government. That's fine. I have a bunch of fucking relatives in this country who don't in any way support what I'm advocating. They are racist and backwards and stupid and ridiculous and dangerous and fucking wrong. They're wrong. And and in the video game that comes out called Who's Right and Who's Wrong, because I think EA Games Sports, I think it's going to be a big hit. There's a game coming out. I'll be on one side, you'll be on the other, and we can play the game. Now let's look at otters. Fuck off.
Welcome to CGTN.
Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Seriously? Shut the fuck up, Disco Rat. Disco Rat, don't come back. It's okay. Nobody wants to hear that stupid shit. Nobody. Zero. Nothing. Oh, Comrade Kenny laid into you last week. Now I'm laying into you. Shut the fuck up. In fact, I have an idea. How about we just ban you for being an asshole?
Your identity is defined by society. You cannot resist it. You don't have the knowledge, you don't have the wisdom, you don't have the resources to understand that something's being put over on you. You cannot but help believe the definition of you as a free agent.
A free agent.
But you believe yourself to be a free agent as a result of not being free. That is to say, of being hopelessly unable to resist society's identification of you.
There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians.
Yeah.
The politicians are put there to give you the
Look at
idea
this.
that you
Look at
have
this.
no
Look at
choice.
this. Look at
You
this.
don't.
Look at
You
this.
have no choice.
Look at it.
They own
Look at it.
They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls.
They got you by the
They spend
balls.
billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want.
Mark,
Well,
Mark,
we know
what up?
They want. They want
What up?
more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a
Merc
population
Civic,
of citizens
thank you for the
capable of
follow.
critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people.
I'm
capable of
fucking
critical
amped
thinking.
up
They're
and
not interested in that. That
not
doesn't help
happy
them.
with
That's against
douchebags
their interest.
tonight.
That's right. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that.
Pork
What they want? They
nickel.
want obedient workers.
Obedient.
Workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all
Yeah,
these increasingly
right.
shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours,
Right.
the reduced benefits, the end of overtime,
Right.
and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect.
Vanishing
And now
pension.
They're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money.
Yeah,
want
they
it
do.
back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street.
Jesus
You know something?
Christ.
They'll get it all from you sooner or
They'll
later.
get it
They own
all.
this fucking
They'll
place.
get it
It's a big
all.
club, and you ain't in it.
No, we're not
You
in
and
it.
I are not in.
We're not in the
big
club.
By the way, it's the
Get
same
the
big
fuck
club you
out.
beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head with news, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged, and nobody seems to notice.
Nobody seems to care.
Good, honest, hardworking people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hardworking people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who
Yeah?
don't give a fuck
Oh,
about
say it
you.
ain't so.
They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about
They
you.
don't give
care
a fuck about you.
At all. At all. At all. Yeah. You know?
Jesus
And nobody
Christ.
seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on. The fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth.
What's that?
It's called the American dream. But you have to be a
Oh,
freak.
no. Really? They said that? That's some shit right there, man. Is that true? Is that true?
Oh, this hurts to watch. That's right. These people, who look like they have their own TV series on D-Max, broke into the Capitol building in Washington, along with a load of other idiots.
What happened to you?
I got maced.
No, you got maced? Surely that was undeserved. What did you do?
I made it like a foot inside and they pushed me out and they maced
Oh
me.
no! You're kidding me.
Then you've just admitted to a crime. At least lie for a little while. Give the lawyer some kind of chance.
I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And why did you want to go in?
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Yeah, I thought I'd put my best piano scarf on, come down and storm the Capitol. You went from amazing to amazing. There is a concession stand in the middle of these riots. That is capitalism at its best. The revolution may not be televised, but it will be catered for.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, this hurts to watch. I know how much those cameras are worth. If you've ever wondered how cavemen would react when presented with modern technology.
If you ever wondered, there it is.
Actually, let's go one step further. Let me add this.
It's truly a wonder to watch these creatures.
It is truly a wonder.
To use tools.
This cop is literally 300 Spartans right now at the hot gates where their numbers count for nothing. Quick shout out to the tailor of the Washington Police Department who has managed to accommodate the huge set of balls this man is carrying.
The huge set of balls. The huge set of balls.
I'm sorry, who's behind the camera? Is it Christopher Nolan? That police reveal was incredible.
Oh my God. Oh no. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out now.
I love a happy ending.
I love a happy ending. I love a happy ending.
Well, unfortunately, they
monkey
made it
or
to the main
monkas?
room. Look at them. They have no idea what to do next. They have the planning ability of a dog chasing a car who caught up with the car.
We are in the Capitol. Yeah. Yeah, made in the Capitol. Yeah.
Kenny, yeah.
Yeah, the Capitol.
Canada's better off than we are, but yeah, it's as go one, as go all.
Want to kick each other in the nuts? Yep.
He's got some white teeth. He's got some white teeth.
I love how many of these storming revolutionaries are respecting the power of a velvet rope. Like, come on, guys. Like, stick behind the velvet rope. Don't ruin it for the rest of us.
Not today, liberal.
I'm sorry, was there not enough entertainment to put on display for you?
He took time out to make a sweatshirt and printed "Not Today, Liberal." And then he went to storm the Capitol. This is what we're dealing with, folks. I'm just saying.
You at the Capitol building.
I was in there for a minute. Not once did I see a foosball table, NASCAR, nothing.
Oh, someone's exiting through the gift shop, picking themselves up some.
Exiting through the gift shop. He just referenced Banksy. Really? He referenced Banksy. Exit through the gift shop. Oh my God. Yeah, right now, the display of fascism is pretty weak compared. But the beer hall pushed. They went to jail for a couple years, right? And then 10 years after the beer hall pushed, fucking Hitler got elected. So this is like, come on now. This is not over. This is not over.
Lovely wrapping paper. This guy looks like he's just hit the red button on his phone and now it started recording.
Ah! Does that mean I nibbled on the Declaration of Independence for nothing?
All right, so I can laugh at this because I've actually literally been drinking tonight. This is not something to laugh at. This is a large swath of the United States of America. But I'm just like, my mind is blown.
One's very excited to get away from their natural enemy, books. If this video made you
Their
smile,
natural
please rate and share.
enemy,
Thank you so much for
books.
subscribing. Click the notification bell, and we should be talking again soon.
Their natural enemy, books. Oh, hold on. Their natural enemy, I just want to say, just for the record, he said their natural enemy books. Oh my God. 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 So I got a couple of things. I'm not strictly sober at this point. So it's more than likely that we're just going to watch videos for the next, I don't know, hour. Videos with some commentary. But all of the big brain shit that I might have occasionally, way earlier. Way earlier. But at this point, my fucking head, I'm like, is there medicine I can take? Is there something I can do? Right? So tomorrow, there's going to be an attempted inauguration. Might as well be drinking. Yeah, but I have some, I am actually drinking, but it's not drinking heavily. But tomorrow there's going to be today, technically, there's going to be an inauguration. On Thursday, there's going to be a response to what happened on Wednesday. On Thursday, on this channel, 8 p.m., not midnight like I usually come on. Not midnight, not 11:30, not 12:30, not late night, but 8 p.m. I'll probably get on at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. 7:30, 8 o'clock Eastern. And I'm going to bring Workers' World Party's response to what went down on Wednesday. And the lineup is hot. The lineup is smoking. The lineup is on point. Or I'm just some guy who doesn't know anything and happened to be on Twitch. Whatever. So come. Seriously, come on Thursday. It'll be great. So I'll take that feed. And it's on other places, but I'll put it here on Twitch. We will have our own little chat room. Thursday, 7:30, 7:45. It'll start at 8. Be here for it. Honestly, it'll be 8:05, 8:10 before it really, really starts. But bring snacks. Bring food, get comfortable. Because that's going to go for, 2 hours, hour and a half. Then I'm going to bring myself on camera. And then we can all talk. And if you want to come on Discord and talk, if you want to, just chat and talk. But this is a thing. This is a big deal, I think. Anyway, that's what's happening. But right now, my friends, this is what's happening. This right here. This is what I think is the most important thing that could possibly be happening in the world. Anywhere in the world right now, because art is the most important thing. After the revolution, way more art and no more reactionaries. Oh, yeah. Nice. I feel like that's on 125. It is. I gotta slow it down. I feel like that was so wrong. Real shit right here. This is why you come to my channel. It's politics, but it's science. She blinded me with science. Yeah, Pork Nickel, you know you love this. Juche Gang, Juche Gang, Juche Gang, Juche Gang. Good to see you. All right, my friends. Here we go.
I'm gonna guess that if you've been on the internet within the past 12 years or so, there's a good chance that you've seen and heard this before. What?
I'm just gonna say, this next 11 minutes will make so much sense. It will explain and give context. Like if you're under 40, under 30, and you heard and see Rickroll, this shit for the next 11 minutes will totally explain the whole phenomenon of Rickroll. You will never, ever, ever, ever going to see a better explanation of this. And the reason I know this is I was a DJ for over 20 years, full time, 6-hour shifts, 5 nights a week in major market nightclubs. And when this song came out, I was in Dallas, Texas at a club called Etc. And I played the fuck out of this. And I had 3 versions of it. And I would play one early, the pop version. I played the remix late, like 2 hours later. And then like another 2 hours later, I would play the New York Cake Underground mix. You've never heard of the New York Cake Underground mix. This is the shit. People make fun of Rick. People think, you don't understand Rick. Watch this, because after the revolution, there'll be more art. And I'm tired of talking about politics right now. This is what I wanted to bring to you at the end of my stream. Before I play another political thing.
What you're watching is the music video for Rick Astley's 1987 song Never Gonna Give You Up, and it's a part of what is, in my opinion,
12
the
inches
greatest
of
meme
shit.
of all time.
The greatest
in this
meme
video,
of all time.
I'm gonna tell you about the origin of the song itself,
Pork
its
Nickel,
return to
New York
popularity, and
Cake
the revolution of
Underground.
Rickrolling, and its
Put it in
impact
YouTube.
on the
You'll
man
find it.
behind the song, Mr. Rick Astley. In the early 1980s,
Put it in.
Rick
Cake.
and a few of his friends started a band called
Never Gonna Give You
FBI
Up,
in
Cake.
their native Lancashire,
Just do
England.
that.
They were doing
New
very
York
small
Cake.
nearby gigs, and even as a teenager, Rick had a truly one-of-a-kind voice that made him sound like a grown man.
Yeah. He's like 16.
One night, FBI was performing at a local club, and Pete Waterman of the songwriting...
These people right here, he doesn't... Waterman, Stock, Aikman. That's how they're known. Waterman, Stock, Aiken. Not Stock, Aiken, Waterman. That's the Holland Dozer Holland. When you think about Motown, and all those songs, it's 2 cousins called Holland, and then Dozer in the middle. They wrote all those fucking songs. These people here, Bananarama, Dead or Alive, Rick Astley, they wrote so many hits of the 80s synth pop era. Unbelievable. Just a powerhouse in that pop synth dance thing.
Production trio Stock, Aitken, Waterman was in attendance. Waterman wasn't exactly intrigued by FBI as a whole, but he loved Rick Astley's voice. He talked to him after the show, and within a few days, Rick had a record deal. However, it came at a strange time for the production trio. After a year in the business together, they finally got their first #1 hit song with Dead or Alive's You Spin Me Round.
One of the greatest dance songs ever. I just want to say, that song, the 12-inch single, from the beginning to the last note, 8 minutes and 4 seconds or something, that 12-inch single, first note, last note, don't mix in, don't mix out. It is a thing. You can mix in and out, but if you were a DJ back in the day, if you were a professional DJ back in the day and you mixed into it or mixed out of it, you weren't top tier. That song is a standalone 8-minute anthem, first note to the last note. There, I said it. I stand by it. I'm just saying.
Found success and some big names fighting to work with them, the teenage kid from Lancashire with the manly voice had to wait. But with that being said, Pete Waterman did have a lot of faith in the potential of Rick Astley. Waterman didn't want Rick to get thrown on the back burner too much, so he had Rick come and stay with him in his apartment. Rick would go to the studio every day to make tea and sandwiches for the production trio while they were working on their next hit singles. Eventually, Rick got his first opportunity in the music industry with the single When You Gonna, a duet with him and Lisa Carter as Rick and Lisa.
Juche, that shit looks funny.
Well, that single did absolutely nothing.
JJ,
but
that shit was
a little bit
funny.
down the road, Rick's next opportunity came in the form of a song called "Never Gonna Give You Up." As Rick made
right
tea
here,
for
baby.
everybody in the studio, Stock Aitken Waterman went to work with a Fairlight CMI for sampling, a Yamaha DX7 for
Did
the
you
bass
look at
lines,
that? Well, hold
and
on. Did you look at that shit?
CMI for sampling in the studio.
Yeah, watch this.
Stock Aitken Waterman went to work
Waterman.
with a.
Look at this fucking CRT. This is what we were dealing with back in the day. Look at this fucking CRT. Fucking green and thick and deep. Like, we did a lot of cool shit, but god damn.
Fairlight CMI for sampling, a Yamaha DX7 for the bass lines, and a Lin 9000 for the drums. Rick got in the booth, did his vocals, and while everybody in the studio didn't really want to jinx anything, they were pretty sure that they had a hit. Soon after, they shot the music video in an old church in London. There was no stylist, Rick just packed his own clothes in a bag, and he did his little dance moves. By the end of 1987, the song was the #1 single of the year in the UK, and in March of '88, it hit #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 in the US, too. As Time Out wrote about the track in their top 50 best songs of the 80s list, those synthesized strings, that thumping boots and pants beat, Astley's weirdly robust croon, and his romantic wooing
His weirdly robust croon.
as a used car salesman pitch, you wouldn't get this from any other guy, it all adds up to 3.5 of the most effervescent minutes in the 80s canon. From
3.5 minutes of the effervescent canon. Juche, thank you. I love you. Juche, I would give you open tongue kisses. I don't even know you. But thank you for that. That is so sweet. I look like a 40-year-old dude, to be honest. Oh, Juche. Juche. Oh, God. Oh. Now, here's what's funny, man. Who's zooming who? Who's zooming who? I'm sorry. Do the kids call it trolling these days? I don't know. Juche. I literally, it's okay if you are. That's okay. But I just want to tell you something. I am old enough to have a 42-year-old son. I could have grandsons. I'm 58 years old and halfway to 59. I am 58. That's 18 But I started doing the thing when I was like 14. Like if I want to go back, so if I was 14 and I had a baby, and then another 14, they had a baby, that's 28. Another 14, that's 30. I don't know. I can't do math. Is fucking hard, man. Math is hard. Red beard with a T. Drugs and alcohol in that video game that I used to play a lot. Drugs and alcohol in the video game. Well, Juche, so here's the thing. I could be lying. I could be lying to everybody. I could be 34, pretending I'm old, so I can have a longer life on Twitch. Because I made $600 this year in donations. By the way, there is a donation button. It's a PayPal button. Because Bezos doesn't need half of what you give. There's a donation button on PayPal. I made $600. One person who gave $200 does not come anymore because I made fun of Bad Bunny, because Bad Bunny was like $5 a month. I'm like, Bad Bunny's got a good. She got a good grift. Is that the word? Bad Bunny's got a good thing going on. Bad Bunny is pretending to be left and playing up on her shit, and she's just like, she's like a right winger that is like doing her. Let me pretend to be a left winger and take their money, and she's grifting the fuck out of people. And I called it out. I was only here for like a month or 3 weeks, and I was like, I called it out, and it wasn't even like a call out. It was like, I've been looking around like, who are these people? Who are these people? I'm like, what is that? This is what it looks like to me. And then I got a bunch of feedback and a bunch of like, oh, you're, I'm like, well, maybe I am. I could be. Listen, I could be. But I look at that and I'm like, this is a professional. Bad Bunny is a professional. She knows what she's doing, and she's doing the thing, and it's good for her. And if you enjoy it, you should give her $5 a month. You really should, because it's entertainment. I'm serious. I am dead fucking serious. It is entertainment. And if you're sitting in your house and you want to hear about like serious stuff and see what you can do to help, come here. But if you're just looking for entertainment, oh my God. Bad Bunny? Fucking great. Go get it. Give her $5 a month. Seriously. Am I bad? Am I bad for doing this? Am I bad for saying this? I'm going to be in trouble. I might be. No, here's it. So let me back up a little bit. There's a thing that when you're down here and somebody's up here, what you want to do is drag them into a fight. So all of their listeners and viewers know who you are, and some of them will take your side. Totally not what I'm doing. I promise you. Because I'm not interested in her viewers. I'm interested in people who are interested in Marxist Leninism, people who are interested in socialism, people who are interested in Marxism by itself without Leninism, Maoism, people who are interested in communism, all of those things. I'm not interested in that other stuff. Not at all. So I'm not trying to get that person's viewers. I was just making a remark in my head, like, and it came out of my mouth. I'm like, okay. Look at that. Wow. All right. That's not for me, but I see why people like it. I do. I professional, really top tier. Things are great. It looks good. It feels good. Bam, 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 bam. Pew, 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 pew. Right? But, you know, if you're a communist, come over here. Enjoy that. But come over here, for fuck's sake. And there's no animosity. Everybody needs to make a living. We live under a capitalist fucking society. We have no choice other than to make money any way we can, or we literally die. And if the only way somebody can make money is X, Y, and Z, go do X, Y, and Z. I'm in a position right now where I don't have to do X, Y, and Z. I can do this. I might be really fucked up because all this is public. And later, if I can't do this, and I try to do X, Y, and Z, people will say, and I'll be like, yeah, you're right. And I'll just die. Anyway, I'm not hating on people. Listen, I want to say this. I am not at all hating on people who are making a living streaming. Streaming is a lot of different things. It's entertainment, or it's educational, or it's art, which is entertainment. There's a lot of different, or it's political education, right? There's a lot of different aspects to it. So I don't want to be a jerk. I am sometimes. I am a jerk sometimes. I'm trying to do better. Just saying.
87 to around 1993, Rick Astley would go on to have a pretty illustrious career. Tens of millions of records sold, a Grammy nomination, collaborations with Elton John, and he was a millionaire by the age of 24. In 1994, Rick retired from the music industry at 27 because he started getting sick of the business side of things.
Holy fuck, Gaming Mind. I was about to purge you from my friends list. I haven't seen you since I first started. Gaming Mind 1, if that's your real name. Welcome to the stream.
He was having a bit of an existential crisis, and he wanted to properly raise his daughter. And while Rick came back in 2001 to release new music and start touring again, that's not why I'm making...
So Gaming Mind, we've been doing politics for hours and hours and hours and hours. Oh my. But this is what I feel like doing for the next 7 minutes. Because, you know, Rick Astley. People need to know the backstory of Rick Astley. And I'm here because I live this shit. I played all of his music and I made people dance. I love this. I just love this story.
I'm making this video because years later, around 2005 to 2008, we saw a resurgence in the popularity of Never Gonna Give You.
So here's the deal. Here's why I find this so interesting. Oh, Pinko, shut the fuck up. Just let it play. Let it play, Pinko. Shut up. No. Hang on. It's important. So, I was a professional DJ 6 nights a week. No, excuse me. I've been drinking 5 nights a week, 6 hours a night, 8 to 2, Texas. And then I moved to Chicago and other places, but for 20 years I did this. And the first 10 years I was in Texas. And I happened to be in Dallas when this song broke. And I was like, this song is the shit. Plus I had 2 12-inch singles And I had all these all these different versions. And I beat the shit out of this. And the women loved it. You know who else loved it? Emmitt Smith from the Cowboys. Remember the running back, Emmitt Smith? On my dance floor. Ba-ba, ba-ba. All the Cowboys. It was that whole group of Cowboys. God damn. From like 80, 88, 89, I don't know. Whatever, 87, whatever they were. One of them's still on TV talking out of his the wide receiver. All of those fuckers come to my club, and I would bump all kinds of stuff, and I would bump this, and everybody would be just like, "Oh my God," they loved this song. Never Gonna Give You Up, particularly if you remixed it with 2 or 3 versions, with 3 turntables, multiple copies. All right. So this is the story of the best meme ever told, ever made. But I didn't know some of this back thing. I retired in 2001. I went back in some like half-ass bullshit on the weekends in the 2000s. But this that he's getting ready to talk about, I never knew. I just knew Rickrolling became a thing. Here is the actual history of what Rickrolling is and how it came about. Only on the political Marxist-Leninist stream at the end of the night. On my stream, Pinko the Bear. Give a follow. I want to hit 1,000, please. We're really close to 1,000. Can we hit 1,000, please? Just saying.
You up, and the creation of a beautiful, confusing meme. There are approximately 4 things that serve as the building blocks for
4
this
things.
meme. In 2005, an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia called Charlie Has Cancer premiered. Never Gonna Give You Up was featured in the episode, and the song grew in popularity on the internet because of it. In 2006, a Michigan native named Eric Helwig called in on his local radio sports talk show.
This is great.
And instead of talking to the DJs about sports, he just played Never Gonna Give You Up while they sat there speechless.
That, to me, is the best initial Rickroll right there.
And behind the song, Mr. Rick Astley. In the early 1980s, Rick and a few of his friends started a band called FBI in their native Lancashire,
fuck,
England.
we missed that.
They were using that hyperlink bait and switch was Never Gonna Give Duck Roll method by
God damn it, I lost it.
Michigan native named Eric Helwig called in on his local radio sports talk show, and instead of talking to the DJs about sports, he just played Never Gonna Give You Up while they sat there speechless. Also in 2006, the creator of the internet forum 4chan, Christopher Poole, aka
4chan,
Boot,
fucking 4chan,
implemented a word filter that would replace the word egg with the word duck as a joke. Somebody tried posting about an egg roll, the word filter changed it to duck roll. Somebody made an image of a duck on wheels with the caption
right here. I never knew this part. This is the great
duck roll, and this image became a popular gag on the site. People would use a hyperlink to pretend that they were sharing something interesting. Somebody would click on it only to find the duck roll picture, and that process was called duck rolling.
So I in 2007 I was listening to Noam Chomsky reading Rosa Luxemburg, reading I was reading all the anarchist stuff, the bread book. I was doing all of the anarchist stuff because I was so angry that I wasted my life doing music for 25 years, 22 years. Like, fuck this. Let me get to the bottom of what's going on in my life and the world. So I'm on to politics now. So I didn't even know this was going on, except occasionally, about 2 years later, I started seeing this Rickroll thing on Facebook.
And finally, in March of 2007, the first trailer for Grand Theft Auto 4 was released.
Never played GTA. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Never, ever played it. I understand it exists, but never played it.
There was so much traffic on their site that it crashed, and so someone on 4chan used the same bait and switch duck roll method by saying, hey, Here's a link to the Grand Theft Auto 4 trailer, only for it to link to the music video for Rick Astley's
That's
Never Gonna Give You
fucking
Up.
funny.
This, my friends, was the birth of Rickrolling.
That shit is funny. That's why you come to the Peak of the Bear stream. We do politics, but we also explain Rickrolling. I think it's worth a follow. I really do. You can always take the follow back. It's okay.
On April Fool's Day a couple weeks later, everybody on 4chan was using that hyperlink bait and switch was never going to give you up. Rickrolling was catching on. By 2008, a Survey USA poll showed that 18 million American adults had been Rickrolled. And this is around the time when the very public Rickrolling began.
Dorian,
in February,
exactly.
The online group Anonymous...
This is great. By this time, I was so into politics and so into deconstructing and trying to figure out. I was on Blog Talk Radio every fucking night, like 2 hours a night, 5 nights a week, like screaming into the internet about how fucked up things were and how wrong things were. And Anonymous, like, Rah!
Several of the headquarters of the Church of Scientology and protested by singing the song and blasting it through loudspeakers. In March, there was Rickrolling at college basketball games with Rick Astley impersonators. That April Fool's Day saw YouTube Rickrolling everybody by using their entire homepage as links to the video. Leading up to the November 2008 MTV Europe
This is
Music
the best.
Awards,
I saw this. I saw this in 2008. This is the best.
An online campaign for Rick Astley to win Best Act Ever, even though he wasn't one of the nominees. And though he did not appear at the awards,
Britney, Christina, Green Day.
Rick beat out the likes of Green Day, Britney Spears, and U2 after receiving millions of votes online. This was obviously a shock to Mr. Astley himself, who had previously retired from music due to the fame being overwhelming for him.
You think?
He was rightfully confused, but appreciated that people were enjoying his old music. Once he understood the process and execution of Rickrolling, he found it to be pretty funny. Later that month, he even agreed to help Rickroll the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
In my town, New York City, he's going to Rickroll the Macy's Day Parade. Can I just say this? Y'all don't know this. Literally, there is not a single human being on Twitch right now. I'm serious. Dead serious. There is not a single human alive that is viewing Twitch on any channel right now that knows this information. Oh, I'm not making this up. I'm just deciding if I really want to tell you, because it would expose my actual address. All right, so here's the deal. If you are interested at all in where I actually live, because you want to dox me, two things. My shit is pretty public. My Facebook, 100% public. Oh, right. Thank you, Dorian and Explorers. Thank you. But my shit is 100% public. Everybody knows who I am in my circles. I'm not. Oh, okay. So Explorers. So if you go to my pay, if you go to the like donations, about Facebook, Twitter, etc. If you follow my Facebook, it's public. It's literally me without the bandana. I do the bandana because the headphones bother my head, and I'm not bald, but I have super short hair, and occasionally I shave it. Now so I am 100% open. Everybody knows where I live. 10031 next to, CCNY. But the reason all this came up is, I forgot. I forgot why it came up. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so I'm here. I'm tired. I've been doing this for a few hours tonight. We're more than halfway through the story of the best meme ever. This is a Marxist-Leninist space. But fuck it. Tonight, at the end of the night, I want to do this. Explaining Never Gonna Give You Up, because I was a professional DJ for a very long time, including the time called the late 80s. Anyway, thank you for the follow, Explorer. Thank you. All right. I'm tired. We're getting close. I swear to God, we're getting close. I love you all.
During a performance by characters from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, the music stops, and suddenly, Rick Astley above the Cartoon Network float appeared and sang along to Never Gonna Give You Up. And while the peak usage of Rickrolling was in 2008, its legacy will never be forgotten. In April of 2018, the creators of HBO's Westworld released a video that was supposed to include spoilers for the next season, but it was just the lead actress singing Never Gonna Give You Up. It's been featured in movies. There are, quote, Rick Astley hotlines, where you call a number and you can hear the song being played. In August of 2019, there was...
This is so fucking good.
Was an amazing Rickroll by the San Diego Padres. The team was hosting the Boston Red Sox, and at one point, the Padres scoreboard started to play Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline, which is basically the anthem of the Red Sox. But right when the big sing-along chorus was about to hit, it switched over to Never Gonna Give You Up, and the Padres fans went wild. And
that is so fucking great. They play Sweet Caroline for the Boston fans. And then right when the chorus comes in, they fucking rickrolled. That is the best thing ever. There's a lot of great rickrolls, but that shit right there, oh, YYMND, I don't know what that is. EOR, Explores, I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah. Now, Sweet Caroline is one of these white supremacist dude boomer. It's a boomer song. It's a dumbass boomer song. YTMND. I don't know what that is. But Sweet Caroline is a dumbass boomer karaoke song. So they gave a bunch of white, rich, not rich, but, you know, petite bourgeois, the assholes that stormed the Capitol, those kind of people. It gave them their anthem. I drove Neil Diamond's ex-wife regularly here in New York City for about a year. But that's another story.
Just a couple of months ago, a generation of kids that might not even know what rickrolling is was introduced to a Never Gonna Give You Up emote in Fortnite. So in the grand scheme of things...
Fortnite. Who plays Fortnite here? Do y'all know that that's a rickroll thing? Everybody know that's rickroll?
A generation of kids that might not even know what rickrolling is was introduced to a Never Gonna Give You Up emote.
Who knows that?
So in the grand scheme...
Who knows that?
Which is basically the anthem of the Red Sox. But right when the big sing-along chorus was about to hit, it switched over to Never Gonna Give You Up, and the Padres fans went wild. And just a couple of months ago, a generation of kids that might not even know what rickrolling is was introduced to a Never Gonna Give You Up emote in Fortnite. So in the grand scheme of things, how did this nationwide and even worldwide phenomenon of a meme affect the man behind the song?
Yeah, I get the good stories and the good politics. Thank you, Pork Nickel. That's actually Pork Nickel. What you just said right there is probably the sweetest, nicest, most wonderful compliment I could ever hope to get. I'm just some fucking communist who's holding on a thread in this corner of this bedroom with my bullshit. Everything is like stacked up on top of boxes and like whatever. I'm like trying to get my shit done. I'm just, hopefully I have good politics because I'm a Marxist-Leninist. But I also have a lot of fun, weird shit that went on in my life because I'm old. But thank you, Pork Nichols. I appreciate that. Do you have a Twitch, better Twitch TV, BTTV? If you do, if you have BTTV as an extension, put in exclamation point, capital P, little INKO. Bingo. Capital exclamation, capital P, INKO. Just saying.
Does Rick Astley feel about this remarkably weird situation to be in? I'm happy to say that I don't think this could have happened to a better, more down-to-earth person. In 2008, when Rickrolling really blew up, Rick was cool about it. Years go by and people are mentioning it, he's cool about it. As recently as 2018, when an interviewer asked
you're right.
for the
No
millionth
exclamation.
time, hey, that Rickrolling thing sure was crazy,
Thank you,
right?
Dorian,
He's
thank
cool
you.
about it. When Cartoon Network asked him to perform at the Thanksgiving Day
great.
parade, he did it. When Anonymous was Rickrolling Scientology, Rick said it was hilarious. When he got voted Best Act Ever at the EMAs, he said that MTV were thoroughly Rickrolled and thanked everyone that voted for him. Sure, he's gotten a little bit tired of it every now and then,
you
but
think?
who wouldn't? There's a funny quote from the LA Times where he said, "There have definitely been times when I've thought, can't we have a Dave roll or a Mary roll?"
No,
But one of the more
can't
comforting
do it.
aspects of this is that Rick didn't even try to capitalize off of the
This
meme.
is the great
he
part.
didn't record a new version of it. He didn't release a remix, though he did welcome anyone to remix it.
And he looks remarkably like he did when he was younger. He's just an older with the lines. Like, he didn't morph into some weird ass looking thing. He looks like he did 25 years ago.
He accepted his newfound fame quietly and with an amount of grace that is almost shocking. Rickrolling isn't exactly making fun of Rick and never gonna give you up.
That's the thing. It's not making fun of him. He's got Ray-Bans. These are fucking Ray-Bans. Like, Ray-Bans are cool.
But with anything like this, I always assume the worst. I'd hate for Rick to think that everyone was making fun of him. As you can tell from his early retirement and his eventual return, he's a relatively quiet, simple guy that just enjoys making music.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't blame him if he pulled an Old Town Road and made 10 remixes of Never Gonna Give You Up.
I wouldn't
during the
blame him
peak of
either,
the
but
meme,
it's not
but
gonna
he
happen.
didn't. And I think there's something kind of beautiful about that. I want to close this out with an excerpt from an interview Rick did with Rolling Stone in 2016. After being questioned about how he feels about Rickrolling, he said, "I have no problem with it. It's done me a lot of good, probably. The thing is, it's not personal to me. Even though I know it is me, and it's my name in the title of Rickrolling, it's that video that I'm in, it's that song that's mine,
It's that thing.
but it could have been
that
anybody."
piece of
So
art that
thank
I
you
did.
to Rick Astley for not only making a great song, thank you for being an amazing sport, too.
Yeah.
We really appreciate it. Hey, thank you for watching that video. Be sure to check out Rick, Never Gonna Give You Up, his new music too.
Yeah.
If you want to support the channel, feel free to like, comment.
I think the channel is dead, but I'll show you the channel. It's called Out. Here's the channel. This is the channel. 239,000 subscribers. 12 of 13. Wow, it's 5:10 a.m. I got to go to bed. 12 of 13. It's been an incredibly interesting night. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. But me and EOR Explorers, we're in a messy We are in a messy bedroom, holding on by a thread. Can't be a pinko red, blue, yellow, moose, communist, fascist, libertarian, Republican, neo, anything, etc. But the reality is, we have nice memories, probably because we've been at least trying to be nice. 12 of 13. Did that resonate with you? Probably doesn't. Probably doesn't. But I just thought that explorers, EOR explorers, said that so nicely that I would give that back. It's a sturdy rope now, right? Explorers. Like, look, like this fucking world, man. We are in some fucked up territory. Hold on. We are in some fucked up territory. 400,000 people dead in the United States. The government doesn't give a fuck. Oh, 1213 is a regular here. 1213 comes in a lot. 1213 has a couple of names, but 1213 comes in. You had a pair of Ray-Bans when you just go into the lane. Well, Ray-Bans are the shit, man. Rob, are you Rob of Indiana? It's Rob. 12 of 13. Oh, here. I just all of a sudden had a thought. Are you somebody I know? Do I know you from Critical Thought Critique? Are you Rob of Critical Thought Critique? Oh, you're Rob of Germany. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. All right. Because I know a Rob that occasionally comes by. All right. Jesus Christ. So Disco Rat is gone. Blah de blah. Woo. Current stream candidates. I'm looking for what am I gonna here we are. I really have to wrap up. I have to wrap up. I have serious stuff. But I don't want to do serious stuff. We only have bedtime, yeah. I think. Here's what I'm going to do. Let me look at my Facebook. The saved things in my Facebook. Well, this could be good. I think this could be good. Hold on. It's only 28 seconds long. Whew. I think it's, is it this? I don't know. Let me look. It's Chrome. I got to go to Chrome. I'm tired. I'm really tired. I should just go to bed. I should just go to bed. All right, we're going to do one or two things, and then I'm going to go to bed. My question is, who is online that is really left? Socialist left. Not Bernie left, not Biden left. But who is socialist left? Communist left? If they're on, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to go to some art. We're going to go to some art. And it'll be great. Promise you. It'll be great.
Ma'am, what happened to you?
I got maced.
You got maced.
You got maced because you're wearing a piano tie, and it's 2021. I had one of those ties in 1987, along with my nagels. And you are wearing a piano tie or piano scarf in 2021. I would mace you for that. I'm just saying.
By the police.
Yeah, Explorer, I'm going to bed for sure.
I made it like a foot inside and they pushed me out and they maced me.
What's
do you want to see the Fidel video, Juche? All right, we'll do that. All right. That'll be the last and then we'll raid out because I'm really tired. Yeah, I'm really tired.
What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Elizabeth. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah, Elizabeth from Knoxville, Tennessee. You stormed the Capitol and they maced you and you're crying. And why did you storm the Capitol?
Why did you want to go in?
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
All right. All right. Well, I guess. Maybe. Is that a thing? I don't know. Maybe. Do the haiku. Hold on. Do the haiku. Can you see this? This is gold. Golden? I don't know what the word is. Is it gold or golden? Do a haiku on the low-ku. Blah-de-blah. Trumplings gathering round. Racism and violence over decency. Whatever. Grand Poobah Orange plots prodigious poots push. Expects bigly win. Actually, that's not bad. Far-right imbeciles with weapons but no morals. Scatafally. I have no idea what that means. People seem to have liked it. I don't know what that means. All right, we'll go to Carpe. Pork nickel. Thank you. We'll go to Carpe. All right, here's a haiku. We welcome change and science. We welcome change and science. 7. They whimper, kill, and inaugurate violence. Nice. That's good. Chile, Allende. American coup comes home. Desgralian? Oh, come in. Nice. Doing the Spanish. Nice. Now, here's what I like. Here's what I like. Please pay attention to this. This is what I wanted to bring with you. Right here. Paul motherfucking Street. Paul Street. Paul Lewis Street. I'm not giving you, just do the thing. Do the search for Paul Street. Going back to Z Communications 15 fucking years ago. Just do this. Paul Street. Follow this guy. Don't be a douchebag. Motherfucking Trump. This is a haiku. Motherfucking Trump instigated the bloodshed. What a sack of shit. Motherfucking Trump instigated the bloodshed. What a sack of shit. Do you have a response to that, friends in the chat? Motherfucking Trump instigated the bloodshed. What a sack of shit. That's a haiku. That's like the highest of the haiku. Anybody in chat? Anybody? Anybody got a higher haiku than that? Yeah, it's fucking poetry, pork nickel. Poetry. I'm going to try to one-up it. Me. I don't know anything. I'm not even a poet. I'm going to one-up that shit. Are you ready? I got to get my nose. Are you ready? I'm going to one-up that shit. Here we go. Ready? Motherfucking street. Motherfucking street. Paul Street. Constantly the dope wordsmith. What a stack of hits. Yeah. Clearly, I'm not getting any love from the chat room, but that shit was dope. Motherfucking street. Constantly the dope wordsmith. What a stack of hits. I'm just saying. Oh, what did Paul say? I was most deaf, hakuing like a motherfucker. Paul, I'm definitely going to use these haikus on my stream tonight at some point. It's been like 4 days. No, it's been 6 days. It's been 6 days, but I got to it. 6 days, but I got to it. It's too good. I'll call the segment. Okay, I'm calling this segment, the haikus, new, freshly farmed content from Boomer Book. That's it. New, freshly farmed content from Boomer Book. That's what we're calling this. New, freshly farmed content from Boomer Book, with credit, of course, one Paul Street, asking for do a haiku on the low-ku. I'm sorry. Here's the deal. I just have to clip this and send it to him. Because that tickles me. It tickles everything. It tickles everything. All right, Facebook, you're done. You're out of here. You're out of here, Facebook. Except for this part. Except for this part on Facebook. We have to have this part. Stop. Shh. This is the best. It's not the best, but it's really fucking
Dear Senate,
good.
These are some tips in case you ever find yourself with another active shooter on the premises. Number 1, barricade the doors with chairs and desks. It makes it harder for them to get in, and if they ever wedge their gun in, they can't really aim at anyone specifically. Number 2, turn off all the lights and stay very, very quiet and hope they just skip your door and go into another room. And number 3, if they do end up getting in your room, remember to run in a zigzag. It makes it harder for them to get you.
Zigzag.
Now 4.
It's
When
very
they start
important.
firing, get on the floor and pretend like you're dead, so they don't waste any bullets on you. Okay, now you just survived an active shooter. Congrats! Remember to meet at the lawn in your designated lines so we know you survived. Oh,
Yay!
and remember, don't run away. Now, I really, really hope
Don't
this
run away,
helped.
Congress people.
Sincerely, every member of the American student body.
But you know what? Whenever I do something, they say I'm the angry black woman. I'm just playing around and having some fun.
Yeah.
First time? Yeah, you?
First time.
No.
Jesus
No,
Christ.
not my first time.
I feel so bad for our
Oh
congressmen
my
and
God.
women. Like, no one deserves this. They didn't deserve this. I feel really bad for them. This is a very terrifying situation.
Oh,
But,
it's so bad.
because of some of the policies they've passed or like failed to pass.
Failed.
This is just another random Tuesday out of a
Just
random
another
American
random
public school. I
Tuesday.
mean, who doesn't remember fearfully huddling underneath their desk because some armed madman has entered their school? Like, if you left school without having your life threatened at least once, did you really go to an American public school?
Did you really go to school?
Hi, I need everybody to share
Yeah,
this
okay.
as much as possible so we can get the information out to people doing interviews on TV, all the
Thank you.
news
I've already
outlets.
tuned out, but that's okay.
Ask these senators, now that they've been through this, how they feel about
I just
guns.
want to stop this. I loved that other part But somebody who is my generation, like this guy, this fat old white guy who's trying to be serious, shut the fuck up. Nobody needs your bullshit. The kids were doing it just fine.
And school shootings. Now that they've been trapped and had to run and hide.
I mean, I know you mean well. I know you mean well. Older, mature, white male, cishet presenting. I get that. You mean well, but Jesus fucking Christ. Do you really need to be in this compilation? And by the way, now this, check your shit every once in a while.
What are they going to do about helping protect our children?
First time? Yeah.
First time.
No.
This is
no,
great.
Not my first time. First time? Yeah. You? No.
No.
No, not my first time.
How about a dryer?
First time? Yeah. You? No. No, not my first time. First time? Yeah. You? No. No, not my first time.
Not my first time.
First time? Yeah. You? No. No, not my first time.
This is America.
Oh.
Don't got you slipping up. Look how I'm living up.
Right?
Police be tripping
Right.
Yeah, this is America.
Yeah, it is.
Guns in my area.
Yeah, it is.
I got the strap.
Yep.
They always say congratulations.
Dear Senate, these are some tips in case you ever find yourself with another active shooter on the premises. Number 1, barricade the doors with chairs and desks. It makes it harder for them to get in. And if they ever
Jesus fucking Christ. Can you believe that shit? Oh, man. Man. That was good, right? It was good. But I want to point one other thing out before I go. Facebook sucks so badly. Here, let me get my shit together. Boom. Facebook sucks so badly that we just watched this that compiled some TikToks. And it was all very serious. And then Facebook says, well, don't look at the serious stuff. We know that you looked at the serious stuff, but what we'd rather do is give you dumbass shit that middle-aged white people think is revolutionary. Here's some old Bob Marley from the 70s. 3 little birds. Everything will be all right. That was literally the next suggestion from Facebook. After watching the Now This video and all of that shit, Facebook algorithm, in all of its wisdom, thought 3 little birds would be a good idea for me to watch next and to show to you. This is how insidious the algorithms are. This is why you should never, ever let the algorithms suggest and let it play through. Let them suggest, and if you're interested, hit it. And if you're not interested, stop it. Teach your algorithms. But really, Facebook, I go from this to that. This happens all the fucking time, Facebook. You suck. You suck beyond. This is why I don't post much on Facebook anymore. This is why I don't interact on Facebook anymore. I farm Facebook. Freshly farmed content. And I bring it onto my Discord. And I look at it. And sometimes I bring it onto the stream. Fucking Facebook? Are you kidding me? I gotta go. I gotta go. It's 5:31. I have to pee and I have to go. These are two problems. These are two different problems. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play a song, and then we're going to get out of here. When the song is over, we are going to raid. I want you to hear the song.
All right, let's do it.
I don't care if this song is. I don't care if this song gets zucked or not. This is what I want everyone to hear. And then we're going to raid. I got you, Pork Nickel. I got you. Ah, Juche. That is, oh, fuck, man. Juche, god damn it. All right, I promised Juche I would do this. This is going to be, Juche, put the link back in because I've closed a bunch of shit. Put the link back in. We'll do it. Because I can't find it if you don't put it back in. We'll do Juche and then we'll do the other and then we'll raid out. The Fidel. Put it in. Put it in the chat. I can't fucking find it. Are you kidding me? You don't know what I'm looking at, Juche. You have to put it in. You have to put it in. Literally. You see that? You have to put it in. It's got to happen. If it doesn't happen, here we go. All right, my friends, we're going to do this. And then we're out of here.
We get a weakness. You gotta see this.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, I remember syrup sandwiches and crime allowances. Finesse a nigga with some counterfeits, but now I'm counting this. Parmesan with my accountant lips. In fact, I'm down in this. You say with my boo babe tastes like Kool-Aid for the analyst. Girl, I can buy your Westie world with my base stuff. Ooh, that pussy good. Won't you sit it on my taste buds? I get way too petty. Won't you let me do the extras? Pull up on your block and break it down. We playing Tetris. AM to the PM, PM to the AM phone. Piss out your per diem. You just gotta hate them.
I don't know, Juche. I'm not feeling it. I mean, it's all right, but I'm old.
My left stroke just went viral. Right stroke put a baby in a spiral. Soprano C, we like to keep.
Oh, well, there you go. 12-13 loves it. I'm fucking old, man. What do I know?
Sit down. Be humble. Bitch, sit down. Be humble. Sit down.
Holla, bitch. What?
Sit down. Be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Bitch, sit down. Be humble. Sit down.
Nah.
Who that nigga thinking?
So here's the deal, man. Like here, I don't know shit. Like, I know some shit, right? But I don't know shit. And that was funny. I get it. No, I don't. I don't even get it. But I'm uphold Kendrick Lamar's Lamarxism. So that was Kendrick Lamar. Okay. See, I don't even know that was Kendrick Lamar. That's how old I am. All I know is this is America, guns in my area. I don't know anything. Like, that's all I know. I'm fucking old, man. I haven't DJ'd in 20 years. But I was the shit back in the day. I was the, yeah. Dorian Sapiens making the Mark stance. All right, my friends, here's the deal. I have to pee. I want you all to watch this. This is like, I don't know, man. This is such a beautiful thing. This is such a beautiful thing. Just fucking beautiful. I'm gonna move myself over here. Like, if I could cuddle Puddle, if I could ever cuddle Puddle with Puddles, the pitiful clown, Puddles pity party, this is where I live. This is where I want to be. This is where I want to. I want to just OD on like complete drugs in Puddle's arms. This is performance art or something. But Jesus Christ, Puddles is the shit. And this is so solid. I have to pee, but I've heard this a few times, so I'm going to play it right now. I hope you like it.
All right, let's do a song. Hit the track.
Still don't know what I was waiting for, and my time was running wild, a million dead-end streets. And every time I thought I got it made, it seemed the taste was not so sweet. So I turned myself to face me, but I never caught a glimpse of how the others must see the faker. I'm much too fast to take that test. Changes, turn and face the strange. Changes, don't wanna be a richer man. Changes, turn and face the strange. Changes, just gonna have to be a different man. Time may change me, but I can't trace time. I watch the ripples change their size, but never leave the stream of warm impermanence. So the days float through my eyes, but still the days, they seem the same. And these children that you spit on as they try to change their worlds are immune to your consultations. They're quite aware of what they're going through. Changes, turn and face the strange. Changes, don't tell them to grow up and out of it. Changes, turn and face the strange. Changes, where's your shame? You left us up to our necks in it. Time may change me, but you can't trace time. Strange fascination, fascinating me. Changes are taking the pace I'm going through. Changes, turn and face the strange. Changes, look out you rock and rollers. Changes, turn and face the strange. Changes, pretty soon now you're gonna get older. Time may change me, but I can't trace time. Time may change me, but I can't trace time.
Nice. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. He used Billy Joel in between. If you ever get a chance, if you ever get a chance to see Puddles' Pity Party, Puddles the Clown, and the Pity Party, if you ever get a chance to see them live, him and them live, you should do that. Fuck it, let's do one more. One more. I could get in trouble for this. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Here's a 45. Gilligan's Island. There we go. Gilligan's Island. Come on now. Come on, friends. Stay with me. Stairway to Heaven? What? What the fuck, man? I'm gonna get this. Losing viewers left and right. Go to Carpe. It's okay. This is better for a minute, and then we'll go to Carpe.
Just sit right back and you hear a tale of a fateful trip that started from this
This is so boomer.
aboard this tiny ship.
Okay, boomer.
The mate was a mighty sailing lad, the skipper brave and sure.
Okay, boomer.
5 passengers set sail that day for a 3
Yeah, I'm here for it too, pork.
A 3-hour tour.
Nice. Puddles is the bomb.
Really makes me wonder.
Makes me wonder what's coming up.
The ship set ground on the shore of this uncharted desert isle with Gilligan, the skipper too, the millionaire and his wife.
Oh, here we go.
The movie star, the professor and Marianne here.
Don Wells. Marianne just died. She just died. Rest in paradise, Marianne. Rest in paradise, Marianne. So come for the commie talk. Stay for the art. I'm just saying. I don't suck. I don't suck. My taste doesn't suck. If it does, you'll like it.
Weather started getting rough. The tiny ship was tossed. If not for the courage of the fearless, the minnow would be lost.
Are you here for it? Are you here for it?
The minnow would be lost. And they're here on Gilligan's Island.
Well, that just happened. That smoosh up was created by Little Roger and the Goosebumps back in 1978.
That just happened. I love you. I love you all. Let's go see Carpe Pax right about now. The Funk Show, brother.
All our nation has taken. Can you dig it?
Here we come. Here we come, babe. Here we come.
Privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense.
Come on, babe. We're here. We're here. Come on now.
Thank you so much, Pinko the Bear, for rating him with the party of 18.
You're
Appreciate
welcome. I love you.
that. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all well.
Yeah, we love you. Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you, Dark Sentencer Zero, for the follow. Oh, wow. Didn't realize how trippy the background music was.
Yeah, well, trippy.
Hope it's not distracting.
Yeah, some tier 1 shit going on here. Oh my god.
Oh, shit. That's right. I gotta refresh this because. Wait, no, I want to do that. Here we go. Sorry, my bad. I wasn't prepared.
Yeah, nobody's prepared.
My soundboard is not open. is not up yet. Should work now. There we have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going over how I'm super happy that in this speech that Martin Luther King Jr. gave, he referenced one of my favorite JFK quotes. Or, well, actually my favorite. I don't really know many others. Oh, wait, no, he said... No, that was somebody else. Never mind. Where JFK said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. And Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. just quoted that. So it's like two great thoughts in one, in one place.
Already been active against rebels in Peru. It is with such activity in mind that the words of the late John F. Kennedy come back to haunt us.
Yeah.
5 years ago, he said, "Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable." Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments. I am convinced that if we are to get on the right side of the world revolution, we as a nation must undergo a radical revolution of values. We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society, when machines and computers, profit motives and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism.
You caught that one, right, Ruminoid? He's talking about property. Property being more... Yeah. He's like, this shit could be directly pointed directly at people like, well, Rittenhouse. Anybody who thinks like Rittenhouse, and anybody who apologizes for people like Rittenhouse.
Computers, profit motives, and property rights
He was anti-capitalist.
are considered more important than people. The giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. A true revolution of values will soon cause us to question the fairness and justice of many of our past and present policies. On the one hand, we are called to play the Good Samaritan on life's roadside. That will be only an initial act. One day we must come to see that the whole Jericho road must be transformed so that men and women will not be constantly beaten and robbed as they make their journey on life's highway. True compassion is more than flinging a coin to a beggar. It comes to see that an edifice which produces beggars needs restructuring.
Hear, hear.
A true revolution of values will soon look uneasily on the glaring contrast of poverty and wealth. With righteous indignation, it will look across the seas and see individual capitalists of the West investing huge sums of money in Asia, Africa, and South America, only to take the profits out with no concern for the social betterment of the countries and say this is not just. It will look at our alliance with the landed gentry of South America and say, this is not just. The Western arrogance of feeling that it has everything to teach others and nothing to learn from them is not just. A true revolution of values will lay hand on the world order and say of war, this way of settling differences is not just. This business of burning human beings with napalm, of filling our nation's homes with orphans and widows, of injecting poisonous drugs of hate into the veins of peoples normally humane, of sending men home from dark and bloody battlefields physically handicapped and psychologically deranged, cannot be reconciled with wisdom, justice, and love. A nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. America, the richest and most powerful nation in the world, can well lead the way in this revolution of values. That is nothing except a tragic death wish to prevent us from reordering our priorities so that the pursuit of peace will take precedence over the pursuit of war.
Dr. Martin Luther King, April 4th, 1967, at Riverside Church in New York, explaining why he opposed the war in Vietnam. We'll come back to his speech in a minute. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we return to Dr. Martin Luther King's speech Beyond Vietnam, he gave this speech April 4th, 1967, a year to the day before he was assassinated. He was speaking at Riverside Church in New York.
These are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression. And out of the wombs of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up as never before. The people who sat in darkness have seen a great light. We in the West must support these revolutions. It is a sad fact that because of comfort, complacency, a morbid fear of communism, and our proneness to adjust to injustice, the Western nations that initiated so much of the revolutionary spirit of the modern world have now become the arch anti-revolutionaries. This has driven many to feel that only Marxism has a revolutionary spirit.
Did you catch that?
The revolutionary spirit of the modern world have now become the arch anti-revolutionaries. This has driven many to feel that only Marxism has a revolutionary spirit. Therefore, communism is a judgment against our failure to make democracy real and follow through on the revolutions that we initiated. Our only hope today lies in our ability to recapture the revolutionary spirit and go out into a sometimes hostile world, declaring eternal hostility to poverty, racism, and militarism. With this powerful commitment, we shall boldly challenge the status quo and unjust mores, and thereby speed the day when every valley shall be exalted and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight and the rough places plain. A genuine revolution of values means, in the final analysis, that our loyalties must become ecumenical rather than sectional. Every nation must now develop an overriding loyalty to mankind as a whole in order to preserve the best in their individual societies. This call for worldwide fellowship that lifts neighborly concern beyond.
Shit. I accidentally opened the wrong thing.
Fuck, man.
What
are you doing?
He said a word, and it makes me wonder. I have to check the meaning of the word that he said. But hold on, I'm gonna go back.
In order to preserve the best in their individual societies, this call for worldwide fellowship that lifts neighborly concern beyond one's tribe, race, class, and nation is in reality a call for an all-embracing and unconditional love for all mankind. This oft misunderstood, this oft misinterpreted concept so readily dismissed by the niches of the world as a...
It was ecumenical. He said the word ecumenical as antithetical to, or as in the context he used it, he said it was opposite of sectional. So what I think he's getting at is what he's saying is that was the word for the time to mean intersectional. Like, yeah, it's universality. I just looked up here the definition of worldwide scope or applicability, universal. So maybe not in the same context by that definition as or maybe it doesn't have the same meaning as like intersectional in that context. Maybe I'm misunderstanding his terminology, but that's what it sounded like when he used it as, when it seemed like he used it as an opposite to sectional. And I think what he's referring to is something that goes across demographics, like something that is, serves multiple interest groups. But who am I to dissect the words of Martin Luther King Jr.? I'm just trying to, well, to be honest, I didn't really know what ecumenical meant anyway, so good thing I looked. It's an excuse to look up a word. Try to learn something every day. Oops.
Dismissed by the niches of the world as a weak and cowardly force has now become an absolute necessity for the survival of man. When I speak of love, I'm not speaking of some sentimental and weak response. I'm not speaking of that force which is just emotional bosh. I'm speaking of that force which all of the great religions have seen as the supreme unifying principle of life. Love is somehow the key that unlocks the door which leads to ultimate reality. This Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Buddhist belief about ultimate reality is beautifully summed up in the first epistle of St. John. Let us love one another, for love is God, and every one that loveth is born of God and knoweth God. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. If we love one another, God dwelleth in us, and his love is perfected in us. Let us hope that this spirit will become the order of the day. We can no longer afford to worship the God of hate, or bow before the altar of retaliation. The oceans of history are made turbulent by the ever-rising tides of hate. History is cluttered with the records of nations and individuals that pursued this self-defeating path of hate. As Arnold Toynbee says, love is the ultimate force that makes for the saving choice of life and good against the damning choice of death and evil. Therefore, the first hope in our inventory must be the hope that love is going to have the last word, unquote. We are now faced with the fact, my friends, that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, that is such a thing as being too late. Procrastination is still the thief of time. Life often leaves us standing bare, naked, and dejected with a lost opportunity. The tide in the affairs of men does not remain at flood, it ebbs. We may cry out desperately for time to pause in her passage, but time is adamant to every plea and rushes on. Over the bleached bones and jumbled residues of numerous civilizations are written the pathetic words, too late. That is an invisible book of life that faithfully records our vigilance or our neglect. Omar Khayyam is right, the moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. We still have a choice today, nonviolent coexistence, a violent co-annihilation. We must move past indecision to action. We must find new ways to speak for peace in Vietnam and justice throughout the developing world, a world that borders on our doors. If we do not act, we shall surely be dragged down the long, dark, and shameful corridors of time, reserved for those who possess power without compassion, might without morality, and strength without sight. Now let us begin. Now let us rededicate ourselves to the long and bitter but beautiful struggle for a new world. This is the calling of the sons of God, and our brothers wait eagerly for our response. Shall we say the odds are too great? Shall we tell them the struggle is too hard? Will our message be that the forces of American life militate against their rival as full men, and we send our deepest regrets? Or will there be another message of longing, of hope, of solidarity with their yearning?
We choose truth over facts.
To their cause, whatever the cost. The choice is ours. And though we might prefer it otherwise, we must choose in this crucial moment of human history. As that noble bard of yesterday, James Russell Lowell, eloquently stated, once to every man and nation comes a moment to decide in the strife of truth and falsehood for the good or evil side. Some great cause, God's new Messiah, often eats the gloom of blight, and the choice goes by forever twixt that darkness and that light. Though the cause of evil prosper, yet 'tis truth alone is strong. Though her portion be the scaffold, and upon the throne be wrong, yet that scaffold sways the future. And behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadow, keeping watch above his own. And if we will only make the right choice, we will be able to transform this pending cosmic elegy into a creative psalm of peace. If we will make the right choice, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our world into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. If we will but make the right choice, we will be able to speed up the day all over America and all over the world, when justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., April 4th, 1967, speaking at Riverside Church in New York, explaining why he opposed the war in Vietnam. The speech he delivered exactly a year to the day before he was assassinated at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee, April 4th, 1968. The night before he died, Dr. King delivered his last major address. He was in Memphis to support striking sanitation workers as he built momentum for a Poor People's March on Washington. This is some of Dr. King's last speech